Can y'all hear me? Hold on a second. All right. I think this should be good now, at least for the goddamn this fucking bullshit. What the fucking hold on. Is this good now? All right, this should be good now. Goddamn, it's fucking bullshit. What do you want me to say? What do you actually want me to say? There's only one thing that does need to be said. And it is get Arthur Smith the fuck out of here. Get him the hell out of this motherfucker right now. I hope they didn't even let him on the flight back. I hope they didn't even let him on the flight back. We should have left his ass outside of Bank of America Stadium, high and dry, with nothing there. Should have just kicked his ass out the locker room, had fucking Terry Fontenot and Ryan Nielsen throw that motherfucker out of Bank of America Stadium, and his damn daddy can come pick him up with a roadside pickup and get his ass back to Memphis where he belongs, an internship at FedEx. Because this is the final straw. Today was it. I said it all week. All week. Let us lose to this team. Let us lose to the Carolina Panthers and see what I am going to say. See what will happen. Now you're seeing what will happen. Arthur Smith fucked around, and Arthur Smith find out. Desmond Ridder fucked around, and Desmond Ridder is getting ready to find out, because get his ass off this team too. Get him off the team. I understand the final 3 games, okay, he has to technically be on the team, but get him off too. They both don't need to be anywhere close to this organization next year. Cleanse these motherfuckers, these scammers from me. Cleanse them. I want them going there like a fucking virus. They've manipulated us all. They had us all thinking that they were not going to fuck this thing up. We were thinking, how do you not fuck this thing up? How do you not fuck this thing up? There is no way you can fuck this thing up. You have drafted for 3 straight years. And mind you, we're going to get all into this in a second. Listen, congratulations to the Carolina Panthers. You guys, you got your 2nd win of the year, and that is nothing to harp about because, man, y'all have been through a tough season. But we gave y'all that game. We There is no reason why you should have won that game. You stole that game, and congratulations. And maybe you might have just served your purpose. I don't know. There's a little point I'm going to point out in a second. With that being said, get him out of here. Because today, 7 points, and I don't care if you're in the rain or not. I don't. How many rushing yards did you have? 50 rushing yards, if that? You had 39 going in the fourth quarter? And what were you brought in here to do? What were you brought into Atlanta to do? I'm trying to think. I can swear there is something specifically you were brought in here to do. I can't wrap my mind around this. How can anyone wrap their mind around this? Well, listen, as Falcons fans, and this year alone, we have seen some what the fuck losses. The game versus Minnesota, the game versus the Cardinals, the game really last week. Today is a whole new level of what the fuck went wrong. Well, if you've been watching Arthur Smith now, how his offenses ran this year, and how he runs this shit like a fucking idiot with his his right-hand man, Dave Ragone, you would know what the fucking problem is. And his left-man hand and Desmond Ridder, you would know. See, I'm going to be completely honest. I was a firm believer in Arthur Smith. I defended the man. I even bought into the genius stuff. I bought into it because Lord knows I'm not no fucking genius. Lord knows probably a lot of us in this fan base aren't fucking geniuses. But we were told Arthur Smith was. We were told Arthur Smith was brought in to turn this thing around, to turn the culture in Atlanta around. He was going to bring a hard-nosed, smash-mouth football culture, a winning culture to the city of Atlanta. And what the fuck did we get in return? All we got in return was a bunch of fucking bullshit. That's what we got. And this past offseason, we went out and we spent $100 million on this defense. We got a defensive coordinator in Ryan Nielsen. Terry Fontenot went out and did all the grocery shopping. He didn't go to no fucking Walmart. He didn't go to no fucking Kroger. He went to the top-end grocery stores. He went to go make a five-star meal. Omaha steak, filet mignon, make it homemade, fresh, southern style, whatever you want to say. Terry went out and did his thing. He did his shopping. Look, am I saying Terry is perfect? No. But Terry Fontenot should be able to have the ability to pick the next head coach once we fire Arthur Smith. Hopefully, the alert comes from my phone. I've been waiting for this shit since this game ended. I've been waiting for it. Please, for the love of Jesus, tell me this man has been fired. Somebody. Tell me this man has been fired and that it's for real. Please, I'm begging you. I need this man gone. Desmond Ridder's ass once January 7th and that game is done in New Orleans, and whether he's the starter, whether he's not, I need him gone. Because Ridder is a fucking problem as well. That particular play of note where we lost the game, that 2nd and 10, deep, I think we might have been in the red zone, actually, or we were just outside the red zone. We were at like the 24-yard line. We were driving. We had points in the back of our pocket. And Desmond Ridder, 2nd and 10. And see, this is the element right here I talk about. They're both a fucking problem, and they both need to go. Arthur Smith, that play design, where that was basically calling for Ridder to get blitzed. That was the worst play design to run against when you knew Carolina was going to be blitzing. But Desmond Ridder, that motherfucker, his boy Drake London, you know, we think they're best friends. They're supposed to be best friends. They're supposed to be tight like that, tight to the hip. He was wide open for what would have been a first down. It would have kept the clock running. But guess what? Guess what we got instead? Guess what we got? He was staring down fucking Xavier Woods. Oh, Xavier Woods. Yeah, no, you must be talking about Xavier Woods from the New Day. Well, damn it, I hope it's a New Day in Atlanta tomorrow, and I hope it don't involve Arthur Smith. Because that motherfucker needs to be gone. Desmond Ridder needs to be gone after the end of this season. This shit is disgraceful. This shit is pitiful. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this bullshit. I really am. Desmond Ridder, oh my God. I don't even want to say this. I don't like admitting I'm wrong, but damn it, I got to. I got to admit when I'm wrong. I do. Desmond Ridder, we were talking all about Marcus, but Desmond Ridder is without a shadow of a doubt the worst Falcons quarterback since Joey Harrington. Without a shadow of a doubt. Might be worse than Harrington, to be completely honest with you. He really might. I don't really remember Joey Harrington like that. I can admit it. I was like, 3 when that motherfucker was leading this offense into a fucking dumpster fire. But damn it, it's been a dumpster fire with Ridder and Arthur Smith at the helm. And meanwhile, this defense has been absolutely wasted. This defense has been wasted. The best defense we have had in maybe 25 years has been wasted by a inept fucking retard short bus riding looking motherfucker at quarterback and a billionaire son as our head coach who has a trust fund waiting for him. Listen, Desmond Ridder is a man. Maybe Desmond Ridder is a fine father, fine husband. Listen, if this somehow gets to Desmond Ridder's wife, take your fucking daughter and get out of Atlanta right now. Because we're sick of your fucking husband. We are. And I believed in Des for the longest time I did. I wanted to believe in him when he was coming back. Right now, I don't believe him. Clearly, the quarterback of the future is not on this fucking team. Where is he? I don't know. But he ain't on this team. Now, we ain't seen Woodside, but he ain't on this team. He ain't on this team. Oh, boy, we talked about so many times that we lose, the city will burn. The city will burn. Shit. This might start a riot. It really might. You know what? Let me actually go ahead and... Let me go ahead. I gotta do some shit. Let me go ahead and find some stuff. Pull out some receipts, if you know what I mean. Let's go ahead and pull out some stuff here. Because, see, we got to admit where we're wrong at. And we got to hold the franchise accountable. We do. We got to hold everybody accountable. That is part of the problem. The problem only starts with Arthur Smith and Desmond Ridder. Dave Ragone, the motherfucker, if Arthur Smith is gone, we know we're going to going. Come on. Ragon's going to be well, Arthur Smith better be the first one to go. But we know Ragon's right behind him. Because those three are tight to the hip. They are. Let Arthur Smith go. Let him go and fucking get a job on let Pat McAfee have him on full-time. Let Pat get the man a job full-time. It ain't like the man probably even has to worry about having a job anyway. But get the man a job get the man a job. Or he can go back to fucking Tennessee and run Will Levis. Let him do it. And I'm going to go ahead and say this. If Arthur Smith is not fired by tomorrow morning, that is the absolute deadline I'm giving Arthur Blank. Dan Quinn and Thomas Dimitrov were fired at like 8:39 p.m. the night of the loss to the Carolina Panthers back in 2020 when we fell to 0-5. Mike Smith was fired literally the morning after we lost in 2014 to the Carolina Panthers, 34-0, I think it was, with the NFC South on the line in 2014. Today, we lost to the Carolina Panthers, who are the worst team in the NFL. The Carolina Panthers have one purpose for the Atlanta Falcons, and their purpose struck today. That purpose is getting head coaches fired when they need to be. I don't know what Mr. Blank was wearing today, but damn it, I hope it was that suit that's in my thumbnail. I hope he had the black suit and the red tie on, because it's firing season. It is. I would say some people might have to worry about getting their Christmas, but Lord knows Arthur Smith don't gotta worry about that. He don't, because Daddy gonna make sure he's straight at the end of the day. He don't gotta worry about a meal being on his table. He don't gotta worry about Christmas dinner. He don't. His wife don't. His kids don't. He's gonna be eating good. He will be. Arthur Blank will be eating good for Christmas dinner. We got a game next Sunday in the Benz on Christmas Eve that I will be at, because I will always stand 10 toes down for my team. Always will. Always will rep them. I will always wear them with my heart sticking out. Even though they get on my fucking nerve, I still love them. And that is why I feel like, that's honestly why I kind of feel like we are entitled to a better product. Us fans, we're the ones that are entitled to a better product. Us over anybody. Arthur Blank, yes, he's on the team for 20 years. You know, he's gone through several head coaches. Okay. But at the end of the day, it's the fans that go to the Benz every Sunday. The fans that buy merchandise. The fans that go to the fan fest, the training camps. We are owed something. We are. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. And when finally a year arrives where we're supposed to have hope, it's supposed to get better. The NFC, listen, the season is over. The season is over. The worst case scenario for the Falcons' playoff hopes, if we want to talk analytical, happened today. The New Orleans Saints won convincingly. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers won convincingly. And the Atlanta Falcons shit. But what was that one photo of Dez getting his ass sacked and it looks like he was fucking shitting his pants? That's what the Falcons did. If anything sums up that game, one photo sums up that game and how this went for the Falcons, it was that. Saints won convincingly. Bucks won convincingly. They face each other, week 17? That's going to be for the South. Telling everyone straight up. That will be for the division. So at the end of the day, man, look. Say all you want. But things need to change now. There's no point of waiting to be Olympics. There isn't. You want to put Heineke in there. You want to put Woodside in there. You want to roll further those last 3 games. You can figure that out after you get rid of Arthur Smith. And it needs to be right now. What is the point of waiting? What, you got to get the paperwork started, Mr. Blank. I understand. You need Terry. I honestly feel like Terry should just have the honor of doing his paperwork. I really do. Terry should fill out all his paperwork. All Mr. Blank needs to do is just sign this shit and go up there and do the press conference. That's all that needs to happen. Because can you imagine what Terry's thinking right now? Can you imagine? More importantly, can you imagine what Calais Campbell's thinking right now? What Jesse Bates is thinking right now? Bud Dupree is thinking right now? Can you imagine what they're thinking? It's going to be very hard because it's going to be very hard to sell another free agent on coming to Atlanta. It is. Arthur Smith, it's just like this motherfucker, he's brain dead. He's doing shit in reverse. He doesn't know what he's doing. And a motherfucker who don't know what they doing shouldn't be head coach of an NFL football team. A quarterback who misses basic reads should not be an NFL quarterback. Lord knows how many. I can tell you how many reads, how many easy first downs, which is what this offense is supposed to be built off of. This ain't no sling it 50 yards downfield offense. Yeah, if you have it there, take it. That's what this. Let's now stroll down this. Let's stroll down the entire journey. Let's stroll down all of it out. Get the entire backstory of this thing. This team was supposed to be built off of the fact that we were going to grind out the clock. We were going to run the ball down your throat with Algier, CP, and Bijan. We were going to have a little bit, because listen, with all the weapons we had, a Kyle Pitts, a Drake London, Bijan, Tyler, CP, John, you go down the list. It shouldn't have been hard to get all those guys involved and create. Arthur Smith, it doesn't take a genius to get those guys involved. It doesn't. See, a lot of y'all want to bash Shanahan for a certain event, and I can understand it. I absolutely can. But one thing I'll say about Shanahan, give him Bijan Robinson. Give him Kyle Pitts. Give him Drake London. Give him Tyler Algier. Give him all of our skill players in offense. See how they do. And then give Arthur Smith all of San Francisco's guys. Kittle, Debo, CMC. See what he does with them. I'm telling y'all. Arthur Smith is the biggest problem here. And Ritter is an absolute problem too. His ass needs to go. And maybe it's not even all Ritter's fault. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's not even all his fault because Ritter didn't ask to come here. He didn't. It was drafted. Now, the throws Ritter makes is absolutely off. One way or another, his ass needs to go. I thought for the longest time, up until this game today, I thought, listen, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing to keep Ritter next year as long as you get a new OC and quarterback coach in here. Now, they all need to go. Ritter does not need to be the quarterback next year. The starting quarterback for next year and going on after that is not on this team right now. It's not. It's not Ritter. It's not Heineke. And they won't let us see what Logan Woodside looks like. Maybe they should I'm going to go ahead and say this. None of these guys, the only guy who should be, I see some people talking about Ritter needs to be, the third string guy. He needs to be the backup next year. Get Ritter off the team. Waive him. Do whatever you need to do. Get him off the team because why would you keep him on the team? Why? Why would you keep that disease on the team that he has become of the 2023 Falcons offense? Why would you do that? Why? He doesn't need to be on the team, period. Heineke, we're paying all that money. Thank God we can get out that contract situation. He didn't look really good in this offense either. So Heineke, you make an argument, but for what we're paying him, no. He's not our guy. The only guy who we can maybe realistically say should be on this team next year is Woodside. As the emergency third string quarterback. As a matter of fact, something I would honestly really, and I might sound stupid for this, it might sound very out of character for me. If you're going to bench Ritter these final 3 games, which at this point is whatever, but it better be I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all this. Arthur Smith, I want to hear the alert that Arthur Smith has been fired and Jerry Gray has been promoted to interim head coach. Everyone will call for Nielsen, but to me, I feel like the political play has to be Jerry Gray. Primarily because I feel like Nielsen, you can't demote them. I mean, now if you want to make Nielsen the head coach, you got to keep that continuity here on defense one way or the other. You have to. And I really feel like one way or another, Nielsen has to stay next year. I do. Would I like him for head coach? I don't know. That's something we'll have to have a conversation about after Arthur Smith is fired. But I feel like one way or another, the play this season for the final 3 games, honestly, will be Jerry Gray getting elevated to interim head coach, just because I think the main thing is you don't want to give Nielsen that demotion. Now, if you want to promote Nielsen to interim head coach, great. Let's see what he can do. But I feel like the political play and the play they'll go with is promoting Jerry Gray to head coach. But one way or another, Arthur Smith needs to be gone. But to be honest, whoever that interim head coach is, it just sounds very uncharacteristic of me to say, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. I wouldn't mind putting Woodside in there as the starter of the final 3 games to just see what the fuck he can do. We've seen what Ritter can do. We've seen what Heineke can do. Heineke, it was very underwhelming to watch, especially that Arizona game. And Ritter has been a disaster. I'm going to go ahead, and I hate saying this because I believed in Ritter. I wanted to believe the guy was going to be the answer. I did. But at the end, he's just not. He is not the guy. And he does not need to be on this team. Bottom line, get Ritter off the team. but I wouldn't mind putting Woodside in there. Just the final 3 games. See what he looks like. No, he's not our guy, but see what he looks like. Give him an opportunity. With that being said, though, Arthur Smith needs to be fired before anything else happens. Before we ride and go at any other direction, get him out of here. Because, man, listen, we have to sit through this every Sunday. Every Sunday. We have to sit through an absolute train wreck. And at the end of the day, man, it's fucking sickening that we have to sit through this thing. But while I'm actually because see, we can all talk about at the end of the day the problem with Arthur Smith, but we need to honestly go back to the roots. We need to go back where this entire thing started. How did this entire thing start? And to take a little trip down memory lane, the reason why we brought Arthur Smith in as head coach was for several reasons. One of the primary ones was because of where the stick in the NFL was moving, which was to the offensive-minded head coach. All the head coaches in the NFL at that time, and still are, of the premier teams in the NFL, most of them were offensive-minded head coaches. Shanahan, Reed, go down the list and name them. So you're like, well, let's bring Arthur Smith in here. Let's get our offensive-minded head coach. Let's also bring him in here so he can revitalize this running game. Because before Arthur Smith, we had no running game at all. Devontae Freeman, while Todd Gurley's washed up passing here. You had, honestly, if you're talking about that stretch from 2018 to 2020, Brian Hill might have been our best runner. He really might have. Who else did we have in that running back room? Allison was one of the guys in there. We had a lot of motherfuckers in that offense. A lot of them. But man, listen, it is so frustrating to just see this unfold every week. It is so frustrating. And at this point, we can only take so much of a head coach. I hear some people saying you can't just keep firing head coaches. Well, how long are you going to keep a pile of trash rotting around? Because eventually the roaches are going to get in there. They're going to infest your house. The longer and longer we keep Arthur Smith, this is not going to work out. It's not. It's not. And I kept the hope up to today that maybe you fire Dave Regard. Maybe you bring in a quarterback's coach, bring in an offensive coordinator. No, Arthur Smith thinks he's the smartest guy out there. He does. He is an egomaniac. He's a narcissist. Why do you think he grew out that fucking mustache? Because he wanted he thought he was the sexiest man alive, and he still thinks he is. The billionaire son mentality. We should have honestly been alarmed from the start. We should have had our guard up from the start. Knowing that this dude's daddy founded FedEx, ran FedEx. Should have been alarmed from the start. And Tennessee, that a lot of that, it's time to admit, was Derrick Henry. What's going on? Let's check in with the chat, man. I haven't done it all because I've just been going off. Skylar, I see you. That one Falcons fan. Unknown Dixon Way. Underground West. I guess you a Panthers fan, man. Congrats to your team. Fuck the Panthers. What's going on, Blake? It's all good. It's all good, man. No, it's all good. I'm actually gonna ask, because I've pretty much gotten all my thoughts out. I have. So I really want to ask y'all's thoughts now. How do y'all feel about this? Because at this point, I think we all know what needs to be done. We can also talk about what needs to come after it. I think what we all know needs to be done is Arthur Smith needs to be out of here. He needs to be fired. But where do we go after that, I think is the question. These 3 games remaining, and then, obviously moving into the off season. What does Terry Fontenot do? Where does he move? Man, listen, it's absolutely insane, man. I'm gonna go ahead, and if anyone wants to actually join in, I just posted the link right there. Anyone wants to join in, any Falcons fans want to give their thoughts on this, because guys, we're gonna have to hit the reset button again, kind of. Not completely. Terry needs to stay. I would definitely say we need to do whatever we need to do to keep Nielsen in here. But Arthur Smith needs to go. Ritter needs to go. And this motherfucker has been slipping off my mind for a long time. A long time. I felt this motherfucker as a problem 2-3 years ago, close to about the damn last time we were going through this process. That's Rich McKay. Now, Rich McKay is basically Arthur Blank's right-hand man. We're wanting to talk about left-hand men, right-hand men. Rich McKay is basically Arthur Blank's right-hand man, if you're really thinking about it. All right. What's going on, Blake? What's going on,
What's going on, man? Long time no talk, for real.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Unknown man, I see you back there. I would probably say this is just more of a Falcons talk. Talk between Falcons fans. You're welcome on another time, but I really thought this is where Falcons fans, we need to have a discussion, because, man, we got to talk about this shit.
Never ending shit, man. It's the same cycle.
All right. Let's see. Eric Johnson, 1994. Eric, you there? I don't know if Eric's there or not. Hold on. Oh, Eric, are you there?
Yeah, you can hear me.
I can hear you well. What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? Just another day, another Falcons loss, man.
Mm-hmm. Look, man, how do y'all feel about this thing? Where do we go now? Is, I think, the honest question.
You want to know what I think is honestly going to happen?
Go ahead and tell me, man.
And this is going to suck, but when you think about it, it's ideally the case with this franchise. We're going to find some way, guys, and it's not going to be the Saints game because nothing can be nice, but we're going to find some way to play the cleanest, most schematically great football game we played all season in one of the next 2 games. I'm talking turnover free. I'm talking some of the greatest 4th down play calls. I'm talking Bijan, Drake, and Kyle getting theirs, and we're going to fucking win and ruin the tank. It's just going to happen.
Well, hold on. Let me stop you in your tracks. I'm not a fan of tank. I'm not.
I'm not either.
I'm really not a fan of tanking, this thing away, because this was supposed to be the year we were going to break through.
Yep.
This was supposed to be the year. Weak division, weakest schedule in football.
Brady retired. All the money you spent in free agency.
Yeah. We draft Bijan. We get Jesse Bates. We bring in Calais. And it was lined up perfectly for us to win this division.
Oh,
and we're now, look at it, week 15, we're out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but man, where do we go? Because, you just made the point, we're going to find a way. And we got
to get 7 wins, We're the Falcons. We're not allowed to get
It's going to be 3 straight 7-10s. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, that is a underachievement. That is a collapse. Losing today is a collapse. To me. There's no form.
Losing last week really fucked me up, but losing losing today was a damn disgrace, only scoring 1 touchdown.
Yeah. It's similar to when we lost to the Vikings. I was pissed the next week when we lost to the Cardinals. It was well, based on what happened last week, I'm not even surprised. It's just the same repeating cycle.
Well, it's not only that. This is how we've always operated. It is. Yeah. This is how we've always gone. We've always operated. There can never be, and this is my thing. Arthur Smith needs to be fired, but we need to look at beyond at this point. Terry needs to be given the ability to go out and get his guy. And you got to keep Nielsen. You have.
I'm firing Rich McKay too.
Oh, absolutely. How has that motherfucker been able to just slip through all these years? Because he's Arthur Blank's right-hand man?
Mm-hmm. Arthur Blank's too nice, too. That's part of why we held on to Dan Quinn too long. Part of the reason we've given Arthur Smith so much leeway. And it's part of why we keep getting in our own way, like how you just talked about. It starts from the top. It starts from Arthur and Rich McKay, and it bleeds all the way down to the turf on Sundays at Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask Eric. Eric Johnson, you still there, my man?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do any of y'all know who is next in line? If Arthur Blank has his will written out, because Arthur Blank is 80, 81 years old. He doesn't have much time on this earth left. Do we have any idea who is next in line to be owner, CEO?
He has kids that are grown up.
I know he has kids that are grown up, but my point is, do we even know who will be the owner once Arthur Blank is gone from this earth? Do we have any
No, it's a big clusterfuck right about now.
Because I would honestly argue that at this point, it is time to let Arthur Blank to let whoever the kid is going to be that is running this organization, I want to see him take a more prominent role in this next head coaching hire.
So just like what Nick Ressler did with the Hawks.
But I want to see Arthur Blank's son get more involved with this.
Rise Up ATL, the one thing I can say to that, I don't know if you follow the other sports in Atlanta like I do. I'm a diehard Falcons, Braves, Hawks, everything Atlanta. The one thing I can speak on with that is I have I have experience with all different types of ownership. The Braves are corporate, so they're cheap. There is no head man that runs us.
Oh, absolutely. The Braves are, we can have a discussion about the Braves, but that's for another time.
Simultaneously, I guess a more comparative one with the Hawks, right? Tony Ressler and his son, Nick, who you'd like to think is next in line, has a very prominent role with the Hawks. And the Hawks are in very much ways like the Falcons, can never get over the hump, can never get out of their own way because of the wrestlers. So I think Arthur Blank at his core is a good owner. He just is too nice and he does things wrong. But it's a lot different than having the wrestlers or Liberty Media. It's just, I don't know, man.
I'm going to go ahead and say this. This kind of popped into my mind. And I don't mean to get political or anything, but to me, Arthur Blank's like Jimmy Carter. They're two very nice men, but, they both got the things that they were running. It's shit because they were just too nice. They let their kindness get out of reality. So, I didn't mean to get too political there, but,
it's a good comparison.
That's the way I think about it. You have to have a certain attitude. You have to have a cutthroat approach as an NFL owner. And I honestly feel like we should have taken this as an alarm from the start, Blake and Eric. We should have taken this as an alarm. He hired a billionaire, probably one of his billionaire friends' son to become head coach.
That's very true.
That should have been a big alarm from the start. And then there's that one photo of Fred wearing his Falcon hat at the game, talking to guess who? Arthur Blank.
Fred's Arthur's dad, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Oh, man.
And ultimately, I think a lot of stubbornness... Go ahead.
What's the next couple of games we play? Because I've been so in tune with getting ready for the Orange Bowl. So you just discussed me how these dudes can go over the
Christmas Eve. So next Sunday we got the Colts at home, our last home game, and then we end our year on the road on Christmas Eve against the Bears, and then we go down to New Orleans week 18. We still play the Saints on the road. So Colts, Bears, Saints.
7-10, 3 straight years, aren't we?
Yep.
That's what that sounds like.
And Rise Up ATO, kind of what you were saying a minute ago, how you cut me off to disagree with you about us not really, you don't believe in tanking. I'm not saying I do either, but the reason I brought up that case is it's kind of like what I said on MySpace earlier. You look at what they did today, they pretty much put themselves out of the race. They have. So there's no reason for you to continue winning when you've already screwed the pooch, and also more losing equals a higher opportunity of Smith being fired. Because I look at these last couple of draft classes, right? And not that I'm mad at the Pitts, Bijan, or London picks. The point of the matter is we've always been stuck in that in-between range where we haven't been high enough to take a quarterback, but we also haven't been low enough to trade down and get more assets. So by you winning another game or two, getting back to that 7-10 threshold, the same shit is going to cycle over again. You're going to be sitting at 8, 9, 10, taking best player available for us to not use them. Arthur Smith's still going to be in charge, and it's going to be another year, same old thing.
Well, all right.
So eventually, you got to break the cycle.
Let's get this on right. I think we all can agree that the move needs to be Terry needs to go and get quarterback in the draft. Now, who is that? Is that
or an edge rusher?
Williams? Is that Drake May? Is that Jaden Daniels? Is that Penix? Who is that?
Well, we're out on the Caleb Williams.
Jaden Daniels.
I think our best chance is Jaden Daniels, but you got to lose out if you want to have an ultimate shot at him.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say I think Drake May would be my guy, and I'd even be willing to trade up to get him.
Yeah, it just depends on what our head coach is. If it's still Arthur Smith, I'd Jaden Daniels. I don't know.
No, he need to be fired. He need to be packing his stuff up right now.
I agree, but as of right now, he is still in charge, so I'm going to assume he's going to be based on past experience with Arthur Blank. So if he's still coach, I'd probably go Jaden. But if it's not, there's a discussion that you could be had between Penix, Drake, and Jaden.
Well,
Caleb's probably too far.
There is under no circumstance Arthur Smith should be the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. There is no circumstance.
No. But Dan Quinn shouldn't have been either, and he was kept around, and it fucked up this regime.
Well, here's the difference. Dan Quinn made it to a Super Bowl in his second year. What has Arthur Smith done? Arthur Smith hasn't had an 8-win season.
True.
And you have to have 9 wins to get above 500 in the NFL now. He ain't had an 8-win season. He came fourth last year in a shitty division. And God forbid he should honestly come fourth this in a shitty division. They won't, because Carolina is that much of a mess. But we ain't far behind. At least the Panthers, I'll say one thing. At least the Panthers They have a guy that one way or another is going to have to roll with that quarterback. We don't. And the thing is, man, is look at all the weapons we have. Look at all the money we've spent. It's going to be very hard to get any other big-time free agents to come to Atlanta. Like we did Calais Campbell.
We'll have the cap space for it, but can't name 4 guys a second year in a row into coming here. That's the thing. Like, if Calais knew we'd be 6-8 at this point, you think there's any chance in hell he signs here? No.
Guess who Calais rejected to come here? Jacksonville and Baltimore. Now, how do you think he's looking at that? He might be doing the dirty bird, and he's probably playing it for the fans. But how do you think he's really honestly looking? I think he knows he has to be a leader these final 3 games. But how do you think he's looking at this thing?
Well, maybe we offered more money than Baltimore or Jacksonville, but the defense is, like, I'm sure he's having fun playing for that defense. But yeah, as a whole, he was expecting a lot more from this team. And so was a lot of the acquisitions. So it's going to be a hard time unless maybe if you get a new head coach, people will buy into it. But like when we got Ryan Nielsen, we were able to poach a lot of the Saints players. But if this regime is still the same going into next year, it's going to be really hard to fool people into coming to your team again unless you overpay, which that's what Dimitrov did, and we saw where it landed us. So.
Yeah, and honestly, to me, you got to give Terry credit. You know, up to this point, he's done a great job in free agency, and he's had some good draft picks too. This latest draft class he had, I would honestly say most of these picks could very well be on their way to becoming hits. But yeah, the bottom line is this, especially that first draft class. You know, Terry's the guy, and he should be able to pick the next head coach, and all Mr. Blank has to do is sign off. Terry should be allowed to go out and interview a Ben Johnson, go out and interview a Joe Brady, go out and interview, you know, whoever he wants. Because after the Nielsen hire, I can trust Terry with finding a coach. I can't trust Rich McKay, and I can't trust Arthur Blank with it. So all Arthur Blank should have to do is sign off. You know, Terry should be given. But one thing about Terry, you know, and I don't know how much of it is on him, but I will say that first draft class, it did set us back.
Yeah, he had 6 weeks to prepare for it. I'm sure a lot of it was Dimitrov's scouts that he had to ask from. He scrambled.
Well, let's go ahead and look at this. The Kyle Pitts pick, number 4 out of Florida.
He's a run-of-the-mill tight end, and I'm a Gators fan saying that. Part of it's we don't use him, but he's not been worth it.
The bottom line, though, is everyone is saying that was an Arthur Smith pick, but to me, what was Terry saying that entire time? Best player available. That's where that was established. Every single press conference he had leading up into the moment he picked Kyle Pitts, and even after he picked Kyle Pitts, was best player available. And who did we all know he was talking about?
Kyle.
Exactly. We knew who he was talking about. Now, you can't blame Terry, you know, for his usage. You got to blame the fucking idiot who needs to get out of here. But also, I think this has to raise the question, does Kyle even want to be here at this point?
Probably. I think so.
You think he wants to? Because, man, listen.
Yes.
With all of... Explain to me why you think he honestly wants to be here.
All that he does in the community, plus the fluidity he does have in the locker room, like win or lose, he's still made, you know, brothers out of these teammates of his. I think he would be a lot less vocal and a lot less active in the things he does off the field if he truly didn't want to be here. Kind of like what John Collins was with the Hawks. Maybe it means he eventually gets traded like him, but I look at it in a similar landscape.
Well, here's the thing. If you trade up, you know, and here's the thing, though, you know, the one thing about Jonnu Smith is that, you know, Jonnu is more that prototypical tight end. One of the things I think you got to look at with Kyle, you know, going into this for a little bit, and Blake, we're going to have to get together this off season. We're going to have some talks, man, because we got some tough decisions coming off this off season, regardless of who this coach is, but hopefully it isn't Arthur Smith. But we got
no ball, man.
We got to talk about Kyle Pitts in this fifth-year option that I honestly think will be picked up. But what does he choose? Can he choose to identify whether he wants to go into the market as a tight end or a wide receiver? That's going to be very interesting.
If the Falcons just found a way to use Kyle Pitts as a wide receiver too, it would fix a lot of our issues. Because there's some games where Drake London does get locked up by some of the good corners, like Derek Stingley, like Sauce Gardner, like J.C. Hornet today. And those are the type of games where you have a quarterback like Desmond Ridder or Marcus Mariota that you need Kyle Pitts more available. And instead, he's stuck in the slot, running fucking slants every snap because of the dumbass that's in charge.
Well,
that's too much wasted talent with him at the tight end position. Where you have an inferior quarterback like Desmond Ridder, you can really be using him through the middle of the field. I mean, he's a big, slotted receiver. That's tight end. You could be using him more in the passing game throughout the middle.
Yeah. Some of his biggest plays this year have been over the middle of the field. It's like, shocker.
You know, gentlemen, one of the things that we have to honestly kind of look at, though, with Arthur Smith, and one of the things that it's like, you're actually fired also, because what the fuck are you doing? Because last year's Atlanta Falcons offense, when we were told we were going to be 2-15. That's what we were told. And we came out and we made the most of it. That's why a lot of us weren't even really that mad over last season in the long run, because we were like, we thought we established something.
We were in every game.
And when we are passing, it's going to be a lot of over the middle, time to play action. It's going to set the quarterback up for success with all the weapons we have, and we're going to get Bijan and Algier and CP going to that right side, and we're going to dominate you that way. And we've done nothing but that consistent.
There was a reason we bought into Arthur Smith, and there was a lot of things you just mentioned. His first 2 years, he was really capped by the old regime, and we overachieved. Like, last year we were projected to win 2 games, and he built some very solid, dominant things that if we continued on with this year, like the run game has completely gone the other direction this year. He has not been able to continue to establish that run he had last year because he's been using Bijan in weird ways, because CP is another year older, and because we've had more injuries to the offensive line this year. He's been trying to air it out. And some of the things he did really well, we were in how many one-score games last year? We only blew 1 lead. Hell, for us only having 1 blown lead in this season is like a success to us. It was week 1. So we were in 16 one-score games last year. Overachieved our first 2 seasons. There was a reason us as fans bought into Arthur Smith and thought we'd be a good team over the summer. But little did we forget which team we all support, and it's the Atlanta Falcons.
Well, let's also get this on record, because this is the point of the season where we're looking back. We're going back to, everything. We're going back to the roots of everything. Where did we think this thing was going to be? What did we think the record was going to be for this team?
10-7.
Same thing for me. And what did you think we were going to win the division or not?
I had us tying for the division. Wasn't sure if we were winning it, but I had us in New Orleans both at 10-7. But I'd like to think I leaned us winning it, yes.
I thought we would win the division. I thought we'd go 10-7. Now, I thought we even might have had a chance of winning a playoff game.
Yeah, me too.
And why did we think that? We thought that because of what we saw last year, and we were full to believe this is how he was going to run this thing.
We looked at our team last year that overachieved, and we said, oh shit, our schedule's easier. Brady retired in the division. We have all this money to spend in free agency, and we spent it well. We think that Mariota and that Ridder and Heineke are going to be better than Mariota was, and that's an upgrade in itself. That we drafted really well, and then we started 2-0. So all of that combined into thinking, oh yeah, we're here. And we've crashed down to what, lose 7-9 since then? So
let's look at it. We have since started 2-0, we have gone 4-8.
Gosh. And that Packers game, we shouldn't have won either. The Packers absolutely choked.
Well, you want to look at it, we have outside. We won Week 5 versus Houston. Week 7 at Tampa in a game Ritter tried to blow. And we were 4-3. Since then, we were 4-3. Since then, we have gone 2-5. So, I mean,
and those two wins are against Tim Boyle and Derek Carr.
And the thing is also, if you want to be able to sustain a winning culture into January and have a shot of playing in February in the NFL, the one thing that you have to do is you have to be able to win games down the stretch. And we haven't been able to do that at all with Arthur Smith as head coach.
Nope.
I think these last two...
We won 2 games in January last year. We were just already out of the mix.
These last 2 seasons, we have won 1 game in December. And it was against a Tim Boyle-led Jets team.
How many games did we win in January in his first season? Because I know we won 2-0 last year. Did we?
We went 0-2 because we lost to the Bills and we lost. I think. And who did we face the final week of that first?
Saints. And Sean Payton's last ever coaching game as the Saints.
Oh, and that was Matt Ryan's last game as a Falcon. Yeah, we did lose that game.
We didn't know it at the time that it'd be Sean Payton's last and Matt Ryan's last, but it ended up being so.
Yeah, we didn't know. And here's the thing. I was in that end zone where Matt Ryan threw his last catch, which was a touchdown. And none of us would have thought. But one thing about it, we talk about it, give Matt Ryan, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, all these weapons, this is why I say a lot of this is on Arthur Smith, but then you have to look at Ritter at some point. Man, it might not be all Ritter's fault, but Ritter is a backup for the rest of his career.
Well, the ideal backup isn't as turnover prone as him. Like, that's one thing he doesn't have going for him. You want your backup quarterbacks to be able to stabilize the game. He's the opposite of that. But simultaneously, if Ritter wasn't as turnover prone as we thought he would be this year, we probably would be around that 10-win range. Because that's what we expected. That's what we saw.
How many games this year have we lost off of Ritter turnovers? Jacksonville was 1.
Yeah.
Washington was 1.
Yeah.
God, how many?
You could say today.
Today definitely was 1. Last week, God, we could have 10 wins at this.
Well, I'd like to think we still find a way to at least one of those games. But we're at least an over 500 team in the playoff hunt right now.
Oh, we have the NFC South locked up right now.
Oh, yeah. Who would have thought that Heineke would have gone 0-2 at the Range as well, because he was supposed to be the savior. He went 0-2.
That Minnesota game we should have. Let's look at all the games that we just let slip right through our hands. Lightning games that we should have won. Today, last week, those are 2. Arizona, Minnesota, that Tennessee. I don't know if you can really count that Tennessee game because, man, we just let Levis cook on defense. That game and that Minnesota game are the 2 games I think you gotta, that 3-game stretch where you lost 3 straight, I think you do have to put on the defense. But, these last few weeks, man, it's just been. But you also have to think, how can you expect the defense to just bail you out every single time?
No. Like, I'm not even mad at them. Like, this isn't the old Falcons defenses of the past that just blows games left and right. The fact of the matter is they're giving up 1 or less touchdowns every week, and they're just getting gassed.
We didn't even allow a touchdown today. I want you to think about that.
Ultimately, they get gassed.
3 field goals.
Snaps, you run out of gas.
3 field goals. We let a 1-12 Panthers team beat us by 3 field goals.
The only one thing I can say is on that last drive, they had a couple chances to get off the field on 3rd down and get us the ball back and have Koo be the hero again. They couldn't, but they were gassed. They played 75 snaps in pouring rain.
Yeah. At the end of the day, man, that entire game was a hellhole. That stadium, I went to it last year, and I was honestly maybe considering.
Me too, man.
When I saw the 45-cent tickets, but man, I wasn't gonna.
Gas money plus food plus whatever else,
I
it would
told
have
you,
been
man,
almost the same thing.
It wouldn't matter, man. It was going to be too damn much. And then look at the result we had. That was the worst part about it.
Yeah. Maybe if it was sunny, but the rain plus that, no.
Sit out in
that
that
last
rain and have to watch that bullshit. And the Falcons fans did do that shit, man.
I showed up last year around the third quarter because I left a little late, ended up in rush hour traffic. And I ended up picking a random section to sit in. And I ended up sitting right in front of Dukes and Bell from 99 game, ironically enough. And I sat down just in time in about 10 minutes or so to see Mariota throw a fucking grenade toss for an interception. I looked
and
right
goddamn, Ritter almost did it. Ritter basically did it right side up today. It was the same exact throw. The only thing, Ritter was standing upright. If Ritter would have been falling to his ass, it would have been a mirror image.
You know, Rise Up ACL, you want to know one thing that I have yet to figure out?
Talk to me.
Like, we can talk about a lot of negatives to this franchise on the field, off the field, and you can kind of put pieces together to see why a problem is such of what it is. One thing I can't figure out is how come other teams can't make the same dumb mistakes we do trying to ice games? Like, how come in the Arizona game or today, how come James Conner or Chuba Hubbard doesn't walk into the end zone and give us another chance? How come they don't fumble the ball with a chance to win? How come they don't run a dumb play on third down and back them up for a field goal? How come every other team, especially the bad ones...
Because they playing the Falcons, they know it's an easy win.
Well, I understand that, but teams that are just as bad as us, that are just as mistake-prone as us, how come when they're trying to ice games versus us, they're clean, but not vice versa?
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm going to ask, are we cursed as a franchise?
Yes. we're just as cursed as the Arizona Cardinals are, dude.
No, we're way more cursed than Arizona. Come on.
Well, they haven't won a. They have like the longest.
That curse been acting since 2017 after that Super Bowl.
Oh no, the curse has been going on since the 60s when this franchise first was founded by Rankin Smith.
I think we're right there with the Detroit. Like, I know Detroit, Cleveland, Jacksonville, they're currently good NFL teams because they have blossomed in the world and they were able to rebuild properly. But I feel like the Falcons are right there in the argument as, like, the worst ran and luck franchise in the league.
Man, Blake, you bring up Detroit. Why? And honestly, man, that's going to bring me to the point I'm going to make. Go out this offseason.
Ben Johnson.
Retain Nielsen as defensive coordinator. Because any smart coach, would be willing to keep that guy around.
Yep.
I
think he will. They have New Orleans stature together. I think Nielsen won't be going anywhere for another year or two.
And let me honestly ask you something as well. I'm going to ask you a little bit about Ben Johnson because that's the clear-cut number one guy that should be the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons in 2024 moving on because he has had first-hand experience in completely shifting that culture around in Detroit. So, and if you look at it in Tennessee, to be honest, you can talk about a Mike Vrabel all day and an Arthur Smith, but at the end of the day, man, Arthur Smith was in Tennessee for 10 years. I mean, he survived 4 regimes. 4. Yeah, and the only reason why do you think that is? Let's take
because they're another poorly ran franchise.
No, I think that, and I also think his daddy probably has too much say and power.
In Tennessee, you think so?
Oh, FedEx is ran in Memphis.
True.
And they're the Tennessee Titans, so of course.
That's true. I didn't know that.
Let's get back to Ben Johnson. Because that should be the clear-cut guy. Was Ben Johnson in New Orleans?
I think Dan Campbell was. I'm not absolutely certain with him. A quick Google search could help us out.
Because, man, look, if you gotta, because Ben Johnson should be the guy. And if you really look at it, he would be. Look at what he's doing right now with that offense David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. That should literally be Algier and Bijan.
Sam Laporta should be Kyle Pitts.
Sam Laporta should be Kyle Pitts. You have Drake London. Drake London is a more physical, a bigger Amon-Ra St. Brown.
But yeah, look at Amon and look at Jamison Williams. There's no reason Drake London can't be effective like they are.
It's a mirror image, but it would be a perfect fit, man. Let him get his court. Get Drake May in here and throw him to those boys, man. See what happens.
And, dude, they're doing it with Jared Goff, who has been known to have issues in the league. And there's a reason that the Rams traded him for their Super Bowl. They're doing this with Jared Goff.
He's doing with Jared Goff. See, just imagine a Drake May coming into that offense.
Or Jaden.
Yeah, well, the thing with Jane Daniels, man, is he's a little too damn tiny. He doesn't have.
He's a little too doing what?
He's a little too damn tiny for me.
Timey?
Yeah, man. Listen,
and he's the type of quarterback that don't slide down. He get his head knocked off. We done seen that all season with LSU. He done had some pretty big hits this season.
That's what Penix is too, to be fair.
And that's why I honestly say, man, Drake May is my guy because I feel like he's got that more of that fit. And being honest, man, the Falcons should be considered one of the top marquee head coaching jobs out there.
It's going to be us and the Chargers, ironically.
Absolutely.
We can't escape one another. The two chokers of the league, we can't escape one another. But the reason I got to think they're right there with us is they do have Justin Herbert. They do have their quarterback set in stone. They do have weapons around him. I know they're not quite as young as ours. Eckler and Keenan Allen of those sort are not quite as young as the weapons we have, but they do have deep roster pieces there. Plus, regardless of how bad their defense has been, they have spent the most salary cap on that defense out of any team in the league. So I've got to think that us and the Chargers right now are probably 1A, 1B, but who knows? On Black Monday, there could be a bunch of other candidates.
I think you got to put the Chargers ahead just because they got the quarterback. But man, listen,
and they made the playoffs.
You're picking, let's say, you finish 7-10, maybe even lose out. You're picking 7 or 8.
Yep. If you go 6-11, you're probably about 5. If you win another game, you're probably about 8.
What? I mean, how would y'all feel about calling up the Chicago Bears and saying, listen, we'll give you, this much, give us
his
that
package is out there. Like, they release what they want for him. I can tell you if you want.
Well, no, I'm not talking about Justin. Are you talking about Justin Fields?
I got you. Never mind.
I'm not talking about Justin Fields. I'm talking about that number 1 pick.
Gotcha. Do they really trade back 2 years in a row, though?
Now, I will say, I don't think Justin Fields would be the worst option if you get Ben Johnson in here. But I don't know how much of a prime fit it will be.
Or Kyler, if he's moved on from, because that isn't
Kyler
regime's pick.
Kyler won't right.
I think there's a chance, being that his regime didn't draft him. But we'll see. We'll know more by draft day.
I don't think Kyler gets traded. I think if Chicago works smart, I think you keep Fields. And I think you're trading out of that number 1, which is why I may say, man, look, call up Chicago and say, hey, man, we don't want Justin Fields right now. How much are y'all charging for that number 1 pick? So we can go and get a Drake, mate.
Well, if we're picking number 1, I'm probably going Caleb over Drake.
Man, listen. I'm going to go ahead and say this. I don't want no damn crybaby on my team. I don't need no mama's boy on my team. I need a quarterback on my team who is ready to go out and win. I don't need no damn quarterback throwing a game-losing interception and going to the sideline, hiding under his fucking beam. I need a quarterback who's willing to face the pressure head on. Be the general of that offense. Lead those 11 men into war. And I don't care what condition it's in. We can be in the bench. The roof can be open. It's clear as sky. Beautiful Atlanta day. Or it can be a game like today. So that's the point I'm at, man. Listen. But the first step is going to have to be firing Arthur Smith. But I mean, man, listen, we got to get through these 3 games first.
Yeah.
To you guys, what game do you think there's the best chance we do?
I got a feeling it's the Colts game because we're at home. I feel like we play better at home. And
I
I
feel
feel
like
like a game I'd rather us win. It is that one because that way we still have 2 weeks to lose out and better our draft pick. Of course, I would love beating the Saints week 18, but us doing that, there's a chance you fall 3 or 4 picks in the draft just by winning that last game like we did versus Tampa Bay a year ago. So,
man, listen,
double-edged sword.
If we are to lose first, if there's any game I want to win, it is that Saints game, final game of the season for obvious reasons.
Yep.
They
swept us so many times when they were bad. We got to return the favor at least once.
Yeah. And to sweep them, man, look, that will be a big positive to take away. So if I were to pick one of you say, listen, y'all are finishing 7-10, 3 straight years. You can pick the one game y'all will win remaining. What is it? Give me the Saints game, man. Now I'm going to the Colts game. I want to win that game. I really, and I can get your feeling, man. I think there is definitely a chance we can win that game. But it just, man, listen. The Bears game, New Year's Eve, it's probably going to be crappy conditions again.
Snowy.
Yeah.
A mobile QB, which we haven't been able to stop all year. Any sense of mobility we've lost to. The quarterbacks we've beaten have been pocket passers, like Derek Carr, like Gardner Minshew. No, we'll see.
Yeah. Let's see. We got somebody. I've been checking on the chat. They're calling for Arthur Blank to sell the team. How do y'all feel about that?
That's ultimately something we have no control over. Besides just a whole. I don't know. I don't really want to get into that one.
Who you gonna sell the team to? Because I don't see nobody buying the Falcons
sell the team
right about now.
Well, man,
they could do like the Braves and just go stock ownership. I'll buy stock. You buy stock, Garrett. You buy stock. Rise up ATL. And we all have part of the business.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this though. I will say, and I said it earlier. We need to see who is next in line after Arthur Blank.
Is it Rich McKay?
If that's the case, then we're going to Flowery Branch
and we're assassinating.
We're rioting.
And we're assassinating. No, I'm just playing. Or am I?
No, we're going into Flowery Branch, and we're gonna have to take care of some business ourselves.
Oof.
Let it be Rich McKay. Let it have. Which, can it even be Rich McKay? Because isn't he like the head of the rules committee or something?
He could get a promotion, and then someone else slots into his spot, and then bada bang, bada bam, bada boom.
I don't know, but I want to see whoever this son is, because I don't even know all his boys' names. I really don't.
We don't know if they like football. They have to have a care for the team. We don't want it to be same thing with the Hawks. We don't want it to be a Tony Nick wrestler thing where they just genuinely don't care. It's money.
I don't know none. I just know he's the damn owner.
I know he has a daughter, but do we really think she cares? Probably not.
Well, here's the thing. With
he only care about the money.
You can really say all you want about how the Dallas Cowboys are ran. At least when Jerry Jones goes to his grave, Steven's taking over.
Will that be the better or for the worse, though?
But who's taking over. I at least want to get the vibe of who is next in line so we can know what to expect. Or is there does it go to the Blank Foundation for all we know, like how Tampa kind of did with the Glazer Foundation family?
We would just be another corporate ownership. Damn.
I mean, this is legitimately a question to ask, or is it sold? But who that actually has stake in the city of Atlanta, would buy this team?
Well, like I said, if they did stock ownership like the Braves would, I'm buying stock right now.
Yeah. No,
What about you?
I'm not wasting my money on the damn Falcons.
At least we'd have some say. We'd have literal control.
Well, man, I'm not really too familiar with that, but man, look, I would.
It's like how the Packers are ran.
That is true.
Look how successful they are.
That is true, but you also got to look at it, man. You know, none of us, have $5 billion. Look at our what NFL franchises are running for. They're running for $15-20 billion. None of us have any of that, and we'll never see it. And I mean, so man, listen. Honestly, that's kind of why I say this ownership thing. When you get into that. It's just very touchy in the long term to have to go into that and talk about it. But man, look, one thing is for certain. We want a Lamar in Atlanta. We've waited too long. We don't want to have to fire another coach. We don't want to have to, go through this process again. But when you don't have the coach, Arthur Smith is not the guy. He's not going to do it. Arthur Smith is an offensive line coach. He's not a head coach. So when you have a guy that, is as incompetent at him in running an NFL offense, then, you have to say, listen, you got to go. And we're going to have to get a guy in here who actually knows how to run an offense up to par with the modern day NFL and can also be a little innovative. And that's what a Ben Johnson is.
Got to secure him first, though.
You do. And listen, honestly, man, and I will never forget this. I posted this, I think, on Instagram. I posted 3 years ago when we were looking for our next head coaching team. That turned out to be Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith. I was always a Terry guy. I loved having him here, the prospect of having Terry Fontenot here. Because for better or for worse of how the Saints were. But with also that being said, I was a Joe Brady guy last time.
I can't really understand you, man.
I doubt it because, but man, and I honestly really thought that might have been what Terry did want. And Arthur Blank did that. They were hired at the same time, but I don't really know if Terry was consulted about the hire of Arthur.
Yeah, who was hired first? Was Arthur announced first or Terry?
Well, Arthur was announced first because New Orleans was still in the playoffs.
So, yeah, Terry probably didn't have a lot to say then.
He was interviewed, and they had a formal agreement, but nothing was nailed down. Nothing was set in stone. So you can definitely get where that argument was put. There's probably, a lot of times, where Terry and the Falcons, Terry is the type of guy that probably he doesn't want a lot of it to come into the spotlight in terms of drama or tension in the organization, but I'm sure a lot of that has grown, especially over the course of this season.
You remember how awkward their handshake was after they beat the Saints at the game we were at a month ago?
I don't think I ever saw it.
Well, they posted it on their social feed. It was the most awkward looking thing ever. Like, yeah, thank you, good job, dude. That was about it.
I don't those.
They seemed like genuine friends when they were both hired. And it looks like more of a partnership now than friendship, which is probably good for the camp like our own that wants Arthur Smith out of here.
Yeah, no, that's why I honestly say, man, I definitely think that Terry will be given the ability to go and get this guy. I think he has been looking, at those names, that are out there. He's been looking at a Ben Johnson or Joe Brady. I don't think we're going to get Harbaugh, so you can stop with that. I don't want to hear about Belichick.
He's examining the environment. He's getting a forecast for what this thing is gonna be.
And Bieniemy's going to take over for Ron Rivera, so that he's pretty much off the market.
Yeah, no, Bieniemy's gonna take over for him. They pretty much established that in Washington.
You want to know another question that I think can be asked that deals with Arthur Smith?
Go ahead, man. Go. We need to ask a lot of questions.
I think you can link this back to Dan Quinn, too. You can link both of these together in a knot. And Rise Up ATL and Eric, if you're still here, would you guys agree that they also let Dan Quinn go too late?
Well, yes, but also look at that. Realistically, if we got our way, Dan Quinn would have been fired by week of the 2019 season when we started.
So, yeah, like a full year earlier.
But, at the end of the day, man, I think kind of maybe what it was, who was going to take over?
Well, my point is this. If they fired Dan Quinn when they needed to, that offseason, they have a coaching search a year earlier, and there's a completely different list of candidates out there.
Well,
and maybe there's
that coaching search. Who was hired, actually? I know
Nick Sirianni. I asked this on a Twitter space about a week ago, hosted by Cracker Jack and Xavier and all those guys. And Nick Sirianni was out there.
That Sirianni was same. Sirianni, I think, was actually the same. He was hired the same year as Arthur Smith was.
There might have been some coordinators that decided to stay coaches that were in the mix. But my point is, if you fire Dan Quinn when you're needed to, the list of candidates might not include Arthur Smith, and you have a better chance at nailing the guy instead of holding on to one too long. Your candidates are what they are. They were what? Joe Brady, Eric Bieniemy, who, of course, both of them decided to stay where they were, and Arthur. And you end up making a second bad hire because you failed to fire the first one when necessary. It's a whole trickle-down effect that also can circle back to Mr. Blank.
Well, let's also look at it as well. When Arthur was hired, that's when Sirianni was hired. That's when Robert Saleh was hired. That's when who else was hired during that?
I'm not really high on Saleh. He's like the opposite of Arthur Smith. He built that defense that he had in San Fran, but he has not put a winning team on the field at all. So he's basically the same thing.
Well, but the thing I'm trying to get to is, man, and another thing too, I actually think Arthur was a serious candidate the year before when we got him back in the 2020 off season. He was
because the Titans just came off that playoff run, right, where they beat.
He was a serious
Baltimore.
Candidate, but he chose, I think, to stay.
Yeah, because they beat Baltimore and New England back-to-back weeks. About upset the Chiefs. They won a little run there.
Yeah.
Ended the freaking dynasty. I'll tip Arthur's cap to that one.
That was my favorite work, man.
Yes, it was. But he was there. Mariota Arthur snaps in that game.
Arthur was there, but man, listen, that offense in Tennessee, and this honestly fooled us. This had us thinking that we were gonna be efficient. We were gonna be a pretty solid team. That offense in Tennessee was built to live and die off of Derrick Henry, and he didn't have all the flashy pieces. He had a rookie at second year A.J. Brown. He had a Ryan Tannehill, who all he could be was a game manager, but he also had experience in the NFL. He had Jonnu there. He had, I think, Delaney Walker before he retired.
We've brought back so many pieces they had. We brought in so many scraps. One thing you can look at, though, with the Ryan Tannehill thing is he immediately started declining after Arthur Smith left. So it gave us a little bit of hope thinking we could get the best out of whatever quarterback we had because that's what he was, that's exactly what he was doing with Ryan Tannehill. And it turned out that was fake as well. He was aging out.
Let's look at this. Arthur has tried to, and it has failed, to develop a rookie quarterback in his vision. He thinks he's the smartest guy on the field. In reality, he ain't a wise man at all.
And I think a lot of that comes back to his upbringing, Rise Up ATL. I think a lot of that goes back to him being a rich kid.
We talked about this. Look at who his daddy is. And you know,
Yeah.
there's
Everything came easy for him. Everything,
Exactly.
like maybe not everything, but he hasn't had to learn a lot of failure in his life. He's survived 4 head
everything came
coaches.
easy for him.
I think
Everything came.
That's
easy
part of the
for
reason
him.
he's so stubborn, man. Is he hasn't learned how to adapt. He hasn't learned how to to realize when he's in the wrong and how to change things. And when he does, it's just for short, brief of time.
And the argument made by some was, it was made by Dukes and Bell. I heard them make it.
Great show.
Don't call him FedEx boy. He carved out his own path separate from his dad. Okay, he liked football. Okay, that's where they deferred. If he didn't like football, if he didn't get that internship wherever he got it at Ole Miss, and he didn't survive in the Titans organization as long as he did, where do you think he would be today?
FedEx.
He'd be working an internship at FedEx.
Or he'd be at
It's the local Pep Boys
level.
changing tires.
He could have been at some college level. We don't know.
No, he'd be at fucking FedEx. That's where his ass in it. Listen, I can
Be with
someone
UNC
please-
and Mac Brown, his alma mater.
I really honestly hope that the report truly comes out anytime now that he was left on the side of the road in Charlotte. I said this at the beginning of the stream. I hope to God Terry Fontenot and Ryan Nielsen, and they got I hope they got Calais and Jesse and some of the motherfuckers to help them to throw that motherfucker out of Bank of America Stadium onto the side of the road. And nasty ass Charlotte's still probably raining there. It won't be sunny there until tomorrow. He can find a fucking phone booth if they still have him, call his daddy, and his daddy can send fucking FedEx delivery truck, and they can get his ass back to Memphis probably by like 3 a.m. and he can fucking take a shower in his daddy's house. It'll be all nice, warm, cozy, and we don't gotta deal with the motherfucker anymore.
I like that what if scenario, but he's sitting at home on his couch right now.
Well, goddamn it, they're probably getting back to the airport.
They're
Augusta
probably already
Gator,
back.
what's going on, man? Just another day. Moving on to the Colts. Well, man, yeah. Hey, that's all, that's all we can do at the end of the day. Moving on to the Colts. But I sure as hope it's out with Arthur Smith. I sure as hell hope.
I don't believe they can score more than 7 points against the Colts.
God damn, you don't think we're going to score 7 points versus the Colts?
I said I don't believe they can score more than 7 points against the Colts by the way this offense been ran, especially today.
Well, here's the thing that's been established is that the Falcons clearly play to their opponent's level. That is what has been established. And, so Blake could very well be wrong. Right. We could go out and we could pick up a win versus Indianapolis. So,
I mean, if we have another game where we force 2 turnovers, like we can beat anybody. We're always
yeah,
at home. So.
But that's the thing, man. It's look at how just all these games. Look at where we could be right now. And that's I think the biggest thing. We're gonna look back on this team and say that, and I'm gonna go ahead and say how we do this off season and how next year goes is going to determine the fate of this franchise for the next 5 years.
Well, the last 5 years have not been very pretty.
And
Not 6.
I mean, we're gonna be Falcons fans for life. I'm
Are
sure,
we? Like we are, but
yeah. I mean, we were all born in. I was born and raised in the Atlanta area. Like,
yeah.
I'm sure.
I grew up going to games at the Georgia Dome with my dad.
Oh, Eric, I don't know about you if you were born in the Atlanta area or not.
I reside in Marietta.
I'm from Athens.
Man, hey, that's what's going on, man. So we're all from the metro Atlanta area. We all live within distance of 285.
Yep.
So with that being said, we're all we have a connection with this team. We were.
It's
born
like that
into
old
this
Samuel L. Jackson commercial. We are all Falcons.
Yeah. we're all Falcons. We were all born into this thing. And we grew up. This is all we know. But, we're getting sick of the losing. This is not 2016. The 2016 fans are long gone. They went the moment we blew the lead.
I was in middle school when that happened. I'm 20 years old now. The Falcons haven't had a lick of success since then, and here we are still.
And we have 2 players left from that.
Jake Matthews and Grady Jarrett.
And so at the end of the day, man, this is all you see is the diehard fans. The ones that are going to be in that bins next Sunday on Christmas Eve are going to be the diehard fans. And with that being said, we're the ones that deserve this. We deserve.
Could also be people that bought Christmas presents. I don't know.
You even see Augusta Gator 140 miles away, and he still goes 3-4 times a year. So,
yeah,
man.
I hadn't until this year, but I hadn't had my own money to spend like that. This year, I said we're going to be good. I'm going to show up. I went week 1 versus Carolina. Went to the Washington game. Went to the Texans game. Went to the Saints game. Planned on going to the Colts game. Maybe I still do. But as of right now,
if you do go to the Colts game, man, we got to arrange something. We got to meet up.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to spend any money on them right now.
Well, I'll say this: those tickets are dirt cheap. I'm sure. Whatever they run.
They are, and I get free parking.
Today.
You ain't gonna be spending no money. It ain't like it's a playoff game.
It's still gonna be probably what, $50, $60.
I mean, what for 2 tickets? Yeah. You talk about.
I'll think about it.
You talk about parking. You talk about. I mean, there's one thing you gotta shout out Arkin Blancon. It's the cheap ass food. But would you rather have cheap ass food at that Ben's, or would you rather actually be winning?
I'd rather have a packed home field advantage like we did versus the Saints game and win like we did that Saints game. That's
the Saints game and the Carolina game, man. Have you ever heard the Ben's like that?
The Carolina game wasn't too loud in my opinion, but the Saints game, yeah, it's amazing what happens when you have a home field advantage at home. Something that they have.
You're going to the Colts game, man, Augusta Gator. I'll try to get with you, man. We'll try to meet up again. Man, because Christmas Eve, listen, man. It's
the last home game of the year. I might be going. I might.
Family. We're all family at the end of the day. We're all one big dysfunctional family. But at the end of the day, man, these are conversations that we have to have. Now, we were talking about, the Carolina game, man, the momentum was there. You got it. It was.
Yes.
You had the flags going. The momentum was there. Even the Green Bay game. I don't think you were there, the Green Bay game, man. The momentum was real.
I thought about
that stop to win, man, the momentum was real, and you could feel the electricity.
Yeah.
That Saints game.
I mean, I've seen it with the college games, man. Like, I'm not a Georgia fan by any means, but I've seen, like, other SEC, maybe not just Georgia, but other SEC teams that come into the Benz when they play a non-SEC team and make it a home field advantage in there, how loud and how crazy it gets. And I'm like, you know what? Shit, man. Like, the Falcons should be able to create advantages like this, because if you look at a lot of the games over the years that the Falcons have blown since moving to the Benz, they have no home field advantage in there. There's no juice, and it's really hard to close out games when there's no crowd behind you. I'm Rise Up ATL. I'm sure you remember this from the Panthers game. Motherfuckers were leaving with 7 minutes to go in the contest. I'm like, where the hell are y'all going? We need you guys here. So,
Falcons fans, Panthers fans, but now you got to give them credit for that Saints game. Arthur Blank, they marketed.
Just get the rappers in there every game and we'll win.
They marketed that Saints game, the 50 years of hip hop, perfectly, with having Ludacris come from the rafters, the big performance. Did you see the fucking shit with T.I. and his son arguing in the fucking tunnel?
His son's a Saints fan, so he got a business.
Yeah, they're talking about those motherfuckers.
You can't handle me. You can't handle me, son.
And the high school athlete of the game was someone who graduated from my alma mater, so it was really great to see. So he actually was out there with T.I. leading the team on the field. Yeah, no, I mean that. But man, listen, that game,
that game was a highlight, maybe the highlight of this season. But
We finally beat the Saints at home. Finally.
For the first time in 6 years. So was this season all bad? No. But at the end of the day, it's going to go down as a failure. It is because of what was overall expected. We weren't expected to go to no damn Super Bowl, not even no damn NFC championship. But we were expected to win this division and be competitive throughout the season.
And be over 500 for the first time in 6 years.
What? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
I guess technically they still could, but they're not going to. They're not going to win their next 3. If they do, I will. What's rise up ACL? What's something?
They're at least losing 2 games.
We can't. Listen, we can hope all we want. What's the ideal scenario? Of course, the Falcons win the NFC South. But at the end of the day, man, it's not going to happen. We have to face it. This season,
even if they win out, they're not winning the division at this point because now Tampa has a 2-game better conference record than you and a better division.
You would have to have Tampa probably lose out or lose their next 2. You'd have to have the Saints lose this game coming up versus the Rams, and
then they play each other week 17.
Yeah.
And then you'd probably need some help in the wild card race. You need more teams like Seattle to keep collapsing. 9-8's not even a guarantee for the division or the wild card anymore. Just makes no sense anymore. They lost it all today.
Yeah, no, we had a prime opportunity today. We had this is the thing, man. You're talking about we had 2 big opportunities these past 2 weeks. We blew an opportunity last week to break this division open, and we blew an opportunity this week to still grasp hold of our season. The season is basically over, and that's why I'm still gonna say Arthur Smith should be fine. And wherever we go from now, we're going to have to, obviously talk about in the offseason. We're going to have discussions. Where do we go at quarterback? It doesn't need to be Desmond Ritter, but where do we go at quarterback? But
Ryan Tannehill.
Oh, God. If Arthur Smith stays as your head coach, it might probably damn
well. I don't know.
It will be. He already tried Marcus. It'll be Ryan.
Yeah, nope. He's just recycling, man. That's what it is. Is there really? There's really nothing else to talk about, man. Listen, this was the worst loss, in my opinion, probably since that Cowboys loss in 2020.
I don't even know if it's the worst loss this year.
Yeah, they're 50-0. Yeah.
Oh, it's the worst loss this year. There's that Arizona loss. Yes, we lost to a 1-win team, but Arizona had also played a lot. Basically, every team they played.
I'm still pissed off from last week with the Buccaneers. Like, you let Baker Mayfield beat you?
Yeah, I'm very surprised Baker didn't cook up a turnover in that fourth quarter.
Well, here's the thing, man. You got to get Baker right. He's been having a good year.
He's had a very good year, yeah. One of his best since 2020? Yeah, probably his best season since the COVID year.
Tampa. Listen, Tampa's probably going to roll with him again. The Saints have no choice but to roll with Derek Carr. The Panthers are going to have to roll with Bryce Young. The Falcons are going to have to be the ones to make that change. And we got to go and get our guy that can be here long term. And you're going to have to one thing, we praised Terry all stream, but it is time to see Terry go out and make that big splash move like the Mitroff, and
you got to go find a way to get like a Daniel Hunter, somebody like that. Maybe it doesn't have.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about making that Julio type, going up in the draft and get your quarterback.
Fair enough. What would you say would be our second highest need on this roster then behind, beside quarterback? Because we're going to assume that we're going to take the quarterback in the first round. what's going to be our biggest need in free agency, being that between us three, we're thinking we're addressing the quarterback in the draft. I got to think it's edge rush. So I got to hear your opinion.
But see, the thing is, man, you have Ebiketie,
Yeah.
I definitely feel like you got to see what Ebiketie is going to come into, but
You got more than one edge rusher you start, though. Like,
I
someone needs to
understand
be on
that.
the other
So
side.
Lorenzo's probably going to be a cap casualty, you would think.
Bud Dupree's gone. Like, they probably keep Lorenzo over Bud Dupree because of youth. But, like, the one thing I think we can agree, the pass rush has been better this year than it was the last couple because we were averaging, 1 sack a game. I think we finished with, 18 the last 2 years. Hell, TJ Watt had more than the entire Falcons team. The pass rush has been better this year from Ryan Nielsen, especially against pocket passers. We've been able to get after it for 3 or 4 sacks a game. The one thing that's been disappointing to me, though, is this unit has not been as deep as we thought it would be. Part of it is Eddie Goldman quit on us the second time. Part of it was Grady Jarrett getting hurt, but I think he only had 2 sacks before the injury. We need more edge rush help because if you look at this interior alignment rise up ATL, the interior is some of the best interior linemen that the Falcons have boasted in a long time. That's one thing we can credit to this team. They have fixed their secondary, minus Richie Grant, and they have fixed their interior defensive line, an issue this franchise has had since the beginning of time. With David Onyemata, with a healthy Grady Jarrett. You have some nice depth behind it, but that edge rusher position, all our MFers out there can't tackle. That's why we lost to the Vikings. Couldn't tackle Josh Dobbs with the game on the line. Same thing with the Cardinals. So I really think they need to go out and get an impact guy on the edge that can walk into 7 or 8 sacks. Whether that's Daniel Hunter, whether it's Yannick Ngakoue, Chase Young, I don't care who it is, but they need somebody that's an impact guy on the edge because as much as I like the young guys like Arnold Ebiketie and Zach Harrison and even Taquan Grant that we saw in snaps today, those guys aren't impact players. Maybe Ebiketie can be, but most of those 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks are filler, rotational pieces, and we need another guy, and we don't have that right now.
Oh, yeah.
On the edge.
Ebiketie, I think, is a prime rotation. See that, but he's our best one.
Yeah, it took him a little bit of time to transition from Pease's defense, and now he's finally coming into what he needs to be in Nielsen's defense. But you still need, I think, another guy beside him that's not like Dupree or Lorenzo Carter who can't tackle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But, man, listen. You're asking what the second biggest need needs to be. I think that honestly all depends on... Honestly, man, I'm going to go ahead and say I think center.
Fair enough. Or a tackle.
Center.
If we're talking offensive linemen, they need to tackle because you need to start preparing for life after Jake Matthews. And there's a probably good chance to get out of the Caleb McGarry extension, which I'll say to Terry, good job. You extended Caleb McGarry, earned his extension, but you didn't go too crazy. You made it to where you can easily get out of it. You regressed, and he did. But I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off.
That was definitely, yes. You got to give credit to them there because that is one that, he had an amazing year last year. He was a hog on that offensive line, but, they took it with caution. They didn't. They know he's a key part, but, he has taken a step back. That whole O-line has taken a step back this year. And why is that?
Because we're not running the ball as much.
Exactly.
And we're not running it as effectively. It's been different scheming.
Those are the type of guys that they want to be pushing forward. They don't like going backward. So, when you have them going backward as much as, and weren't, we were running a good bit today. We were. But, man, when it came down to it, what was that? This is another thing, man. What was Desmond Ridder brought in here to be?
Game manager.
And what is the game manager's job?
Not to turn the ball over.
And what did he do when the game was on the line? You were up by 1. You were in the red zone.
The same thing he's done all season.
He turned the ball over. So
play action.
that is where, you can't have this guy. Listen, Ridder, is it his fault? For all, maybe it's not. Maybe, a lot of this is Arthur Smith. But one way or another, man, he is not the guy. It's not.
No. Ultimately, I think it's okay. He's not. He was a late 3rd round pick. Not everybody's going to be Russell Wilson.
No.
But it's a tough pill to swallow, that's for sure.
Yeah, man. No, and I mean, you look at it, if this would happen to anyone, it would be the Falcons.
Yeah. And the only quarterback they pursued in this, the only quarterback they've even pretended to try to go out and get this regime was Deshaun Watson, and you know what's going on with him. And in that, you kicked Matt Ryan.
We dodged the bullet.
Yeah, we did. But we kicked Matt Ryan out the door in doing so, and you didn't have somebody there and ready to be under him.
Well,
I would have much rather somebody learn under Matt.
Let's go ahead and ask this, because I've been thinking about this for a little bit. Do you think, let's say we keep Matt Ryan. Now, we drafted Ritter with the pick, or just our third-round pick. The pick, I want you to think about this. We turned Julio Jones and Matt Ryan into Troy Anderson and D'Angelo Malone. Troy's job, listen, I'm going to go ahead and say this. I think behind Jesse Bates, I think Nate Landman has been the second best player on that defense this year.
Oh, for sure.
And D'Angelo Malone, man, I just think he's slacking. Hometown
that's
boy,
a bust.
But he is
anything to him.
There is nothing there.
He's not even getting on the field, bro. And this is after they cut Michael Walker and Rashawn Evans too. Well, I guess they didn't bring back Rashawn Evans like we expected to. But we expected Michael Walker and Rashawn Evans to also be part of this linebacker core. And so because of that, we're like, okay, guys like D'Angelo Malone are going to get more snaps. Nope. It's been all Nate and Caden.
There was honestly an expectation Malone was going to be your middle linebacker. We were going to see him at that.
Yeah.
But, man.
Tay Davis is playing over him, too.
Yeah. No, I mean, but, man, you got to go ahead and look at this thing for, what it is. We turned Matt Ryan and Julio Jones into those two. But back to the original point, let's say, we keep Matt Ryan. We don't push him out, do you think we still, first of all, do you still think we draft Drake London at it?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
best player available.
At that point, man, look, Ridley had already quit on you, and the whole Ridley thing happened before anything Deshaun Watson. So yeah, I think good possibility. That draft pretty much goes how it does, and you pick Dez in the third round. Matt Ryan is starting in 2022, and you have Ritter sitting behind him. Do you think that could have done any difference to what you see out of Ritter right now versus him having to
not marginally? Not marginally, no. Maybe he'd be a little bit better.
I don't think it would have changed anything.
Maybe a little bit, but you could also say the same thing about maybe he would be marginally better if he did play preseason snaps this year. If he started earlier last year, maybe he wouldn't have been better from it, but we'd have at least known more about him before we ran him into the season as the guy. And it's just that's one thing that I'm sure Terry and Arthur were in agreement on. And that's one thing they did mess up is they put too much belief in him.
No, there was no competition. Heineke was balled in behind it. I mean, Heineke was literally told he agreed to it. Ritter was told, Heineke is your backup. You are the guy. This is your job. You have the keys to this team, the keys to this offense, the key to the city of Atlanta. Go and take us to the promised land, kid. And what happened?
I ain't leave until I get a Super Bowl, coach. They took too fucking long.
Oh, let's talk about that, coach. Let's talk about that shit. Let's talk about it.
If he wants to be our next Matt Schaub, sure. If he wants to be the next Matt Schaub, maybe, man.
They get a fucking Super Bowl as a third, which, man, I already said this. I don't want Ritter on this team. I don't, and it ain't.
You don't want what?
As personally, even. I don't want Ritter on this team anymore. There's some people talk about keep Ritter around as the third string, the second.
He's
string.
A cheap backup. They're gonna get out of Heineke's contract, which will free cap, and he'll be the backup. That's probably what's gonna happen, which is ultimately okay. But your hope is he doesn't see the field more than maybe once one game a year, maybe.
Listen, man, I don't need Ritter on this team because Ritter is, for better or for worse, that is just a memory of this year's team that, we need to cleanse, honestly. The only person we honestly need to keep from this quarterback room is Woodside.
Well, I think you lose money. You lose money in cutting Ritter. and you make money and cutting Heineke. So from the business aspect, from what Terry's going to do, he's obviously going to be like, okay, I'm going to cut the guy I gain free agency money from, and I'm going to keep the guy that I lose money from if I decide to cut too early. Kind of like what they did with Jalen Mayfield. If they would have cut him a year before, they'd lose money.
This wouldn't be the first time that the Falcons lost money, so I think it won't hurt them either way.
True.
So
I mean, he's what you want in a backup quarterback. You want a cheap rookie contract. Like
overall,
ultimately,
man, do we feel, because I've already stated it publicly, Arthur Smith needs to get the hell out of here. He needs to be gone. I want to see the guy fired now. But do we honestly see him staying, past tonight?
Yeah. He's going to be the head coach the rest of the season.
We think he gets fired, game ends in New Orleans?
Yeah, get fired. They're going to let him finish out, then most likely fire his ass.
You gotta lose that game in New Orleans. I don't think that if he wins that game, which is crazy because we always want to, it's fuck the Saints around here, right? But
even if he beat the Saints, I'd still fire his ass.
I would too, but knowing Arthur Blank, he won't. I'm just going based on a lot of my takes on Twitter for Atlanta sports, and a lot of people don't like me for this. A lot of them is I'm a big believer in the track record, and a lot of reasons that I'm pessimistic about the teams is because I look at what the past track record is, and I look at Arthur Blank's track record and a lot of my, takes with the Falcons and a lot of the wrestlers' track record with my takes on the Hawks and Liberty Media, etc. But I think that's the case.
Arthur Blank operates,
He keeps guys too long.
And that's the thing, man. You don't want a David Tepper to where it's you have 6 head coaches in 5-6 years. But you also don't want an Arthur Blank like how he's done to where you're keeping the trash around too long.
Yeah. Keeping that skin cancer too long where it grows. Because that's what the last regime was. It was skin cancer, and it got everywhere, and they had to cleanse with it.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be honest, man, it really all started after that Super Bowl. I really feel like that a lot of that was just more so, the way that the momentum went. And then after that, and listen, man, in the long term, a lot of people will say Sark did awful. I don't think Sark actually did.
Well, yeah. They replaced him for fucking Dirk Cutter and then Dave Ragoni. Yeah, I think he did a hell of a job.
Yeah. But, man, listen, you had Matt LaFleur on this fucking staff, but he should have been next in line.
True. But he left for a head coach before Dan was gone.
But man, he left for a head coach in 19, and we just we brought Sark in 17. So at the end of the day, man, you can say all you want. That was a big fuck up by Quinn. Another big fuck up by Dan Quinn was getting rid of Mark 1 Manuel.
He was getting rid of what?
Getting rid of Mark 1 Manuel. When the year after, he had a top 10 defense. Let's face it, that year he fired Mark 1 Manuel and Sark. Both of those guys should have stayed in place. But at the end of the day, I feel like what it honestly was is someone above Quinn was telling him, you need to make a change, and he panicked, and he made a change, and he brought in the wrong guys. Well, he brought in the wrong guy to run the offense. I think he just looked at Matt Ryan, past offensive coordinators, and he just brought in Cutter because of familiarity, and he decided to make himself defensive coordinator. He should have kept Mark 1 Manuel and Sark in place.
Dan Quinn is also the only defensive guru I've ever heard of that lost his defensive coordinator titles twice.
Let's bring up this comment. We fired Mike Smith too damn early. The one time Arthur Blank fired a coach too damn early is the one coach you should have kept.
The one coach that brought your franchise to back-to-back winning seasons and 5 in a row.
5 straight winning seasons. 2 NFC championship games, so 2 NFC number 1 seed. 2 13-3 seasons. 4 out of 5. You were in a really good division at the time too, with prime Cam Newton and prime Drew Brees, and you were competing.
Yeah.
and you fired him primarily because of some things that honestly he
Clock
couldn't really
management.
control.
They fired him because of clock management. And then you got Dan Quinn, who was worse at clock management. So,
And Arthur Smith,
Oh.
you don't even know what he's doing with the team.
one thing I will, like, Arthur Smith doesn't blow games like Dan Quinn and Mike Smith was, but he finds stupid ways to lose them regardless. Like, we're not blowing, like, the only 2 games I can think of that we blew under Arthur Smith are the Washington game, year 1, and the Saints game, week 1 last year. Like, I feel like in the NFL, any team's
We
going to have
blew
at least
another
4.
one. Well, I can swear we blew another one. I can swear we blew another one. I don't know.
It wouldn't surprise me.
But I mean, what we categorize, those are blown leads, just blown games in general. Oh, there's too damn many to even talk about. But, I mean, we see, how, and one thing I was also mentioning earlier in the stream, obviously Shanahan went to Sam, everyone hates on Shanahan, and part of it is, yes, fuck Shanahan, obviously, even though that was kind of a Dan Quinn decision, he should have, Dan Quinn at the end of the day in that Super Bowl should have said, this is what we're doing. That's where the head coach takes charge. But that is
Run the damn clock out.
long gone. That Super Bowl is long gone, But with that being said, you run on Shanahan, you give Shanahan all the guys we got on offense. Hey, give Shanahan Ritter. I mean, I do think some of this has, and this is why I honestly say, I don't want to see Arthur Smith developing another rookie quarterback. I think some of it is definitely just he's not a good quarterback. He doesn't go through all his reads. But another part of it is just the Falcons situation.
I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, man.
Was I talking when you were talking? I got a phone call, and then all of a sudden I stopped being able to hear you guys. Did something happen?
I didn't hear you.
Okay. I could see, like, your avatar speaking, and I was like, oh, shit. Can they not hear me? But, yeah, did you hear what I said along the lines about the blown leads for Dan Quinn compared to what Arthur's been?
Go elaborate more on that.
Well, so you must not have been... I thought you could hear me because you were responding. I said something along the lines of, in regards to Mike Smith, like, he was the first coach that brought you consecutive winning seasons in franchise history.
No,
Then he got you 5. But simultaneously, like, he was fired because of clock management. And Dan Quinn had worse clock management. And I said one thing I'll give Arthur Smith that Dan Quinn doesn't have is Arthur Smith has not, like, choked big leads here in Atlanta. He's done once each season. And I think ultimately in the NFL over 17 games, I think it's pretty normal for every team to at least have, like, one game that they just let slip away via the lead. So he's found other ways to lose stupid games, but it hasn't been, like, finding a way to snatch the jaws of defeat from victory. But to relate it back to Sark, like, the reason Sark was let go was because what? He had poor red zone play, and he wasn't targeting Julio and the guys in the red zone. And then you think about Arthur Smith. Doesn't that sound very familiar?
Oh my, bro!
Doesn't it?
That is just the epitome of it. That has to be. And Dirk Cutter, literally, that was just a nightmare to watch, especially the running game.
Todd Gurley on 3rd and 2, going backwards 7 yards.
Oh
With
yeah,
the game on the line.
Yeah, no, that's fucking stupid.
Against you know who.
It's stupid bullshit, man. So, I'm gonna be honest. You can say all you want, but this Falcons offense, at the end of the day, Terry is going out. He's gotten the groceries. He's put all the pieces together. It's up to Arthur to put all that shit, to make all the shit. Prepare the dinner. And if we not, you got to go and get a different fucking head chef to do.
Can this be the head chef that's right?
You
They
have-
missed the last 5. They missed with Mora. They missed with Petrino, big time. They missed with Mike.
Petrino was just a complete. Listen, Vic went to prison. Petrino, they fucking left in the middle of the night. Jim Moore's ass quit. Jim Moore,
He went to
basically said,
Washington.
no. What was that? He quit. He went to Washington. Arthur Blank was ready to keep him another year. But said, nah, I'm out of Atlanta. I'm going back to Washington.
Yep.
Petrino, they missed on big time. But
And then they got Mike Smith, and they had a guy,
yeah.
and they let that guy go. And you replace him with a guy whose his biggest weakness was exploited to another level. And then you get to this guy with the mustache. It's just a chain of unfortunate events.
I want to
Whether
rip
it's
that
Rich
fucking
McKay or
mustache off
Thomas
his face.
Mitroff or who, if it's Dirk Cutter or Steve Sarkisian, it's just a bunch of, it starts from ownership down. Like I said an hour ago, it just bleeds from the top all the way down.
And here's the thing, man. Who's the common denominator in all of this and all those head coaches?
Arthur Blank and Rich McKay.
Particularly Rich McKay. So, Rich McKay and granted, McKay was out of the window or out of the picture a few years. Wow. This is why, honestly, man, really, if you think about it, it might be the fact that Rich McKay could seriously he might know some dirty shit going on in the Falcons organization. He might know where the bodies are buried, man, with how, because he is like the head of the rules committee. Think about that job title, head of the rules committee. Arthur Blank just said, we'll put you in charge of the bins. We'll put you in charge of making sure the bins are straight. And Dimitrov, you have all this money. We're coming off a Super Bowl. You have all this money. Go ahead and just spend the money how you want. And
Don Terry Poe. That was about it. Don Terry Poe. That was worth it.
I just can't honestly, man, look, it's so hard to, comprehend, some of this stuff, how, it can possibly go wrong. And that's why, Arthur Blank, he's a great guy. He's a good owner. He does great stuff for the city of Atlanta, but at the end of the day, man, he still has, that greedy side to him. He has that, and that greediness is his kindness. That's the unique thing about it. You gotta have a cutthroat approach.
Yeah, I have a buddy of mine who I graduated high school with, who his family is very close with Arthur Blank, and that's how he got to know Mohamed Sanu and players over the years. His name is Britt, and he was DMing with me back and forth about a week or two ago about how much Arthur Smith sucks and how much this team is going on nowhere. And I said, you know who to blame, right? He's like, who? I'm like, your buddy. We're not firing the other ones quicker and being too nice. And I was left on scene. But, it's the closest thing I have to Arthur Blank, and I must let it be known.
Well, listen, man, but another thing, too, that needs to be brought up, man, is the media. Press in Atlanta. We don't, and obviously, we're not a New York, we're not a Philadelphia, we're not a Dallas, but, still,
we are a big market, though. Like,
we are a big market. But
Atlanta's like the 7th or 8th biggest market in the country at this point. We're no longer this 80s, transport city.
And the thing is, man, obviously the South is known for college football, and Atlanta is too. With Georgia, I'm an Alabama fan. You're a Florida fan. But college
football is a melting pot in Atlanta. There's a lot of fan bases here. A lot.
Exactly. But with that being said, still, it's why can't you got this motherfucker D-Led? I passed by D-Led walking. I passed straight by the median, passed straight by D-Led's ass. goofy motherfucker wearing that hat, acting like he's living in the 1920s. Like it's the before the Great Depression.
D-Lad, he's too nice to Arthur as well.
I can't stand that motherfucker. We need some hard hitters in that press room.
Did you see what he said today when the Panthers got the ball
really
back down one and
press
driving?
conferences like that.
No. Did you see what he tweeted?
Oh,
He tweeted, is this really gonna happen? And I was like, yes, duh.
he was like, is this really gonna? And the one thing the motherfucker tries to be tough on is the red helmets. Bitch, why is that your biggest concern?
He did something similar in the Cardinals game when Atlanta didn't get the 2-point conversion. He's like, can they get a stop and hold Arizona from the win? And all of us were like, absolutely no way. Like, he's just
Against the
he cares about the depth chart.
Well, Panthers.
Sure. Go ahead, Eric.
You know, that just reminds me of like when Georgia fans bitch and complain about us not wearing the black jerseys every year for the seniors. Like, it doesn't make any difference. I would like them to wear the black jerseys, but how is the Falcons and people bitching and complaining about the red helmets that they're wearing? How is that winning us games? They don't make no sense.
For whatever reason, they do seem to play better in that red shirt.
Oh
helmet.
yeah, definitely. We're like what 10-4 in them. You know,
Drippy.
Since we started wearing them as an alternate. I mean, yeah, man. No, I mean, listen. You go 2-1 every season in them. You know, that's pretty good. You know, I mean, look, man. You know, I love it. I truly do. I think they're some of the best uniforms in all of football. But that's D-Led's biggest thing. D-Led is such a clown. He looks like a clown. He's got a fucking punchable face, punchable nose.
He cares about the depth chart more. He asks Arthur Smith every week about the depth chart.
Fuck that, you know, I mean, fuck him. You know, and you know, that's the bottom line. You have some out there, you know, like I really like what Tori McElhaney does. You know, I really feel like she keeps it straight most of the time. But even, you know,
most of the time. But she is also employed by that organization, so she sometimes doesn't go as far as she needs to.
Because, I mean, yeah, that who's fucking cutting the check and signing it for her? You know, she's scared. Even though Arthur Blank is a nice guy, she's scared to piss his ass off. But with that being said, you know, why isn't the members of the press, the members of the media, why aren't they actually going hard at Arthur Smith? This is why I honestly said that.
Because the media here in Atlanta is too soft. About the toughest guy we got in the city of Atlanta is Zach Klein, and he's not even known for being a question guy. He's known for just being a live report guy. The spiciest thing we've had is when he asked Trae Young about a year ago about his leadership issues and why he wasn't there, and the way Trae Young responded, "Oh, you coming at me, man?" Like, this city is just. I feel like I don't want us to be as like ruthless as New York or Philadelphia is, but I really wish we did have fans that were a little bit harder.
I propose this. This is what I propose. I propose, how about we let actually these fans ask the questions straight up?
Would you attend a press, like you go to all the games at the Benz? Would you go down to the press conference after a loss and ask a question?
I want to see Arthur Smith shitting his pants at some of these questions that are being asked. He doesn't shit his pants at any of them. He thinks he could just run over the fucking media.
Yeah, because they're all his friends. Same thing with Dan Quinn.
He just went in there wanting to make friends with everybody.
He was Coach Bro. He was Coach Bro. We don't need to fix anything that we're terrible at because we're all friends.
Exactly. It was like he was running a friendship club and he wanted to be the friends player too. And
Coach Bro.
Smith, I honestly kind of just feel like Arthur Smith, he tries to act, I do feel like, you know, he's trying to be the smartest guy in it. We don't have a guy like the good coaches in the NFL, the Shanahans, the Reeds, the Siriannis. They're all straight cutthroat guys.
Even they're not as ruthless as Smith is, and they have the success to back it up.
You know, and you know, people talk about a Bill Belichick. At the end of the day, regardless of what New England is now, Bill Belichick is a 6-time Super Bowl champion. He has 6 rings to show up to that entire media and say, I don't care what the fuck any of y'all say. Fuck y'all. I brought y'all 6 rings. Arthur Smith hasn't brought us an 8-win season. I guess Eric had to drop out. Appreciate you for coming on. Let's get into the chat a little bit.
I can't see the
Gator
chat.
here with an interesting fact. Helmet was made to appease both Georgia and Tech and UGA fans. That's why there's a gold stripe. Interesting. I knew there was something with Georgia Tech. 44, what's going on? PR, I see you in there. Wow, Augusta Gator says he still likes our chances at the division. I don't know, man.
No.
I don't
No.
think I really
Even
like
if there's literally a chance where we win out and don't win it. Just because now Tampa Bay has a game on you in the division record and 2 games on you in the conference record. So you're basically going to need Carolina to beat Tampa too, and you went out.
This is what would have to happen. Tampa would have to lose their next 2 games because they face Carolina week 18. Tampa would have to face their next 2 games, would have to lose their next 2 games. The Saints would have to lose to the Rams and beat the Bucs week 17, and we'd have to win it. That is the only way we win the division. And honestly, anything can happen, man. I don't see it. That's why I say saying that, Arthur Smith. And to be honest, do we even deserve to make the playoffs because of this loss today?
Could you repeat that last little bit?
Do we even deserve to make the playoffs at this point?
Fuck no.
Exactly.
You lost to 2 1-win teams. You're cooked. You lost to 2 1-win teams. You lost to Josh Dobbs on 2 days of game prep. You lost to Will Levis in his first career start. You lost to Sam Howell and that team. Not that Sam Howell is the worst in the world, but that team that was trying to sell off pieces and ultimately did after their next loss, as in Montez Sweat, Chase Young, and others. Like, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Well,
and it's like, what, 5 losses right there?
now let me go ahead and clarify that. We win the division. I'll still be in the bin for that playoff. Because,
that's not happening.
I mean, because one way or another, it's either, at this point, if we win this division, we robbed it from the Saints and Bucs. We did not win it. We robbed it from the Saints and Bucs. But I don't see it happening. I honestly think if you want to ask me who wins this division, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to take my pick between either of those 2 teams. I'd prefer Tampa Bay, but I don't even know because fuck the Saints.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I mean, look, man,
I don't even really hold a
I
hate
want
for
us to
Tampa
win
Bay
the
like
division,
that.
but I just don't see it. Tavors Raven says if we don't win out or either 2 out of 3, Mr. Blanks will make a move. He needs to make a move right now.
I can't think of the last time he's fired a coach in the season. It's just his track record, man. I just don't see it. Should he? Sure. But I don't think he will.
Yeah, man. I mean, and look, man, I will end off at this. We've talked pretty negative all stream, as deservingly so. Anything can happen. For all we know, we could go out and beat the Colts. Will we? Well, we know we might.
Should we? Is the real question. Probably
Should
not.
we? No. We should not because
we're going to play our most thematically clean game of all year just because the season's already out.
But at the end of the day, the NFL, whatever shouldn't happen ends up happening.
Yep.
Keep that in mind. Whatever doesn't happen should happen.
It's also because every team has talent and anybody can beat anybody.
It isn't college. It's not like Alabama or Florida going up against Appalachian State.
Shit, Appalachian State could beat Florida the way they're playing nowadays. That's the thing. The Falcons are better than my NFL team because we're so, the Falcons are better than my college team.
And I don't know if Augusta Gator's still in here, man. What's going on in Florida? I mean, it's...
See, we were supposed to get a coach that finally knew how to recruit because our last couple of coaches couldn't recruit. We got a guy who's recruiting, but he's not winning, so he's not keeping the recruits.
Oh, and we got to talk about the Braves, too, and this fucking bullshit that we're fucking... Listen, man, I'm telling you, this is the new 90s.
Sign a starting pitcher, Alex.
This is the new 90s. I see you, man. Listen, at this point...
Yeah, you see my Braves tweets all the time, bro. Braves Twitter fucking hates me. And I come from the same aspect I do with the Falcons and the Hawks. I keep it real. I don't like bullshitting. I can support the team, and I will support the team, but I love to keep it real. And I go based on the track record. The track record is they've lost 5 or 6 years in the playoffs. They never have enough pitching. And until they prove me otherwise, I'm going to believe it. And as of right now, I'm seeing free agency pitchers flying off the board.
Let's go ahead and call it for what it is. Freed is walking.
Yeah, Freed's gone, and Morton's retiring.
Morton's going to retire. But for this,
and if you trade for a rental, that's a third one you're going to let go. And you lose prospects while doing so. Then you lose 3.
Let's just look at it. Strider, we know, he's the piece for the next several years. Yeah, Frieder's going to walk, Morton and Elder. Those are 4, okay, And,
well, Elder, I'm not sold on at all.
Well, but you're going to have to roll with that rotation one way or another. Who's number 5?
Yep. That's why I'd like to see them sign somebody for multiple years. I don't care if it's an overpay. You have a roster set up where you can overpay a pitcher, being all the contracts.
You have Blake Snell still out there, correct?
I am not. That's one pitcher I am not touching. I'm not touching Blake Snell. But I'm absolutely settling for a.
Who would you go and get though?
I would go get Montgomery. I would go get a Stroman. But like a lot of the guys that I really marketed are gone, man. We whiffed. Aaron Nola.
At this point,
Sonny Gray.
At this point,
E-Rod.
man, I am at the point where just go get me Cease. But
here's the thing about that. They want, so you know how the Braves farm system is pretty much cooked. Because a lot of.
the only one you have is Walter. That's the only one coming.
Shawver and Grissom as well. Like those, and they want all 3 for Cease. They want Waldrop, they want Shawver, they want Grissom, and others. And I don't think the Braves are in a position anymore where they can be trading. I don't think the Braves are in a position anymore where they can be trading 3 or 4 prospects for somebody like they could a couple years ago.
You thought this was about the Falcons. Well,
we talked about the Falcons.
We'll talk about whatever we want to talk about. We talked about the Falcons 2 hours.
Yeah, rewind from the beginning.
And we'll go back to them. But, man, let's continue about the Braves, man. Because, look.
Yeah.
I'm
a part owner for the Braves, man. I used to work there.
We are literally in the midst, listen, we have an amazing, starting lineup. We have Ronald Acuna. We have Olsen.
They added to the bullpen, too.
Yeah. No, they made moves in the bullpen. They really did. But the bottom line is, man, we're wasting this thing away.
Yep.
I said this, and I'm sure a lot of people hated me, that season we came off of, that 104-win season, it did not mean a damn thing.
It was literal deja vu. They lost to the same team in the same amount of games.
Phillies in 4. And I'm tired. See, the thing in the MLB, man, is it's all about who wins the trade deadline and who's hot at the right time.
And what did the Braves do at the trade deadline this year? They
did absolutely nothing.
Nicky Lopez, who was okay, and Brad Hand, who was shit. That's all they did. Pierce Johnson was weeks in advance. That was not a trade deadline acquisition.
See,
and you gave up one of your best prospects for him.
And honestly, man, listen, AA's still been a solid GM, but
he's been awful with starting pitching, though.
He got
track record.
Let's go ahead and talk about it. He got lucky on that Matt Olson trade. He did. And
you could have easily paid Frederick and kept those prospects and got another piece.
Yeah. And Murphy.
He downgraded. Yep. He downgraded Contreras for Murphy.
Well, defensively, Murphy is a pretty damn good catcher, but
Did you see Contreras this year though? He mightily improved.
Listen, man. And I would have just rather have kept Contreras. And you let Dansby, which I knew the moment Freddie walked, Dansby was walking.
Yeah, especially for I wouldn't have paid him that money, but now you have no long-term shortstop because Arcia in the second half was not that guy.
But if the World Series was in June or July, shit, the Braves would be a dynasty.
Bro, they go crazy in June every year. That's one thing you can count on. They'll have a really good June. But, the thing with the Braves, I would say I'm most knowledgeable with baseball, probably second most basketball or football, then basketball. Like with the Braves, they're still in a really good spot, but they're in a title or nothing spot, like you said. And they're not doing what they need to do to secure themselves a second title. Because let's compare us to the Dodgers real quick. Rise up ATL. And I know.
Oh my God,
I know it's
700
Braves
million.
fans.
And here's the thing. Oh, they pushed 680 million of that back to after that man is done playing.
Well, here's the thing. With the Dodgers, right? They are in the same spot as us, where they were a top 2 seed. We both of us were the top 2 seeds the last 2 years, and both of us were eliminated in the first round by teams way behind us in the division, Arizona and San Diego for them, and for us it was Philadelphia both times. But the difference is how they responded. They have gone out and they've not only signed Shohei Ohtani, they were able to get Manuel Margot, who's heavily underrated, and Tyler Glasnow, so
They
that
got
rotation to
Glad,
potentially
And
replace Kershaw.
Kershaw's getting ready to retire soon.
Yep.
So you'll lock that down. Man, listen, the Dodgers but the Dodgers are making the moves. Braves are sitting in place.
Yep, the Dodgers are making their moves so that it doesn't happen 3 times in a row. And the Braves are just like, eventually, things will swing our way again.
Yeah,
no,
and
can't prepare for that.
And man, the biggest loss is Wash. Let's call it for what it is, man. Losing him, there will be a downgrade of some sort.
Yeah, imagine us leading the National League in errors at the end of May, and we're like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's going to be. Because, man, and listen, I hate he went to the Angels because that's going to be a mess, especially with Shohei going to the other LA team.
Like Eric Young with them, too. And the Angels have been known to fire their guys way too early. So, I have a feeling they're not even going to give him a fair chance.
Yeah, man, and how old is he? He's 70, isn't he?
Yeah, he's probably got, 5 years at max in him?
Yeah, no, I mean...
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, man. No, I mean...
I like the Jared Kelenic trade, right?
Oh,
but,
yeah, I mean, I like Kellen, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. We don't even know if he's better than Eddie Rosario yet, from what we've seen in the major leagues. And there's a reason they let Eddie Rosario go.
But, man, let me tell you something. This is where we fucked up after we won the World Series. We shouldn't have let Jock go.
Well, who would you have kept, Jock over?
Man, I mean, hindsight is
theory.
and I understand that, but man, we should have let Eddie go. He was a hero. I understand that,
yeah.
But we should have probably have kept Jock and Soler. We should have.
That's fair. Well, Duvall was already under contract. Duvall was going to stay, regardless. But yeah, for Jock, I think they looked at Eddie and they looked at Jock in the same facet as, okay, they're lefties, so we're not keeping both of them. But Eddie, down that stretch and what he proved to the Braves, was he was a much more steady hitter. He was an easier contact hitter. He could hit a single, while Jock was all or nothing. And they did not know that the next season that Eddie Rosario would need LASIK surgery. And he was much better this year than he was the season prior.
Definitely.
Still,
I mean, he hit the wrong run in Arizona.
Yeah,
but
he's amazing. He goes crazy against the NLS.
At the end of the day, man, though, the biggest thing, and listen, I fucking hate Bryce Harper, and I mean,
I've learned to not hate him because he's just gonna do what he's gonna do.
And fuck that motherfucker regardless. But I mean, the Phillies, they have that alpha male on that team. That is what Jock is.
And it's that fan base. That fan base has it too. Our fan base is all too nice and yada yada. But yeah, we need a bully on this team again. And that's what Heredia and Jock were. We had a guy that was, fuck you, we're gonna play our game, now watch. And now it's like when the littlest story comes out about us saying attaboy, like we don't fucking own it. We're just like, oh well, it wasn't meant to come out. And
No, fuck you. Yeah.
The locker room's a bunch of pussies, man. Yeah, if Jock Peterson was on this team last year, he'd be like, yeah, we fucking said it and we fucking mean it too. Now we're gonna come to your house and continue saying it.
We're gonna fuck you up. Braves,
and that's part of the reason I'm interested in Stroman, Rise Up ATL. Is I know he's not the greatest pitcher anymore, but he's a Bulldog, and not a Georgia Bulldog. He's like I'm gonna do my thing, and I'm gonna spark this clubhouse. And I feel like the Braves and the Dodgers, in some aspects, are too scared of having locker room guys like that. Because you look at how they're run with Dave Roberts out in LA and Brian Snitker here, We have these very fun, friendly, fuzzy clubhouses that are all everybody's brothers.
Go ahead and say this. I feel like that's not just an issue for the Braves. That's an issue for every Atlanta sports team. Especially, let me ask you something.
But I can relate it really closely to the Dodgers. I can.
Who is that dog on the Falcons that is just saying straight up, fuck you, we're going to bust you in the mouth? Who is that?
The closest thing is Grady.
I don't know if that is Drake. I'm talking about a guy that brings you straight fire. Maybe Drake, but I haven't seen enough of Drake to say that he is.
He also doesn't get the ball enough to be able to do that. But yes, Drake London has provided some of the funniest, memes based on his faces during the game. He's a bully, but yeah, I guess you could say Grady or Drake. And what about for the Hawks? What would you say for them?
I'm gonna be honest, man. Basketball is the sport I follow the least.
I feel you. I've definitely not followed him very closely this year.
Look, I know they got the Pistons coming down tomorrow night, coming off of 23-game losing streak.
Yep, guess who's gonna end it?
They lose to the fucking. It would be such an Atlanta sports moment. The Braves lose to the Falcons lose to the 1-12 Panthers, and then the next night the Hawks get beaten by the fucking Pistons.
As the Braves continue to sleep away in free agency. Welcome to December and Merry Christmas, Atlanta fans.
Fuck you all from Jesus.
Wow. Yeah, I made a YouTube video back in the day about God hates Atlanta, and it went viral. Back when I used to do YouTube. Now I'm mostly on Twitter. But
yeah. No, man, you have to have, let's talk about it, because to me, I want a Lombardi. I know you do too. And we know we're not going to get this damn thing overnight, but, you have to have key elements. You have to take those steps forward,
Yeah.
Coming.
Especially as a small market franchise, which the Falcons are much more small market than the Braves are. And the thing the Braves have done differently than the Falcons is the Braves have set their culture. And they have a sustained winning success. That's something the Falcons have not been able to sustain. They can't, keep local talent. They can't, get the fan base behind them like Truist has. And they can't get the key elements like they have, like as much shit as we talk about with Alex and with Brian Snicker at times and Terry McGurk. They all have done very well in their jobs. And there's a reason the Braves are a sustained winning franchise. And that's something the Falcons need to and the Hawks in a lot of ways too, need to simultaneously get. But that's something that they have a hard time doing. They always end up having to reset and try again. They can't land it. Because if you look at Rise of ATL, if you look at a lot of just general Atlanta sports fans, how many of them love the Braves but don't give a shit about the Falcons?
Ton of them. Because the Braves won a championship just 2 years ago.
Yep, and the Braves have won. And even when they haven't won at all, they've had winning seasons. They've had something worth a damn. And the Falcons haven't had that. The Falcons at best, have broken our hearts when they got closest to it. And a lot of people never came back. Because a lot of those same people are Georgia fans or Alabama fans. And you guys are always at the top of the kingdom. So you're like, you know what? I don't need football to ruin my day on Sunday. I just had fun on Saturday.
Yeah, they'll talk about Georgia all day, but when it comes to the Falcons, they don't.
Oh, I don't really care about the NFL. I support Philly because a lot of my players got drafted.
That's how my father is. He is through and through a Georgia fan, but when it comes to the Falcons, he does not. I don't really care.
And a lot of that comes back to the Falcons. The Falcons, when they moved here in the 60s and when everybody populated
they
here
never
in the
moved.
70s.
They were founded by
I get that. I'm talking about the transports. The transports moved here from, every other city in the world, Chicago, Pittsburgh, LA, you name it. The Falcons were never good, and they were never able to latch those people's fandom on. And so when those people had kids, and those were our parents, they were fans of the other team. So now we're 3 generations removed of those transports being here, and none of the Falcons were never able to grab that fan support, unlike the Braves, who were really, really good in the 90s, and even after the 90s had sustained success all the way until today. So they were able to grab fans, and also the Braves are the only team in the Southeast. So a lot of college football fans align as Braves.
Well, shit. Talk about the transports now. All of my dad's family is from Georgia. They
Yes.
grew up. They actually had land on Lake Lanier, like
Yes.
my great grandparents and all that.
Mhm.
They had land on Lake Lanier before they actually made Lake Lanier. I don't know. I'm sure you know. Lake Lanier was actually they have a whole town under that.
Yeah,
lake.
there's a
That's
reason people get caught on churches down
It
there.
is a haunted lake. I've only been there once. I went when I was real little, and I really didn't realize that at the time. I look back on it, I'm like, oh shit. And as far as I have some family that came from they were born in Atlanta. Like my grandmother, great grandmother, born in Atlanta. They moved to Cleveland, but then they moved back to Atlanta. So all my family is from Atlanta.
My mom
my
moved here when she was like
grandfather-
7 from Pennsylvania, and my dad grew up here.
My
mom was kind of a
grandfather-
transport. She grew up here.
My grandfather has seen the Atlanta Falcons from the start.
Yeah.
He has
Same
seen
with
all
my dad.
58 years.
Never
Never
my dad
quit.
was in his 60s.
Yeah, I think he was at the very first game at Fulton County Stadium of the
Yep.
Atlanta Falcons.
Yep.
And he's a season ticket holder 58 years later.
My dad was at the first ever game for the Braves and the Falcons at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, and he was like 7 years old.
Wow.
My dad, I have older parents. My parents are like 59 and 65. Let's
Yeah.
just say I was a last minute decision because I'm 20. But yeah, my mom was born in 64, but she didn't move here until she was like 7 or 8. So, the Braves were brand new to Atlanta and the Falcons were brand new. So my mom kind of grew up a Steelers fan because she grew up in Connecticut but was born in Pennsylvania. But my mom latched off her Steelers fanship when Big Ben did what he did. So, I never knew her as a Steelers fan. But, when I was little-
Unknown. I know who you're talking about. Listen, fuck the dude.
Yeah.
Don't say his government.
Ben Roethlisberger?
No. You know who SOITA is, right? Slitter?
Oh, fuck him.
Fuck
yeah.
that mother. Yeah, but let's not
Oh.
fucking enter. That motherfucker was just talking about he's gonna quit on the team if they don't fire Arthur Smith.
Bro, he's blocking me on Twitter for 2 years. He's a fucking pussy.
Fucking motherfucker.
He's a dumbass, too.
Do you see him making fucking gym videos?
I don't watch him, bro. I used to. He's fucking cringe. He doesn't know shit, dude. You and I are probably, half his age, and we know, 10 times more than he does. He's such a know-it-all. We're literally not knowing a goddamn thing.
Unknown. Fuck.
He is such a dumb. He's a boomer, dude. He's a boomer who's worked at Publix.
Unknown, I'm gonna have to give you 5, bro. I didn't mean to show that comment. I'm gonna have to give you 5, Unknown. I'm sorry, man.
I gotta see.
No doxing, no government names, any of that stuff.
David something.
David. Fucking still
David.
living in mama's house. But anyways.
I don't know. Does he live with his mom?
Oh, he lives in his mama's house. He's nearly 60 years old. He lives in his mother's house.
Actually?
Yes.
I thought that was his own house.
Oh, hell no. His mother bought that house. He's just fucking it all up with her mortgage right now and everything, I guess.
I know he works at Publix and shit, but bro, he's 60 years old doing that shit. And he's such a know-it-all, man. He acts
has never fucking produced sperm. Probably never even had sex.
That's
The only
crazy.
time, no, he's never produced sperm in his life. The only time he's ever had any sexual pleasure is when he went to New Orleans and got a trainee to, I guess.
What?
How
do you know this stuff, dog?
X-rated.
How do you know this stuff?
I didn't intend for it to go in this direction. Thank you, Unknown, for taking it in this direction, man. But with that being said, man, let's move on from him. Fuck him. He's irrelevant.
Yeah. Know-it-all, motherfucking boomer. Crybaby bitch. That's what Sleeta is. He knows me too. He knows me back when I was the Atlanta kid. That's who he knows me as. He doesn't know me as
shit!
different
That
places
was
here.
you.
Yeah, I was the Atlanta kid.
I didn't know that.
You wait, you used to watch me?
No, I just saw you around. I never knew you were the Atlanta kid.
Yeah, that was me. And now I'm growing up.
I never knew the shit, man. I mean, you were on here like in 2020.
I was?
Or were you?
2020. What were you under a different alias?
Rise Up ATL. I've always been under the same alias.
So yeah, I've probably been in your streams before, but like I used to do more stuff with like Fila Sports. Remember before they went under, with Don and with King's.
Oh yeah, and then they're all.
Lita would be on there.
They've all just branched off into like AFN and their own thing now.
Mad Mike, but like King doesn't do stuff anymore. I still talk to King every now and again because I used to be on his Hawks post game shows.
Yeah, no, and Don
playoff run.
just does stuff with like Mad Mike now. From what
I never even see Don anymore.
He's still over at like AFN and all that. He's under the Don's face. I heard something.
Yeah, I don't even see
with
his
him
shows anymore.
that-
And the thing is, he changed his number. I used to have his number. I can't even contact him anymore.
And I don't want to, all I heard is something happened of sorts. That's all
Yeah.
I heard. I don't
His
want
wife.
to say anything more because I don't know the whole story. I don't know any of the story. All I heard is something happened, but he's on Mad Mike's now. No, man, he's doing all right. Talking about the Falcons. He's actually.
But yeah, I
been
used to
hanging
do
out
shows
Terrence
with him.
Mathis recently. He's been doing a lot of stuff with Terrence Mathis.
Which Terrence Mathis? The one that's on WSB that whines like a brat?
No,
Or
the
actual
former
one?
Atlanta Falcon wide receiver Terrence Mathis.
Oh, that one follows me on Twitter, ironically enough.
He follows a lot of people on Twitter. He does some great things, man. Listen, I need to hear him, because I mean I need to hear his take on this.
Do you know of the other Terrence Mathis that's always on WSB Sports Tonight with Alice and
yeah,
Estrangelo?
that motherfucker.
He's old, but he's just so whiny. That's the only issue I have with him. He's always whiny. And he's got like such a nasally voice for television. Well, I think the Falcons is affected. The Falcons is my new book is called. I'm like, all right, bro, spit it out.
Yeah, no.
The 44 is real, and you've been buying the bookstores. People love it. I'm like, all right, bro. Slow down and speak a little bit clearer and a little bit louder, and you'll be fine. Might be a little too hard for you to ask you. There's two Terrence Mathises.
Well, but yeah, man. No, I mean, look, we got some problems in Atlanta sports. We do.
They're never ending, man. As soon as
It's
we fix
never
one, another one
ending,
arises.
But I've always said, man, one thing that can cure, and listen, when the Braves won the World Series 2 years ago, that was honestly one of the happiest moments of my life that I can remember.
And even that summer when the Hawks went on that playoff run that they about got to the NBA Finals on, that was one of the happiest I've ever been as a Hawks
the
fan.
city was on fire.
Yeah, and then I'm not a Georgia fan, so I know it came at your cost too. But Georgia won, and the Braves won, and the Hawks got so close all in like a year span. It was like, okay, wow.
And meanwhile, the Falcons have just been sitting back. I mean, we've been sold on a rebuild, and then this is why, man, I honestly say, we've gone into a lot of different stuff, but the main purpose of the stream, man, is listen, we're frustrated with this shit, and someone has to go, and it just so happens that someone is Arthur Smith, that someone is also Desmond Ritter, that's Ragon's going to be going to Park.
I hope so.
I'm going to go ahead and say this, though. Something else, Richie Grant is done. He's done here.
Remember we thought he'd take the next step?
Yeah, no, and I mean, Helms has taken his opportunity.
Do you feel like we should have kept Jalen Hawkins over Richie Grant?
Hindsight's always 20/20, but damn it, Grant was a second-round pick. I mean, you kind of had to keep him.
And Richie was what, a fourth rounder?
Arthur Smith, please just leave it. You have bit off more than you can chew. Well, see, when you have a guy who is a billionaire's son, he's not gonna do that. That's not how he's basically, man. To me, that just means you're inheriting, billions of dollars, and you got a trust fund waiting for you. So, and Fred Smith is 80 as well, so he's gonna cash out that trust fund pretty soon. And meanwhile, here we are, that's why I honestly say, man, you got to fire Arthur Smith, because this upcoming offseason and how it's done is going to determine really where this team is going the next 5 years.
Fair enough. But, we said that with the last regime, too. And the last 5 years have not been very good. So, until we know that it's Terry, we either have to know that Terry's the one making the hire, or we have to know that Rich McKay is no longer part of the organization for me to believe things will be different.
The thing, though, that is the only silver lining that, we have to look at here, take one positive, is we all know our situation. The Saints are in cap hell. Derek Carr fucking sucks. Cam Jordan,
and how many years
have they avoided that? Davis is going to retire. And to be honest, I'm taking.
And they're still going to find a way to sweep us.
Kamara's going to be gone there sooner rather than later. Michael
He
Thomas
should be in
is
jail.
Get the fuck out of there. They have a lot of pieces that are getting ready to leave.
Kamara should be in jail. That's a story for another day, though.
Yeah. But the Saints are, they're headed on the downward. And the biggest thing, they're tied to Derek Carr. And the Bucs, man, Tampa Bay, you can definitely argue that maybe Baker has had a resurgence, but, what is really their ceiling? It feels like Tampa Bay is
7-8 wins.
7-8 wins. And eventually Mike Evans and that team is gradually going to come apart now in the post-Brady era. Even though Baker has done pretty good this year, that team's going to come apart. And
Mike Evans still might want out this offseason. I think he's probably going to leave this offseason.
Yeah, probably. And, man, David Tepper is still running the Panthers into the ground. That's why we're having this conversation in the first place, man. That's why.
We had this golden opportunity and we whiffed.
One
and missed.
Thing is, Arthur Smith, a lot of things were building up to this, man. Me declaring this. But this was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Carolina is so bad primarily because of David Tepper has ran that thing into the ground. So even though Carolina has a bunch of money this offseason, who's going to want to go there where the owner is a control freak? So, man, I think the only positive thing is that when is this division getting better?
Yeah, we gotta be the ones to get better first. You can't get left behind the pack.
To be honest, Carolina might be in a position to get better first if it were any other situation. But David Tepper wants to be. I can't see Ben Johnson wanting to go there. I just can't.
No, he would choose us over them in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah.
Especially if we take a rookie quarterback of our own, he'll be like, okay, they got the same shit plus more.
Yeah.
And to speak about the Saints cap hell for a second, right?
Well, the Saints are always going to be.
Yeah, but how many years did us Falcons fans, friendly while doing so, try to tell them that was coming? If they didn't just blow it up, eventually they were going to be in cap hell. And they decided
they were in cap hell when we were telling them to blow it up.
Yeah. And they just kept kicking it down, the road. And we're like, guys, we just went through this. We went through the end of the Dan Quinn era with no money, and we started out this era with no money, and it definitely fucked us up a couple of years. Maybe not all 6 of the under 500 seasons now we've had, but at least 3 or 4 have come just by having constraints in the cap space.
Well, let's break down each season. All right.
2019 and
2018 was, the fact.
They were still supposed to be good that year. Yeah.
It was injuries, but we did not have the depth to go and compete.
No.
We didn't, construct our roster with the proper depth. 2019 was
the beginning of the end.
Yeah. It was basically just the locker room was starting to slip. The defense was just not good. It was not being ran properly. 2020, the wheels fell apart with those 2 losses to Chicago and the onside kick catastrophe.
Beginning of the season.
And exactly. Now, the one
But that
thing
year
is,
they didn't have cap space. Like that
When-
year they didn't have it.
now when Quinn was fired, and Ulbrich was brought in as defensive coordinator. See, the thing is, I didn't actually realize this. Raheem Morris and Jeff Ulbrich, they basically were co-defensive coordinators in that back half of that 19 season when we went 6-2. We beat the Ants in the Superdome. We beat the 49ers in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize, man, did Dan Quinn actually secretly take back over defensive coordinator to start 2020?
He did.
Wow.
That's why I said earlier, he's the only defensive guru I've ever heard of that's lost his play calling duties twice. And that's why I'm so surprised that he was successful in Dallas, because he could not stop a nosebleed here.
Well, a lot of that is to do with Michael Parsons.
He had 6 years to build a compatible defense, and he had one defense that was top half. So it was like, as much as the gripes I have with Arthur Smith, I have more gripes than like, you're gonna think I'm crazy for this, Rise Up ATL, but I believe this. Like, I still think Arthur Smith is a better NFL head coach than Dan Quinn was, and that's saying a lot.
Dan Quinn has been to a Super Bowl, though.
I think Kyle Shanahan more so took him to the Super Bowl.
Well, yes, but Dan Quinn has been to it. There's no way I can say Arthur is a better NFL head coach. Arthur can't crack 8 wins. Dan Quinn led us to a Super Bowl regardless of who was the primary force behind getting us there.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a fair debate, but it's like a pointless debate. Like, you're arguing, Hitler versus Stalin, pretty much.
Well, the Falcons keep Desmond Ritter and Arthur Smith from next year. Man, they better fucking not. They better both be gone.
Good Lord.
Better both be the fuck out of here.
That's the reason I put my profile picture for the stream as Arthur Smith with his goofy ass mustache.
I want to rip that shit off of him so bad.
Remember, he shaved it to cleanse the turnovers?
No,
He was a
and how'd that
turnover
fucking turn
cleanse.
out?
Well, it grew back and the shit came back, so maybe he should have kept it shaved.
I want to see what that motherfucker looks like once he is off this team. He's going through a fucking depression stage. He shaves his whole fucking head. And I'm going to go ahead and say this. I truly, honestly think the motherfucker gets fired here and better. That, I don't see him. Maybe he goes back to Tennessee. I honestly just could very well
I don't know
see
about
him.
that. I think Vrabel's out. I think they're going to move on from Vrabel. Maybe Vrabel goes to New England, and maybe he goes and follows Vrabel to New England. But
You know what? I could very well honestly see that motherfucker just going on McAfee and becoming a full-time, host over there. I really could.
yeah, because you remember a couple weeks ago for the for the Alabama-Georgia game in the SEC championship.
He
they had
was in the bench with Pat McAfee.
And he was like, a couple weeks ago, people were calling for your head. Now they're about to hang a banner. They're going to hang the banner. No, we're not hanging any banners, unfortunately. But, I remember that. He's like, they're going to hang a banner. And they're not hanging any banner.
Wait, did Arthur or McAfee say that?
McAfee.
Oh.
He was like,
That
a couple weeks
sounds
ago,
like something McAfee would say. I'm like, if Arthur said that shit,
But, it's just because Arthur was nodding his head, yep. But, because you remember when they were at the game for Ole Miss, Georgia in Athens, you could hear the
fire
Falcons
Arthur
fans.
Smith.
You could hear the Falcons fans in the background booing like crazy. And then a couple weeks later, after that 2-game win streak, we, I think it was a 2-game win streak at that point. You could see us back on top of the NFC South. And Pat McAfee was like a couple weeks ago. People were calling for you, but now it looks like you guys are gonna hang a banner. And so how quickly things can change. It's like we had the season where we wanted it at 2-0, and we were still first place midway through at 4-3. Won on that skid against the bad teams. Somehow found a way to bring it back with a chance to create separation last Sunday, and you find a way to drop this one, and you were right back to where you were. Like, just it's one step forward, two steps back.
Let's go ahead and look at this for really what it is. I'm gonna go ahead and say this. You can think all you want about that skid, and coming back, yeah, it definitely bites us in the ass. But you can only look at what's happened recently, in my opinion. And the bottom line is, heading into last Sunday, you had a 6-6 record, leading the NFC South by a full game. You had an opportunity to knock the Bucs out of it, which, look at it now. Tampa Bay has momentum. They just went into Green Bay. They got a very nice win over the Packers. But you had an opportunity to pretty much knock the Bucs out of it.
I got to see how T-Law looks tonight to give me any confidence on if he can beat the Bucs next week. If he's still limping around like he was last week and continues to play on that leg, I don't think he's going to beat Tampa Bay in their house. But if T-Law looks like what he did in the first half of the season, maybe, Jacksonville wins that game for us.
Well, here's the thing, man. We need them to really come through, because
it's a mute point now, though.
We might really need that second round pick. In terms of talking about a trade up.
And you're talking about you remember that game against the Bengals where Ridley had that 50-yard reception that would have been set up for the win, but instead it's a holding call. Like, imagine he is short of the 1,000 yards by a couple plays, and you can look at that type of flag where it's like, damn. Because doesn't he need 1,000 yards and or to be extended for it to be a second round pick?
He needs to be extended for it to be a second. It needs to be 1,000 for it to become a third. If he's extended, I think it just becomes a second.
Well, he hasn't hit 1,000 yet, has he?
I'm going to go ahead and ask you, though, talking about, this potential trade package, what are you giving the Chicago Bears to go up to number 1?
I personally don't think it would happen. I don't think they would trade back. I think if we're trading for the Bears, it's for their current quarterback. But to answer your question, I would probably give them, obviously, the first we're sitting at.
Yeah.
So, I'll give them a 2026 first, because I have a feeling with a new coach, we'll probably still need that 2025 first. And the Bears are a stupid organization. You could probably find a way to swindle them just a little bit.
I don't know. I think you might have to go with that 25 first.
I'll go the first, and assuming that Ridley's turns into a second, I'll give up that. I'll give up a 2026 first, and I'll give up, a third and a fifth for 2025.
You think that's going to get it done?
I mean, shit, that's 6 picks, man.
That's 4, you said. So,
well, let's see. First rounder this year, first rounder in 2025, a second rounder, that's the Ridley pick. That's 3, and then a third and a fifth next year. That's 5 or 6 picks, yeah. I would like to think that gets that.
I'm going to tell you what I would do. Honestly, here's what I would. You have to give up that first. You got to give up one of those seconds, probably the one from the Ridley pick. You got to give up your 25 first. I'd say give up a 2026, third, something like that. Give up a fourth in 2025, and you can give up a late round pick in a 6th round pick in 2024, and that should get it done. You would think.
Can you even trade anything past 2 drafts, or can you trade a couple years down the line?
You can trade further down the line as you want.
We could trade him a 2037 first round pick and be take it or leave it.
I'm sure we could. Nothing like it's ever been done before, but shit.
Yeah, from what I heard, I think you can only trade that year and then maybe the 2 years after, which is, that's most common, because 4 years in the future, you have no fucking idea what that draft pick value is going to be and who's even going to be in the draft. So,
no,
it's fair.
No idea. So, yeah, man, that's probably what it would be. Personally, to me, man, it's just Justin Fields. But let's say, how would you feel about a Justin Fields and a Ben Johnson's offense?
I mean, we haven't seen a mobile quarterback in his offense. We're seeing Jared Goff. So, I mean, I have no idea how it would look if they would make Justin Fields go out of his element or not. I'd have to learn more about Ben Johnson's past and see what other quarterbacks he's worked with over the years. Because if he worked with New Orleans, well, shit, that's Drew Brees. Drew Brees is the opposite of what Justin Fields is, too. So,
yeah. Because, man, I'm going to be honest. I still want Arthur Smith's ass gone. The fact I ain't got that alert yet on my phone. But, man, look. That listen, the motherfucker should not stay regardless. Now, if he pulls out the miracles and he wins the NFC South, okay, I understand he's staying. Okay, there's a case for him to stay. It's not going to happen. He needs to get fired. But if he were to stay and we were to trade for Justin Fields, then
I won't even be that hyped for next season, man.
That would be the same as Ritter.
It'd be a killer, man.
That would be he'd look the same as Ritter in this offense. Mark my words. Maybe not as many turnovers, but he would pretty much look the same as Ritter.
The only way I'd be hyped for Arthur Smith coaching this team next year is it would literally have to be a perfect storm from now until next September. We'd have to win out somehow, almost win a playoff game, have a perfect draft class where everybody's like a perfect PFF grade, and you somehow trade for a superstar quarterback, and you land some of the best free agents in free agency. Then maybe I could.
How much cap space can we have in this free agency?
I think we can get up towards, I think right now it's like 40-ish million, but I think we can get up towards 80 million because, like we talked about earlier, Heineke's they'll get off of, Bud Dupree's they'll get off of, Mike Hughes they'll get off of.
Let me ask you something, man. Do you think we keep Okudah or we're riding with Phillips?
If you would have asked me a month ago, I would have said we're keeping Okudah, but I think the next 3 games, that's something to watch out for as a fan, is you want to see at least Okudah look good to see if he earns himself a contract.
You got us, yeah. No, I mean, if you can get Okudah,
he was amazing that first month or so. Amazing.
I mean, listen, man, we knew. I don't know about you, man. We knew we got a stealing Clark Phillips from the moment. Oh, you motherfuckers let him fall to us?
Yeah, we maybe got him and Helms as steals.
Yeah, no,
Tyler was a
Helms
steal.
has been a dog too.
But the thing with
out in preseason.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, you also can create more cap space. Speaking of corners, by extending AJ Terrell, because AJ would end up playing.
You gotta extend AJ. That's something that just has to.
He's earned it. He's earned it too. Like he's been phenomenal over the last 6 or 7 games.
And you can probably get a little hometown discount because went to Westlake, grew up in the A. You'll get a little hometown discount from it.
Yeah, you'll ultimately end up actually gaining more. I didn't understand how that worked until someone explained it to me. But you actually end up gaining more cap space for this offseason by extending AJ Terrell. So we'll probably have up towards 80 million by the time free agency rolls around, which is a good bit. But then it goes back to that conversation we had an hour ago. How are we going to be able to fool free agents into coming here a second season in a row?
Well, here's the thing, man. What's the free agency market? What does it look like? And we ain't getting no damn T. Higgins. We're not.
No. But we need to find a way to get some sort of like Daniel Hunter. Like we need to find ace. Like last year,
is he a free agent though this year?
Yes, as of right now, he is.
Oh, then go get him. No,
because we need an edge rusher as bad as we need a quarterback. And so you need to address one in the first round of the draft, and you need to address the other one as your big splash in free agency. Like last year, your big splash was Jesse Bates. Hayden Ellis, you can say, but like we were just like, oh, cool, we're just taking more players from the Saints. I fuck with it, but we didn't know he'd be this good. Trades like Jeff Okudah and the Bud Dupree signings.
Well, man, let me ask you something. Where do you think Troy Anderson fits in on this defense next year? Because, man, Landman has his spot locked down.
Good question. I guess it means that you could see Hayden Ellis become more of a blitzer again. Because
that is how he worked best in New Orleans.
But we also don't know if he was more of a Dennis Allen blitzer or if he was a Ryan Nielsen blitzer. That's something we don't know. But I feel like part of the reason he hasn't been able to get as much pressure on the quarterback as we hoped when we signed him is because of all the linebackers who got hurt and got cut, like Michael Walker and Rashawn Evans.
Which Michael Walker, his ass was destined to get cut.
He was so good his rookie year, he just didn't improve. Remember, he went from the most underrated player on this defense to being cut.
But that was a Dan Quinn Dimitrov pick.
Yes. And that's part of the reason I think there's a chance Kyler traded too, just because he wasn't that regime's pick. That's my exact logic. Because they're in the quarterback sweepstakes right now.
That's a franchise quarterback. And we've seen it, man. A franchise quarterback is so scarce to find in the NFL.
But Justin Fields could be too, but the Bears are wanting to move on from him. So
the Bears are in such a unique situation that, to me, I mean, this is me now. You know, that's why these last few games are so big for Chicago. I feel like, man, you know, at this point, maybe you go and get Marvin Harrison if you're Chicago.
Or if you're Arizona, you could say the same thing and be like,
I feel like Arizona's probably more likely to go. I feel like it's either Chicago, you know, obviously, yes, they could trade Fields and take Caleb Williams, number one. But to me, I also feel like, because you got DJ Moore there, but I also feel like, to me, it's Chicago trades out, and it could be a team like the Falcons that trade up to number one and get a Drake May, or maybe even a Caleb. But I say I prefer Drake May. And then Arizona's right there, and they're picking a Marvin Harrison Jr. And, man, listen, if you put him with Kyler Murray, Arizona, you know, that's going to be scary.
I also got to ask you, what's the longest? I'm looking at some of your past streams right now. What's the longest you've ever had a stream for?
I had one for like 5 hours with J-Dub. He's a Panthers fan. I had another one that went like 7 or 8 hours. Man, wow, that was just, I was sleeping most of that.
See, I had a Twitter space a couple weeks ago where I fell asleep.
I was in that. Did you see? I said, like, wake your ass up.
Yes, I did.
Get your ass up.
I was talking baseball before I fell asleep, and I was like, oh, shit. It was the first space that I had ever hosted, too.
I might do a Twitter space. I don't know, man. I need to get on more.
Today was the first day I ever hosted a Twitter post-game space, and I've done YouTube streams before and YouTube podcasts before, and they don't feel like forever. But I host a Twitter space, and I end it, and I'm like, holy shit, that was so long. And then I look back, and I'm like, oh, it was only 30 minutes.
But, man, I was very heated in that Twitter space because the game just ended. I was even heated at the beginning of this stream, you know, calm down a little bit. You know, but, man, listen, it's still, this loss is still frustrating. How do you lose?
Oh, dude, you should have saw me during that the first Tampa Bay game when Ritter had the touchback on the ball knocked out. Man. I was fucking screaming. Like, I had been calm all season until that point, and it all boiled out right then and there. Because, like, 30 seconds prior, I was like, let's fucking go, Des. Let's fucking go. That's huge. And then you know, I see it's a fucking touchback. I'm like, we can't do a motherfucking goddamn thing right. And because I hadn't blown a gasket,
you should have seen me the moment that kick went through. I was like, fire Arthur, fire Des, fuck for Stone, get them all the fuck out. And I still feel that way.
Well, the point I'm bringing it up is on that. I wasn't the host of that space, but I knew people in there. But I still get shit to this day. People were like, you were crying in that space. I'm like, I wasn't fucking crying. I was fucking pissed and sorry for showing emotion to my team. My dumb, retarded team that I love so much. Sorry about that. But it was the first time I had blown a gasket all year when you had that touchback. You know, with the chance to pretty much ice the game against Tampa the first time around. And people were like, why are you crying? Why? I'm like, bro, I'm fucking pacing. And I'm fucking screaming. They're like, you're crying. I'm like, all right, bro.
That's how I listen. That's how
I'm like, sorry for showing emotion. No, I'm not crying. I'm not shedding a fucking tear. But sorry for sharing emotion with my team.
Every single fourth quarter, it feels like with this team, it's a fucking heart attack.
We wouldn't change it for the world, though, would we?
No, and I was in that fucking Benz last week, and it's like fucking, man, it's just so fucking just, what the fuck? How does this happen every week. But we've seen it for years.
I've been watching cartoons on mute for 2 hours on Fox since the NFL content ended, and I have no idea what any of the backstory is to any of the episodes I've just been watching.
What
they
do they got on
Simpsons
there?
on a cruise.
Aren't they fucking airing? Don't they air Family Guy typically after that, or The Simpsons?
Yeah. It was like Crapopolis, and then it was like The Great North, which that one's okay.
Yeah, I ain't never heard of it. Listen,
yeah,
man,
those are the new ones. Crapopolis and The Great North are new, and then they put on The Simpsons.
The only reason I think cable TV at this point is
it's for sports. Sports. Because you want to know what part of the issue is about cutting the cable to watch sports with?
Go ahead.
It's because you're so behind. Like, for the people that watch on streaming services or they bootleg, they're a good 2-3 minutes behind everything. So if you want to, like, if you're like us, like you and I, who are big on social media, big on Twitter, anything sports platform wise, people are 3-4 plays ahead of you because they're watching it on live.
Look, man. You know, and that's why, man. Especially when the game is tight, I can't be on social media. I can't have shit on. It's not good.
I have to turn off all the beat writers, like including D-Led, Scott Bear. I mean, Mike Rosberg. I turn them all off for the game just because I'll see something and then I'll be like, oh, it's a third down, and then 30 seconds before I see the snap, a great pass from Ritter, but it's ultimately not held onto, and the Falcons are forced to punt. I'm like, well, that fucking spoils the whole thing.
Yeah.
And when I'm watching the Braves, it's the same way. I'll get a notification from my MLB app, 2-run home run by Ozzie Albies. Braves up 6-3. I'm like, oh, well, this pitch we're about to hit a homer. Like, it ruins part of the fun, It's like you don't want to be told.
Look at this right here. We lost to a team that was selling tickets for they were selling tickets for $4 this morning. They were selling this shit for 48 cents.
Woo! I think it was actually 45 cents.
People do you think was in that Bank of America stadium?
I heard it was like 17% capacity.
I heard somewhere like Panthers fan reposted. It was like
T-Law just missed Ridley wide open. Damn it!
God damn, I ain't been watching.
I just flipped it on. It's 3-0.
What the fuck is going on in that game?
3-0 second quarter. Jacksonville with a chance to tie it up, but they just had Ridley wide open for a post that wouldn't have been a touchdown. But let's see. I'll tell you the replay right here. He was lined up left side. And he had Patrick Queen.
He had a chance.
No, Calvin. He took the under on himself again tonight. That's crazy.
We need his ass to fucking get that second.
You think his mom you think his mom has a new gambling account that he uses? Oh, they just missed that fucking kick.
Fuck that.
I bet he still gambles under his mama's name.
Probably.
Like his mama set up the account for him.
Probably does fucking prize picks and everything.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mama. I won't do NFL. Meanwhile, takes the under on himself if you go back and watch some of his highlights from 2020, it's fucking clear he had the under on himself in a lot of games.
Yeah.
Like there were so many routes he could have taken to the house, like specifically that one in Arrowhead, where he could have easily, like, it would have been funny if we fucking beat the Chiefs at that point because they were like 14-1 or 13-1 or something.
Dude, we literally we
would have won.
That is the most Falcons game ever, man.
But I wasn't mad that they lost because it was the tank. Like, that was one kick that Q missed. I was like, cool with me.
But man, it's just, man, another thing, going back to that draft for a minute, man, we were talking about that draft probably, the Richie Grant pick in particular, and the Jalen Mayfield pick are probably some of Terry's biggest L's.
Darren Hall, back to back to back. Richie, Jalen, Darren, back to back to back.
And then Drew Dahlman's ass got benched. I don't think a lot of people are talking about that.
Year 3, because he keeps snapping the ball into the ground.
Wait a minute. He was not inactive. He was active, right?
Yeah, he was a healthy scratch. He was benched.
He was fucking. He said enough bullshit.
I never understood why they were playing.
There were definitely some bad snaps today, but you were in the way. I would like to see Nasal, I think is how you say his name, next week in the bench in those comfy conditions. I would like to see him in those comfy conditions.
To be honest, though, Rise Up ATL, I never understood why Hennessy got benched for Dalman. I never understood why Dalman was playing over Hennessy.
Is Hennessy
Maybe-
still on the team?
He tore his ACL before the season.
Oh,
And I think that's part of the reason the offensive line has not been as good this year is we don't have the depth we had.
Hennessy was supposed to be the left guard. Now Bergeron came in and he's balled out. And man, you gotta say, we have our guards. You know.
Hennessy could have been center though. You know, he was a higher pick at that position.
Yeah, but no, we have our guards for the future. That is the one thing.
And then for we cut we re-signed German Affetti just to cut him a month later. I'm like, okay.
Well,
They let
we
Elijah
cut him
Wilkinson
because
go.
I think that was kind of an insurance type deal to where in case we didn't get Bergeron, because Dallas.
Bro, look at all the
Bergeron.
fucking Christmas people in the pool at Jacksonville, and they all look decapitated.
What's the fucking temperature in Jacksonville?
Alexa, what's the temperature? Oh, 58 degrees. It says on our screen. Never mind. Shut up, Alexa. Yes, I thought, bitch.
Oh damn, you got Alexa.
Yeah, I have them all over the house. I have like.
I got a fucking. I swear, I got a fucking tablet. But I ain't using it. I got some fucking technology just laying around. I ain't using it.
Yeah, when we bought this house, it came with some. Like I grew up in Kennesaw and I moved over to the other side of Marietta when I was like 13, and this house came with like some crazy technology. It came with like a home theater speaker system and a projector and like a lot of spaces to put smart devices.
You're balling up there, aren't you?
A little bit. Yeah, my mom has her own Echo. We have a living room Echo. I have one in my room that I use for alarms. And then, I can also I'll be like, I'll forget that a game is on. I'll be like, hey, Alexa, what's the Hawks score? And she'll be like, the Hawks are losing by 60 because they fucking suck. And I'm like, got it. But, so I have two TVs in here. One of them I bought. The other one came with the house, and we just got a projector years ago. So, I'll watch games off the main screen. I'll have the Falcons on the main screen or the Braves, and I'll put MLB Big Inning or NFL Red Zone on the side while I'm watching the Braves.
Here's what I do. I don't got two TVs.
Yeah.
But this is like a poor man's way to do it. In my fucking... I'll have the
Lamar...
I guess Jacksonville just got the ball back.
Yeah, Lamar just threw a Desmond Ritter.
Was it a fucking grenade bomb?
No. I don't know what that was.
Fucking A, it's either falling on your ass or right side up. That was a grenade bomb today. It was.
Yeah.
Same motion, same look. I thought the moment he fucking... I'm like, that is...
It looks like Lamar just tried to
rush
rush an RPO.
Ritter wasn't falling to his ass.
It looks like Lamar ran an RPO and he had to throw it so there wouldn't be a penalty, and he just threw it right to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Illegal man down. I think you'd rather have an illegal man downfield penalty than an interception.
Well, yeah. But, this is how I do it. I don't got the fucking money back to TV. Still do it.
Go Ridley.
And I got this shitty ass computer that I probably need a computer, but
I got a shitty ass laptop too. I stream and I do podcasts off. It's so bad. I can literally never have anything else open.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I even tried to start this stream with it, and I had to switch to I'm on my phone, literally.
Oh yeah, StreamYard from your phone is not easy.
Yeah, no, and I mean they only added that shit 3 years ago, but.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, I have Red Zone on my computer and I have either the Falcons or whatever the big game is going on my phone. Or this is how I do it because I'm a wrestling fan. I'll have a WWE Raw on my computer, and then the Monday night game on my laptop on my TV just to kind of put in perspective.
Yeah, there'll be times where the Braves and the Hawks are playing at the same time because it's April or October, right, where they meet up, and I'll have the Hawks on one screen and the Braves on the other, just depending on which game's bigger. But I also have my PS5 linked up to this projector, so my games are fucking huge. The only issue is for games like Fortnite, I suck ass at because I can't see shit. I feel
God damn, you still play Fortnite?
I barely do, and the reason is I never got good at Fortnite. Because
only game I really play is Madden.
I play MLB The Show. That's about it.
But those are really the only 2 games I'm playing.
I can't stand Madden anymore. I used to love it. I had a 15, 16 year franchise with the Falcons and Madden 22. And
I got one
had to-
going right now, man. Just won the Super Bowl in it. I'm in year 3.
Yeah, I started mine in Madden 22 and I didn't win till like 2026. But it was I did a very realistic rebuild. You know what I mean?
That's
Like,
how I like to do my franchises. I like to
Me
be
too.
realistic.
I kept Matt Ryan. I kept pretty much all the players I wanted to keep. Like I kept Grady. I kept Ridley. I kept Deion Jones. Like pretty much anybody that didn't regress quickly, and I wanted to keep on the team long term. But like my first draft class, bro, I fucking nailed it. So keep in mind, this is the 2022 draft
Do you
class.
load in the actual real draft classes or just
For the first couple of seasons, I do because they're there. And like,
Yeah.
do you want me to tell you some of the players I took the first year?
Go ahead.
I took Trent McDuffie my first round, and I paired him with AJ Terrell, lockdown. And then my second round, I want to say, was Perion Winfrey out of Oklahoma. Now he was a bust in the NFL, but he was a really good run stuffer, and I paired him next to Grady Jarrett, replacing Marlon Davidson's dumbass. Great pick. And then I took a running back third round by the name of Isaiah Spiller, and he pretty much is like Tyler Algier. Just a fucking power back, which Next Gen Madden is all about power backs.
Man,
because-
what happened to fucking Isaiah Spiller? That dude was supposed to be.
Yeah. I took him like third round.
He went to A&M or something. I'm sure he's out of college now.
Oh yeah, I think he's the backup for Eckler right now. He's in the league.
Actually, he is.
Good catch, Rid.
Damn, just caught him.
That
Oh.
pad, Rid.
We need
Wow.
that fucking second.
And then
No, man, but I don't really
I took
play.
Eric Nzukamba in the fourth round, and that basically turned him into Drake London, like a big threat. And I actually threw the ball to Kyle Pitts, so like my offense was fucking legit. My quarterback was auto-generated because I didn't take him for like another couple of years. I took this guy named Brian Martin out of Tennessee, and by the end of his career, like by his prime, he was
Wait,
like
hold
99
on. I
in the
want to
city.
ask you a question.
Sure.
How did Desmond Ridder do in that franchise?
This is Madden 22, so there was no Desmond Ridder yet.
But
He might have got drafted, but I didn't know who he was. Like that in my franchise, like Spencer Rattler got drafted really high and did really
Do
well.
you remember? Did you ever see the Bleacher Report scouting report for Desmond Ridder?
Probably.
Do you know who his pro comparison was?
Oh, Marcus Mariota.
Dak Prescott.
Oh, I heard Marcus as well. I'm like,
No,
oh,
I
that
heard
makes
Marcus
sense.
on draft night.
Well, it makes sense. They're taking a Marcus Mariota light prototype. I'm like, that's who we really want. That's our ceiling.
But I'm gonna go ahead and mention a big point about Mariota in a minute. But man, listen, I really only play Madden. I play MLB The Show.
Yeah, I'm like 3 seasons into my Braves franchise. I play all 162. I'm
Yeah,
legend.
that's how
I'm a
I am
sweater.
too.
I'm a sweat in MLB. I'm not gonna lie.
And I really, to be honest, I still play GTA 5 from time to time. But man,
Yeah,
you know,
that's a game.
they
you always
finally
gotta
put
pick
out
up
the
every now and
GTA 6 trailer, so we only gotta wait a little over a year.
again. And when you think about it, that's not that long in the terms of how much we waited. Especially because we're supposed to get the college game this summer. So you get that, you're halfway there at that point.
And then you'll probably get, I think you'll get GTA 5 in like March 2025. GTA 6 in like March of 2025. So
Yeah, it's really not that long at all.
we'll be set. Fuck it.
Also, like one thing I've noticed as we've gotten older, one thing our parents did not lie to us about Rise Up ATL is as you get older, time goes quicker. When you think about it,
Absolutely. Dude, this year, I've been telling, my family and friends this year's going by like a zoom by.
like a millisecond. The thing about it though, like when you're 5 years old, when you're even 9 years old, time goes by a lot slower because that's 1/9 of your life. That's 1/5 of your life. When you're in your 20s, like I'm 20 now, a year was only 1/20th of my life. So obviously it's going to feel quicker because it's a shorter time span. And when you think about it that way, it's like, oh, that shit makes sense. But yeah, that's one thing our parents did not bullshit us about. Time goes quicker.
Yep.
We've gone from talking about the Falcons to now talking about
Man, listen, we can just go off however, man. But this is,
Yeah.
because we're people, and listen, man, the Falcons, eventually just, kind of unplug. We're going to definitely have to do more of these where we talk sports, especially as we get closer to baseball season and
sure.
as the draft approaches. But yeah, man, no, I mean, life is going by fucking quickly. But one thing I was gonna say is,
T-Law, what the fuck was that?
A lot of the big reason why we were so hyped for Arthur Smith's offense this year is because look how they ran it last year with Mariota. It was a lot of play action, RPO, and we ran the damn ball down teams' guts.
And we had a much worse roster while doing so. What the fuck was that, Trevor? I can't get over that. That's not going to be Tampa Bay the way he's playing.
Season's going to be over at that point.
It's already over. We probably have like a 10% chance at playoffs now, mathematically.
Probably like 6. Really? Yeah. See, I just kind of gets on my nerve with analytics because they do get into your fucking head sometimes.
Yes.
It's just, man.
I feel like analytics work better for baseball than football. Because baseball is a lot more unpredictable. Football is a little bit more man-to-man. Baseball is 9-on-9, so it's a little bit, I feel like it works.
And baseball goes through so many points in the season. That's the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, there's matchups. It's pitcher versus hitter every single pitch. While with football, the tight end can be lining up against a linebacker. It can be lining up against a corner. It couldn't be lined up against anybody at all. So, every play is different. So, I feel like analytics in football are just a lot more of a wild card than baseball.
Yeah, no.
There's a bigger sample size for numbers.
But let's look at, something, I guess we alluded to it earlier, man. The Braves, the Falcons, and the Hawks are all in a complacent spot right now. They're complacent with their franchise. And I guess you can say, yes, the Braves are in contention. But even at that, man, where is it really getting you in the long term? You got the one World Series, but you're not, getting over the hump when you need to be.
Nope. And
the Hawks are stuck in that play-in category.
They're not even playing at this point, man. They're like 6 games under 500. They just need a tank this year.
Exactly. But no, I mean they've been in that just play-in bullshit the past few years, and the Falcons have been in 7-10 purgatory.
And you know why the Hawks blew it up, right? It's because they were always stuck in the middle, so they wanted to reset and come back to the top. And
just to be right back in the middle.
Yeah, they're literally worse than what they were before that. Because before the rebuild, they were always top 5, top 6 in the Eastern Conference. They're not even there anymore, and that's back when LeBron was in his prime in the conference, and they were still competitive. Now that he's not, good night.
Man,
we're even
also,
worse.
Man, I mean, I understand Trey. Trey is probably if you're talking the city of Atlanta, because let's face it, the Braves, they are more of, they're closer to, their ideal demographic.
They're closer to the rednecks, hillbillies of the city.
Yeah, exactly. They're closer.
Put it that way, the inner city relates more to the Hawks, while the suburban hillbillies, just to put it simply, they revert more to the Braves.
They need to fly a fucking house.
They need a what?
I'm not gonna say it. But with that being said, man, it's just that's the thing. It's really, to me, feels like that. Obviously, the Braves have been. If we're talking the city of Atlanta, Trae Young is no doubt the most dynamic player, in the city of Atlanta.
City, yeah.
And he has a grasp on the city, even though, Acuna, I really feel like, is for the Braves and honestly should be over Trey. It is.
I feel like he is, but inner city, you're probably right.
Yeah, it is. And the Falcons really don't, once Julio left, man, the Falcons really haven't had that guy. It could have been, it was supposed to be Kyle Pitts.
I haven't followed the United in years, but when they were good, it was Joseph Martinez as well.
Yeah, and then
they haven't replaced that.
And the thing with United, and look who the owner of Atlanta United is.
Shocker.
Day one, he got a fucking championship within the first 2 years.
And they were a super team. I followed soccer a lot more closely back when they were really good. And from what I heard, that was one of the best ever MLS teams ever. And a lot of that team was really young, and they disbanded, and a lot of them are doing really well in Europe. and the others that are still in the MLS are doing really good for other contending clubs in the MLS. And I from what I heard, the only one that's left from that championship team is the goalie, Brad Guzan. And Rise Up ATL, he was old when we got him. It's been 6 years, and you're telling me he's still a starting goalie at like 40 years old? Like, shit. From whenever I do watch the Atlanta United games now, he can't make a save for his life because he's just so old.
Hey, ho, Arthur Smith, you gotta go.
Oh my God,
He
cooking. He's cooking like T-Law and Jackson and Lamar Jackson with these turnovers back to back.
Hook to him, man. Look, he's gotta go. Gotta go. It's a must at this point.
Isn't it really painful watching Sunday Night Football the night after the Falcons lose? Because
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Because you're like, my team's already pissed me off, and now I gotta fucking watch more. You're just so ready to be done.
It's listen, and then that Monday after, you've kind of cooled down. That Sunday, that Monday after, you gotta go to work, go do your thing, go, take care of some business, and then you just gotta go, and then you just gotta be, and of course you're gonna get the one guy who's, hey man, what happened to the Falcons yesterday? And it's like, I don't know, man. And, I've been making listen, let's just, the coach, the quarterback, let's just give it to him. I'm making it. Arthur Smith better be fucking going tomorrow. I'm so serious.
I agree with you. I just don't think it's going to happen.
At this point, man, it probably won't. Look at how that fucking, and that's why I honestly say,
the Chargers one happened the day after, so maybe it happens tomorrow. But if he's head coach on Tuesday, he's head coach the rest of the season.
Well, let's look at this, man. Let's look at a few things. Did you see Arthur Blank at all today?
He probably was there.
Well, I mean, I know he was there. They had him in a big-ass box. But did they ever show him? Do you know? Because I'm interested to see what suit he was wearing.
Well, if it was black, as you're saying, because he was planning a funeral?
No, I'm talking about, when he puts that black suit, red tie on, he's ready to do some firing. That's when he goes, okay, it's time to fire some motherfuckers.
I did not know that. If you want to elaborate a little bit more.
He's ready. No, the same suit I think he wore to the Mike Smith, him announcing Mike Smith was fired, was the same suit he wore on the sideline the day he fired Dan Quinn. And here's the interesting thing. After both of those, they were both losses to the Panthers. That ended our season effectively. The one dropped us to 0-5. The other one is when, remember in 2014, the NFC South was on the line?
Yes.
And they came in here and they won 34-0.
I was with my family in Connecticut watching that game. And, it was just my mom and I, who I spoke of earlier, how she grew up in Connecticut and then came back. She grew up here. It was Christmas time, so we, spent the Christmas with them that year. So it was just my dad. It was just my grandmother, my dad, my mom and I, so just my direct family that was there with all my relatives. We were, the only Falcons fans in the house that had, 40 people in it that weekend. So, literally nobody could feel for us because everybody was just Giants and Patriots fans. They're Connecticut, so it's right between New York and Boston. Now, at that point, we hadn't lost to the Patriots yet, so there wasn't, this hate for the Patriots like I had now. But a lot of them were just sorry, dude. That sucks, man.
I don't hate the Patriots. I gotta be honest. I can't. That team is blown. I can't hate that.
I understand that, but I still hate seeing them win.
They're not winning anymore. They're not.
I know, and I want it to continue that way.
I actually fucking despise over anything. I hate the Saints.
Of course.
I got a hatred for the Eagles. I can't stand the Cowboys. I hate losing to the Panthers because we're supposed to own those motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's supposed to be our little brother. And now it's kind of right down the middle. If you look at it,
that's supposed to be our bitch. That ain't supposed to be our little bro. That's supposed to be our bitch.
We split the last 4. We're 4-4 in the last 8. It's not even a bitching thing anymore. Unfortunately. Today was supposed to be a year where, we swept the Panthers again. Nope. We split every year since COVID. The last time we swept them was 2019. It's pretty dead even right now, which is saying something. Where they've been.
No. It's definitely right. I mean, and that's an embarrassment. Really is. So
I mean, you saw them talk a lot of shit before the first game. You didn't really see them at all this week, so maybe they don't care.
No. Why would you honestly, why would they were 1-12?
Yeah. You hear the roar of that crowd when they made that kick? Ah! They were like so surprised.
Their 2 wins are at home. Both game-winning field goals.
Oh, man. And they love, because the Panthers hate us more than anything, right? Like, we hate the Saints more than anything. I'm pretty sure, in their eyes, we're their biggest rival. So they love beating us.
And then they played the sweet Carolina bullshit.
Oh. Yeah, I went to that game with you last year, and that was so cringe.
Yeah, no,
I was hoping Eddie would miss it like he did 2 weeks before.
And that was the worst game we played all year last.
The Bengals one, maybe.
No, to be honest, man, that Bengals game to me, though, it's just we were out, man.
It was Darren Hall and Cornell Armstrong one-on-one versus T. Higgins and Jamar Chase.
We stood no chance in that game, and we should have seen it. And we were coming off a win the week prior versus San Francisco, which, I mean, let's talk about that in a second. But, man, look, that just the bottom line there is, man, that to me was, and even we tried to make a game out of it for a second, we just couldn't keep up with them. But the bottom line was, man, that Panthers game, we were supposed to win that game. That was the worst game we played all year, in my opinion, because we got our asses slutted out in that game.
Yeah, the score was not a deciphering of what the game actually was.
They kicked our ass all game.
We actually had a chance to we actually still had a legit chance to
I know.
They almost choked that game. I'm not gonna lie. They almost did. Wasn't it like 21-9 with like 7 minutes left, and then we finally scored, and
it was 22-15.
Yeah, Koo shanked the PAT, and it was like, oh fuck, man. No, it was 21-15 because they won by 9. But yeah, Koo missed an extra point. It was like 21-9 with 9 minutes left, and then Mariota threw that grenade that we forget was overturned. So that drive actually ended up turning into a touchdown because Cordero Hodge got wide open. It was like, okay, we might actually have something here. They go through now.
You're talking but here's the thing, man. I'm telling you straight up. That throw, I'm going to continue to say it was the same exact throw Ritter made today. The only thing he was throwing from his ass, but it didn't get overturned.
Well, the reason I say that the Mariota one was a grenade toss because it looked like he was chucking it from a bunker. So I feel like we need a different term for this one today. Like this one was more like a hot potato. Here, hot potato. I feel like that's what the throw was saying. It was hot potato.
And he had Drake wide open.
Was he that far, like out of his vision, or like was he right in his peripherals?
He wasn't far. I mean, he could have made it to Drake. Yeah, he should have thrown it away. What he really should have done. I didn't like that play design from the start. Having John motion, and then that just opened up the place.
Both drives this game where we had Algier moving and rumbling, they said, "Nah, we're gonna go to fucking play action and fuck it all up."
Yeah.
Even that opening drive, Algier was rumbling down the field, and then on 3rd down and short, we're like, we're gonna run outside zone to the weak side with our hurt offensive lineman. Oh, it got stuffed. Tough. We're gonna run the same shit on 4th down, and it got stuffed again. And that was an indicator of what the game was gonna be like.
Yeah, no, that's. And man, listen, you want to talk about it at the end of the day? Arthur Smith was brought in here to, have a running game,
and he had it last year, not this year.
He had it last year, and he's not fucking sticking to it.
I mean, I don't know how much more you need to see in a fucking against a 1-win team in raining conditions. You're not going to fucking run it with your 1,000-yard rusher and your number 8 overall pick. And I love CP, man, but he does not need to be. Whoa, that does not sound. I love Cordero Patterson. And he just does not need to be getting carries like he does anymore.
He doesn't have it, man. He just doesn't. But to me, man, I kind of look at, what do we take of Bijan for a second? Because, man, he was supposed to come in, be the dynamic back. Do you think it's just how they're using him, or maybe he's not what is advertised?
Are you talking about Bijan?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I got another fucking phone call. I think. Well, to talk about Cordero too, it's like he was supposed to have this Joker role. He was supposed to get some running back.
He was supposed to be the Joker, the X Factor.
Yeah, he was supposed to get some pass catching. He was supposed to get punt return, but no, they said we prefer Mike Hughes and D. Alford over you. He's supposed to get some punt return, his some passing ability. He hasn't gotten any passing ability. Like even in chances, they're just like, we're gonna use him as a fucking power back. And so it's just weird.
Arthur Smith's offense this year is just so weird to understand because last year it was like a perfect time play action, and look at that San Francisco game. Look at it. It's like you look and say, how the hell did we win that game? But at the end of the day, that was a game that Arthur Smith, he called pretty damn good.
Arthur and Mariota had one incompletion. That'll do it.
He went 13 for 14. I want you to think about that.
Yeah, when Mariota wins Conference Player of the Week, yeah, you got a pretty good chance to beat anybody.
And, I mean, we failed to build off of that, but this year, it was, and Ritter had a good game versus Houston, but Houston still early in the year looking to gel, and that the next week versus Washington,
Chance to follow it up, you fall on your face.
Yeah. No.
Ask you a question. Do you think if we played Green Bay or Houston now, would we beat them again, or do they smack us this time around?
I don't know. That's hindsight's 2020. I really couldn't give you an answer to that.
Because simultaneously, maybe we can find a way to beat
honestly,
Houston.
if we played, that's kind of honestly like saying, well, if we played the Colts early, I definitely feel like we could have beaten them. Now it's just, I don't know.
It's more so who you play, not when you play, or more so when you play and more so than who you play. Like that Niners game. Like we played the Niners at the perfect time. They had to come out east for the first week of a trip, and they had a lot of pieces out.
Well, let me also go ahead and say this. Now, that Chicago game, you definitely would want to play them early in the year versus when you're playing them.
Yeah, you want to, especially on the road. You'd rather play in a sunny game than a snow game.
You don't want to play. We're not going to want to go there New Year's Eve. We're just not going to. We're not going to, and that's the thing. It's like.
And what does that say about us? That Matt Eberflus and how bad of a coach he is? He's only one game back of us in the standings right now.
Man, listen, I mean, but look how bad of a coach Arthur Smith is.
The Ravens are dumb as hell. You see what they just did?
Tried to run that fucking...
Well, the play was successful. They got from like the 4 to the 1 yard line, but some of the Jags players were taunting him like, you ain't getting in here when it's literally second down and goal. It was a very successful play call for them. And then Buddy on the offensive line literally headbutted one of the Jacksonville defenders, taunting him. And so now they're going to be back at the 16-yard line. Idiot. Personal foul. It's like when Matt Ryan was shit-talking Micah Hyde.
That shit pissed me off. That wasn't fucking, no, personal foul.
It was like, oh my God, we scored a touchdown. Oh no, he didn't score a touchdown. And now we're at the 17-yard line. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know how many times we've scored a touchdown and then all of a sudden it's not a touchdown anymore. Like that Tampa Bay, like going back to that Tampa Bay Ritter touchback. I'm like, as soon as I fucking celebrate us scoring a touchdown, it's taken away, dog. I just can't have anything. I can't have happiness. I can't have nothing.
Yeah. It's fucking unreal. That's
but if we wanted to hop off from being a Falcons fan, we would have done it by now. Like, we're stuck at this point.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's where there's too much damn shit we've seen. We've seen the greatest collapse of all time. We've seen
like today. Oh, ball don't lie. Touchdown. Ball don't lie, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if those same Jacksonville defenders were saying, "Nah, you short, bitch." This time, Lamar's like, "I'm gonna dot you up." 2-minute drill for 2 all here. And if they lose this game, I'm pretty sure Houston's right back there for the division crown.
They're
and
tied,
Indianapolis.
man. Look, and CJ's going to be coming back.
That was a huge win for them today.
Yeah, man.
You know, all the Titans fans are sick to their stomach because for like 4 to 5 years, even after Arthur Smith was gone, Mike Vrabel and them ran that division just because all the other teams in that division were so fucking shit.
That's how we should be right now, honestly. It really is.
Yep. And now they're all like, damn, now they're all good again and we're shit? What happened? That's crazy, though.
Now look at the situation we're in.
I remember RBT in his preseason prediction had the Titans winning the division, and all of us were like, ha! And he's like, I will give $100,000 to charity if the Titans don't win the AFC South. I'm so confident in it because the Jaguars are still too young and have to play a first-place schedule. He better get that donation ready because they are not winning that division.
Oh, they're not. They've already been eliminated from winning that division, so you better fucking do it now.
I don't watch Madden YouTubers like I used to, but I used to watch him all the time. I gotta go back and see if he made any videos about that.
Yeah, man.
I'm sure you watch RBT as a Bama fan. Or you at least used to.
Yeah, I used to. I didn't really watch him like that anymore. I've really kind of, all the people I watched like 3-4 years ago, I don't really watch anymore.
I was a big TD Barrett guy too.
Changes, man.
Well, like, I feel like when you get older, gaming videos just aren't as exciting. Like, when I watch a gaming video now, they're just boring to me. Like, when I was younger, I used to be able to watch them.
I didn't know you were talking about even for a second. RBT. Oh, the guy that, yeah, of course, I watch him.
Yeah,
I don't really watch him anymore like that. But, yeah.
I watch gaming videos now, and I get bored as hell. Like, Bengal, he does great stuff, too. He has the Falcons franchise.
He does, yeah. He does the franchise.
I can't even watch those videos, man. And it's not because Bengal's bad. It's not because the series is bad. It's just I can't watch a gaming video and be, not bored anymore. I would literally what 90% of the time I'm watching YouTube now, it's on the side and I'm watching podcasts like this. I'd rather be listening to something. I'm listening to Locked On, Falcons, Hawks, Braves. I'm listening to, the Falcoholic. I'm listening to talking baseball. 90% of the time I'm on YouTube now. Sometimes I'll watch an actual YouTube video, but most of the time I'm just listening to podcasts.
Man, no, I mean that's really how I am now. I'll turn on 92.9 The Game. I'll turn on I'll literally just turn on the fucking radio and listen to music.
Yeah, 92.9 has 92.9 and 680 are both on YouTube streaming all the time now.
Yeah,
so you can watch them anywhere. And it's ironic because I've realized that 680 and 92.9, I'm much more of a 92.9 guy. And the reason is 680's signal is fucking dog shit.
Dude,
I live
exactly.
I live 7-8 miles from the battery.
92.9 guy, I only turn on 680 when I watch the Braves. The Atlanta Braves. My grandfather told me this a couple months ago. He said, for how big the Atlanta Braves are in the Southeast, but in the city of Atlanta, you cannot get them worth a crap.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, I don't know if you know where that station is. It's in the Battery because 680 studios are in the Battery on top of Coca-Cola Roxy. That's right where their studios are. So they're right up there. So McManus has missed 2 kicks tonight. He's really on a scuffle right now for them. But yeah, I used to listen to both of them, but I literally live 8 miles from the station's fucking antenna signal. And if I drive 5 minutes in the car further away from the Battery, it's all fucking. So what the fuck is the point of me listening? I'd rather listen to commercials on 92.9 than flip over.
And maybe it's just because, man, 92.9 is right in downtown, and I think you can get 92.9 as far as maybe. I don't know if you can get them as far as Macon, but
you can get them in fucking South. You can get them in fucking Clemson, dude.
Yeah. No,
I went to boarding school for a year, just about 40 minutes north of Clemson, and they weren't crystal clear, but if I went on a road trip.
Wait, what school did you go to?
I don't know if I want to reveal that because it was against.
No, it was just you said you went to boarding school or something.
I went to a boarding school that was smack dab between Clayton, Georgia, and Clemson, South Carolina.
I was just asking you went to. I wasn't asking for the school's name. I was just you went to boarding school. Oh.
Yeah. Long story, but it wasn't my choice. But I went to a fucking school
Shit, man,
for
it
a year.
happens.
It was my freshman year of high school. I didn't have any. I lost everything, for a full year. All I had was an MP3 player, and that MP3 player got fucking Braves and Falcons games on the radio. Didn't get the Hawks, so I didn't get.
Was it the
everything
year the Falcons went to the Super Bowl or no?
No, that was my seventh grade.
It was one of the.
This is I was there summer 2018, from June 2018 to June 2019. I was there.
It was a sucky ass year.
So maybe that was the last year. The first year of the under 500 streak. They have not been over 500 since before I went to boarding school, and that was June 2018.
God damn.
So that was this 2017 season.
Maybe you need to go back to break the streak.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, the last time the Falcons were over 500, I was in middle school, and I'm a 20-year-old man now. So, that's what's crazy about it. But the point is, like, I had an MP3, and we weren't technically allowed to listen to the radio on our MP3s, but they couldn't really stop us because they had access to them. And they didn't really care to police us that much. But most staff members at my school realized I was really good with sports, and there was, like, something that kept me out of trouble. So they'd let me listen to the Braves game at night in my bed, or the Falcons on Sunday, whatever it may be. I did not get the Hawks. That was the one thing that sucked. There was no Hawks games for me on radio. Because 92.9 was just a little bit, I was just a little bit out of signal. Sometimes during the day, if I sat in a certain spot in a certain place and I would angle my wires correctly, I could get them. But there was another station from Charlotte that would come in from 92.9. That was some country station, and it would overlap. So
Let me get my beer out of a truck and sing about this girl I met at the...
Pretty much. My mom loves country music. I can't stand it. But I could sometimes listen to 92.9 when I was at boarding school, but it wasn't very crystal clear. There was one day, I think, I was, like, written up and I had to stay on the other side of campus away from people because I did some bullshit. I don't remember what I did, but I did something to get in trouble. And I had to stand on the other side of campus all day. And I had my MP3 player, and I'm like, let's see if this fucking works. And it was fucking crystal clear for hours. So, and it was the day that the Atlanta United played at Red Bulls in the conference finals. So that was sick. What a throw by Trevor there. Of course it wasn't to Ridley, though. But point is, I would listen to 680 The Fan more if their signal was better. Because if you look at it, when one goes to commercial break, the other one's kind of starting a segment. It really works out well for you to flip back and forth, and they can keep listeners. But one just has a station signal, and the other one doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't make...
Wow, they didn't even get off a snap. Jacksonville, dog. What are y'all doing?
It doesn't... Well, I'm going to go ahead and say this. It doesn't really, as far as the radio dynamic goes, I mean, 92.9's in downtown Atlanta, that it might just be because, man, it's like 680 is obviously, 680 is the home of the Atlanta Braves, so...
92.9 is at 14th Street, and 680 used to be downtown, but now they broadcast from the Battery.
And I think that has a big thing to do with it.
But it shouldn't have to deal with signal strength. You should be able to have an antenna that's strong.
I don't know.
680 is an AM station transferring on FM, and that's their
how far could 680 even possibly is supposed to go is my question.
It could go the same distance. It could go all the way to fucking south of Clemson, up to North Georgia. Should be.
Well, if you're talking about it's on the other side, maybe you could go to fucking Alabama or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, 92.9 does reach Alabama, and South Carolina, and Tennessee. Like very not in length, but it does. It reaches it.
Yeah, it's either I listen to 92.9. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'll just have it on like the fucking hip hop stations. I have it on 94.5 or.
At that point I just put on my little Bluetooth connector and listen to what I want. Yeah. Sometimes I'll even listen to podcasts if I don't want to hear. Like if 92.9 is talking about, like if Carl's not in that day or Mike's not in that day and there wasn't a lot of news the day before, I'd be like, fuck it, I'm listening to ZZ Top instead. I'm listening to Ludacris instead.
I gotta put Outkast over Ludacris. I just do.
You what?
I gotta put Outkast over Ludacris.
Oh yeah, Outkast is good too.
I've never really listened to Ludacris like that as much as I have to Outkast. I've pretty much listened to all of Outkast's albums.
Well, you're acting a fool, Rise Up ATL. You got to stand up against that. Move, bitch, out the way. Those are all Ludacris references.
Yeah, nah, man. And I mean, fucking even Harry Douglas does it. You know, no acting a fool. That's for the Falcons.
I love Harry Douglas. Harry Douglas was my favorite player when I was growing up.
I actually have a connection to Harry Douglas. I'm not going to reveal it though, but I have a connection to Harry Douglas. Kind of.
When I was 6 years old, I was on a cruise ship with my mom, and I was talking about the Falcons. And I said something about Harry Douglas, and apparently there was this college kid in his 20s, maybe a little bit older than I am now, that walked up to my mom, and I was like, he knows Harry Douglas? And my mom was like, yeah. And they're like, wow, he's a big fan. And that moment has stuck with me, and I actually had a chance to tell him that one time. On Instagram Live, I was like, you were my favorite growing up. I knew you when I was 6 years old. And he's like, hey man, if I left some sort of thing for you, like I really appreciate it. That was my goal out there every Sunday. I loved the city. I was like, that's what's up.
He grew up here. I mean, he
also
that's
was
the thing, man. You get AJ, Grady. Man, something that I really don't think a lot of people need. I just have never understood why it isn't talked about. Grady Jarrett being Jesse Tuggle's son.
Oh my God, yeah. I call him Tuggle Jr. all the time.
I mean, that's just, and Jesse Tuggle, you can honestly, I think if we want to talk about the top 5 players in Falcons history, the top players of all time, I think you got to put Primetime number 1 because Primetime literally, he got the Georgia Dome built and he put the Atlanta Falcons on the map. There were a lot of people who didn't even know what the Atlanta Falcons were before Primetime and too legit to quit. But
he also played for the Braves while playing for the Falcons, so that's a legend, in its own right.
If we're talking about, just outs after him, I think you got to put Jesse Tuggle at number 2.
I'm still going with my guy Matty Ice, number 2.
Matty Ice to me is number 3. But to me, Jesse Tuggle, he grew up on a dirt road in Griffin, Georgia. My dad was a running back in high school, and he played against Jesse Tuggle, against that Griffin team. So, yeah, man.
From what I heard, though, Jesse Tuggle wasn't a great dad to Grady. That's why he doesn't talk about it that much.
What'd you say?
From what I heard, though, Grady Jarrett.
Yeah, that is, I think, the thing,
He wasn't a father.
You don't really hear, great, and I'm sure, Grady's Mama Jarrett, and Jesse Tuggle, I don't know if they had a great relationship. I'm sure they didn't, so that's probably why.
That's why he's not Grady Tuggle, right?
Yeah.
I had no idea they were father and son until I watched this documentary from the Falcons on YouTube 2 years ago. That was a 9-parter that Secret Base did. And I was like, no fucking way.
I found out before, man, because I don't know when Grady was drafted, Jesse was on stage to announce the pick, but man, here's the thing. I guess it all does make sense now because think about it. Jesse Tuggle was on stage. He announced Grady's pick. And he was obviously very happy like any proud dad would be. But
actually,
the night before Grady was drafted, their house
fire. Yep. So wait, Jesse Tuggle actually announced Grady's pick?
He was on stage.
Was he the one that announced it? With the blah, blah, blah
pick that announced it.
Yeah, he did announce it, so he was with the 100 and something pick, the Atlanta Falcons select.
It was a chick who announced it, but he was on stage with the chick who announced it.
What was his facial expression when he got?
He was cheering yes, like he was a proud father. And you would have never honestly have guessed at that time because he does look a lot more like his mom. If you've ever seen his mom, she's on Instagram and all that. He does. You could see a little bit if you look very close into Grady, and then you look at Jesse Tuggle. But he does look mostly like his mom. That's why I don't think a lot of people really figure it.
He would maybe look a little bit more like his dad if he was a linebacker, but he's not the same.
Probably.
A little bit bigger. And when you think about it, though, he's literally living his dad's career reincarnated.
Yeah. He is.
Stuck on
He is
bad
the Atlanta
teams.
Falcons, and his daddy was the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah. His dad was Mr. Falcon. He's the new Mr. Falcon. They were one of the lone bright spots on one Falcons on many years of bad Falcon teams. Each went to one Super Bowl, hopefully, maybe Grady finds a way to get to a second one. Both of them wasted their primes in Atlanta. Like, when you think about it, it's scarily and eerily similar. Their careers.
So, but I mean, man, that's one of the things, man. I think about that a lot. Man. That's just, man, do people really realize that, they're actually father and son? I mean, not arguably, the greatest Falcon of all time, and Jesse Tuggle and Grady.
I feel like if they had a good relationship, it would have been talked about a lot more.
Have they ever even done an interview together?
I'm sorry?
I don't think they've ever even done an interview together, have they? No.
They've been in stuff together. Like, they've done videos where Grady Jarrett's featured in something, and so is Jesse Tuggle. But they always separate their clips. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
It's awkward.
But I'm sure he's interacted with him some. The fact that, look at they are literally the same. Which, I mean, but at the end of the day, man, he still probably has some animosity towards him for not really being there in his childhood and growing up.
DeJounte Murray's dad's the same way. He's trying to become a better father now because his son's in the NBA with kids of his own. He's fucking living in Hawaii doing his other thing. So, DeJounte grew up with the prison a couple times. So, it's very, as someone who, like, my father wasn't in the house, but as someone who does have a relationship with him, I can only half relate. Because I do talk to my father, but, I didn't grow up with him in the house either. So I understand some of their perspectives, but not all, because I love my dad to no end. But they, of course, hold some grudge.
Well, look at C.J. Stroud's dad. Fucking went to jail when he was 13, and I mean, he's trying. I mean, he held animosity towards him, but now he's trying to find a way to maybe get him out, or at least get him to one of his games.
C.J. Stroud's dad is still in jail?
He's still locked up, and he's going to be locked up till like 2040 or something.
Fuck, that's crazy.
It was like over some fucking, which, man, listen, if it was some fucking, I don't know what it was, but just stop fucking arresting people. It's about 2024.
Stop what?
Stop arresting people for weed. It's just.
Oh. Was that what his dad was arrested for?
Yeah, some drug charges. I don't know. It might have been burglary or drug, but, it's just, I heard somewhere it might have just been weed or something.
But does he have any idea his son's in the NFL right now?
I mean, I'm sure he does. I mean, people in prison, I mean, they still get fucking talk to their loved ones and, all that, get to visit them, but so
imagine he didn't, though. Like, imagine this whole time he's like, my son is a franchise quarterback. And he probably still thinks of him as like this 13-year-old. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, some of us take fucking shit for granted sometimes.
Because he didn't see any of his recruiting process or how good he was at the Ohio State University. Almost, winning 2 national titles there.
Man, listen.
Then going number 2.
Georgia last. They should have beaten Georgia last.
Bro, do you think that Marvin Harrison hit was targeting?
Yeah, I mean,
yes, absolutely it was. Nope, we just lost whenever Georgia fans were still watching. Fuck Georgia. No, we just lost whenever Georgia fans are still watching. But yeah,
fucking complaining. I mean, the bottom line is this, Alabama beat them. Alabama was a better team than them. This wasn't the Georgia team of last year, 21. And if we're being completely honest, Florida State, at the end of the day, the bottom line is this: who is the best 4 teams? The committee was not going to let another 65 to 7.
As a Florida fan, I absolutely love that Georgia and Florida State got left out. You know what I mean?
And now they're going to be in a fucking rejection bowl versus each other.
It's like when they played Texas in 2018, and then Texas beat them, and Sam Ehlinger had the audacity to go, "Longhorn Nation, we're back." Now they're back, but they weren't then.
Yeah, no. They're back with Sark. Think about that.
Who would have thought? Because Raheem Morris also won a Super Bowl with the Rams. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's got to make you believe that we're cursed. Even I'll take a player example.
Well, no,
was never looked at as anything special, and then he goes to the Arizona and the Packers, and is now an All-Pro.
Well,
we're just cursed at everything.
No. Look at Brett Favre.
Oh yeah, true. I was thinking more modern, but the Brett Favre one was similar to Jalen Carter. Like he couldn't do it here.
Well, no, the Brett Favre one. I mean, that was just,
They traded him to save his life.
Yeah.
They sent him to the hell known as Green Bay. And they hadn't been good in 25 years or so.
Yeah.
See, that's one thing I don't understand about like the UGA. I don't even look at them as a fan base. I look at them as like cult. The UGA fan base is a cult. Because they're just all fucking dickheads. And shut the fuck up, you lost.
Yeah.
But the thing about them is they're all like, I don't like the Bijan pick. I never liked the Bijan pick. And they're like rooting for his downfall. Because they're like, we should have taken Jalen Carter. We could have had Jalen Carter. I'm like, do you nimwits not realize that our interior defensive line has been good this year? Like, we are not over 500 with Jalen Carter on this team. I hate to break it to him. And there's a reason that he fell to number 10.
Because of the disciplinary issues.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's stick him in his hometown and see how that goes.
I mean, man, at the end of the day, look, Philadelphia is up there with all his boys. There's a good culture there.
It was the best position for him. But simultaneously, Bulldog fans are like, I'm going to root for the Eagles because that's a team that knows how to draft talent. And I'm going to root for them to have success. Because why would I root for Georgia players to be drafted
that's why
here?
I honestly, I can't stand Falcons fans bringing fucking Georgia into it. You want to be a Falcons or Georgia fan, I can't control that. But don't bring the bullshit into it.
They're a completely different thing.
Exactly. It's college and pro football.
Because, you know how much they hated the offensive pick? They hated Drake and they hated Bijan. You know who they want us to draft this year? I wonder. It's a tight end with the initials of BB.
Well, no, I'll go ahead and say this. I would not mind having Brock Bowers on this team. But I think you do have to trade Kyle Pitts.
To do that. Obviously, yeah. But, like, there's literal Georgia fans that hate Kyle Pitts because he went to Florida. Oh, he doesn't run routes properly. Oh, he doesn't want to be here. He's a bust. Typical Gator. I'm like, do you guys realize not everything is about you? It's not. And they don't play for you anymore. You don't have to glaze them. They don't wear the G anymore. And also, because you know what's funny? Rise Up ACL. You remember this. When we were younger, there was a man by the name of Todd Gurley out of the University of Georgia. And the
Falcons took Vic Beasley over.
Yep, he was on the board when the Falcons took a man by the name of Vic Beasley out of Clemson. And was that the right pick? Hard to say because both.
Okay, let me go ahead and say this. I really thought that how that ended with Vic was a whole storm of just. There was a lot that went into that. I don't think he was really into football, but also, he was out of position.
And then you had Tack McKinley right across from him making double the noise.
Oh, you mean the guy we thought was better than TJ Watt?
Yeah. But it didn't help they hit Vic Beasley and Tack McKinley playing across the edge from one another and how dysfunctional that was. But point is,
the Vic thing, yes, I don't think he was brought in, but I think that was more than just him. That tactic was just That
He had
is what
issues
I
outside
really
the home.
think. That cost the Metrophes. That was one of the things that cost the Metrophes.
Yeah, he also had issues outside his home.
But then he got on stage draft night with his grandma and was like, I told her I'm going to go to the NFL 3 seconds later. She died. He gets up there. She's going to smack him upside his fucking head. Don't fucking embarrass me like that.
Grandma.
No, remember, he got up there with their fucking picture.
Yeah. Yeah, most guys are more humble than that. Should we have known that night that was
Well, I don't know which was worse. Tack McKinley getting up there with his grandmama's picture saying, oh man, my grandmama, I told her I'm going to go to the NFL 3 seconds later. She died. I love my grandmama. I'm doing this all for you. I'm fucking going to do it everything. Or Desmond Ritter saying, you going to get a Super Bowl out of me, coach.
They took too long, coach. I'm not going to lie. They took too long.
Which was worse?
Tack.
I think that, man. Listen,
I think
you're guaranteeing a
because it was
Super
actually
Bowl.
on the stage. It was on the
Well,
stage.
that was
and-
more embarrassing for him. But for Ritter to say that, you better win us a Super Bowl or you are going to catch the.
Well, like, don't you want your players to have that? Like, at the end of the day, you don't want
Yeah,
your players to be like,
absolutely.
okay,
You know, I
maybe
can
we'll
understand that. You know, and honestly, man, I'm going to go ahead and say this about that. He's not our guy, and we know that. But
it's okay,
you know,
though, ultimately.
having, Dez, I do think has that edge. The only thing is, he doesn't, a guy that has that edge has to be able to back it up. And Dez can't.
He did back it up in college, though. Like, throughout his career, he had not backed it up yet. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I understand where he comes from. And I don't like
Well, he's going to be backing it up the rest of his career. Backing it up.
Yeah, he's going to be backing it up. Yes, sir. Matt Schaub 2.0. Let's ride. We'll trade him for like a couple years. He'll have like a random 500-yard game, lead into a playoff win. Come back and back up Caleb Williams / Drake May / Jaden Daniels to the end of their career. You know? That's the new Matt Schaub.
Man, listen. I don't want Dez on this team after this. And it's nothing even against Dez at this point. It's just, I don't want him. I just need it cleansed from my mind.
Well, I hate to break it to you. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I think he's going to be the backup for at least the next couple more years. Honestly. Can I say what I was saying a minute ago, though, about the UGA fans?
Oh,
With
yeah.
regards to Gurley.
They're so whiny.
Well, like, you remember how much they were so mad the Falcons took the edge rusher over the running back, Todd Gurley.
yeah.
Oh my God. Todd Gurley was right there. But we took a defensive player, which we absolutely also needed at the time. But then 8 fucking years later, Falcons have the same opportunity. And they take the running back instead of the defensive line player. And, oh my God, Jalen Carter was right there. He was right there. The next Aaron Donald. The comps they give these players are hilarious. The next Aaron Donald was right there. And you decided to take a bell cow running back. I'm like, okay, if we're giving crazy comparisons, Bijan's Adrian Peterson in your eyes. So
The Damian Tomlinson, you can make a comparison all day with Bijan.
Because, like, I mean, I'm just going based off crazy because they always talk about their players as in, like, their future Hall of Famers. Which some Georgia players have backed it up in the NFL, but they haven't, like, it's just crazy how they, like, Jalen Carter's the next Aaron Donald, and Jordan Davis is the next, what do they comp him as? Some fucking bullshit. Dude, I think they put him as, like, the next, Reggie White. And I was just, all right, guys.
Or the next Warren Sapp or something.
I'm just like, all right, guys. They're good players, but they're their own player. But if you're going to use the crazy comparison, I can too.
Yeah, no.
When I've been mad, like I said earlier when Eric was here, when I've been mad if Jalen Carter was the pick, no. But I ultimately understand why they didn't do it. And as time went
I'm
on,
gonna be honest, man. I initially, when Bijan was picked, I was not a fan of it. But as I thought about it, I'm like,
I wasn't when Drake was picked. I wasn't when Drake was picked, and I wasn't when Kyle was picked. And I'm a Gators fan, as I've said. So I learned, I'm like, okay, for the first rounders, I got a.
I might have been the only one that actually wasn't upset when Drake was picked. I actually kind of thought this is one of the guys we could take. I actually had us taking Drake in one of my mock drafts.
I was working for the fucking Braves at the time, and my break was just ending. I was on, we had like a 45-minute break, and so all of us Falcons fans were like watching the draft on our phones while like in the break room and at Truist Park. Real story. And our break is like my friend and I literally got back to our sections by the skin of our teeth, because we were just trying to watch the Falcons pick. And I see them so like Drake London, wide, and I was like, what the fuck? We took a wide receiver. God damn it. Like Kyle Hamilton was on the board. I was like, I wanted him. Evan Neal had just recently got off the board. But
I wanted Hamilton too. I did. I really wanted
Thibodeau on the board too at that point.
I wanted Tyree over Bijan.
I knew Thibodeau and Kyle Hamilton were still on the board, so I was like, no! Why did we take another wide receiver? And then I started watching this film, and I watched this rookie season, and spoiler alert, I'm getting a Drake London jersey for Christmas.
Oh, I got shit. I haven't even taken mine off. I got mine. Listen, I got a match with the fucking. Whenever they're wearing black, I'm wearing. Whenever they're wearing white, I'm wearing.
I used to do that with Matt Ryan when I was younger. I had a red, black, and white Matt Ryan jersey. Right now, all I have is the fade pits. I have the red to black fade pits, and I'm gonna get a black rake for Christmas.
I got
maybe I'll get like
I'll
probably get a white
now. I got a black Pitts, a black AJ, and my next jersey's either gonna be Bijan or Bates.
Yes, for sure. I'm starting to become more of a jersey guy too. Like I have like one for color. Like I have a red Ronald Acuna. I have a white Austin Riley.
I haven't gotten a Braves jersey, and damn, I need to get an Acuna one.
I got a red Ronald. I got a white Riley, and I got a blue Michael Harris. And I'm gonna get a gray, probably Olsen. That, or if they extend Max Fried, I will get his jersey. Same thing with AJ Survell. I'm waiting on their extensions, but neither of them have happened yet. So
you got a Hawks
for the
jersey?
Hawks, I have a red Trae Young, and I bought a black DeJounte one out of pocket about a year and a half ago. So I was happy when they extended him because I'm like, yay, money worth. And now he fucking sucks, and they want to trade him. So I'm like, fuck, money worth gone.
Yeah, man. Nah, I mean it's.
But
man, it's nice to have the jerseys. It really is. And I got a throwback Matt Ryan one.
Oh, sweet.
And I always wear it whenever we wear the throwbacks. I just, at the end of the day, man, I just think Matt, honestly, I think if Matt could go back and do it over again, he would have just retired. He wouldn't have gone in. He would have just retired.
Yeah, that didn't really do much for him.
He probably wants to forget that. He'll retire this offseason, and we'll be putting him in the Ring of Honor next year.
How much people hated Matt Ryan, and we tried to tell them how dumb they were. They're like, "Oh man, he sucks. He's never there for us."
Well, what are they saying now?
And now those same people are like, "Damn, I miss him so much." I'm like, "We tried to tell you, motherfuckers. We tried to tell you." But you hated him so much because everything was his fault, and part of it is because Vic was their guy, and because they had Vic, there was no Matt Ryan, never. And now they're realizing what they had.
Yeah, no, they were upset when Vic went to prison, which was Vic's own doing.
I don't know how old you were, so I don't know if you were around when Vic. I didn't get to witness Vic. The earliest I remember Michael Vick, he was already an Eagle, so Vic is something I didn't get to see. Matt Ryan is who I grew up with. I don't know
that Matt Ryan is all I knew, and now I fucking know this bullshit.
How much older are you from me? Because
I just turned 19, so.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we're the same. I turned 20 in October.
Yeah, no, yeah, man. Nah, we're only I guess that would mean we're a little over a year apart.
Yeah. I couldn't tell. Sometimes by the way you spoke about things from back in the day, you sounded older than me, but then there was other times you weren't. So I couldn't quite get a grip. But I also understood if you didn't want to reveal how old you were to YouTube. So.
Oh, nah, I'm not.
Because for me, I got doxxed a couple, during that Titans game. So pretty much everything for me about the internet is online for people to see. So I'm fucked.
You got doxxed
thankfully
after
nothing
that
came of it.
Titans game?
Yeah, because I said something about Ritter, and I said something anti-Heineke, and someone took me as a Ritter stan. He's like, I'm tired of these Ritter stans, so he fucking doxed me. And his at was, I hate Arthur Smith. And it was like mid-October. And it got deleted, and then he posted it again, and it got deleted. And then he blocked me, and then he blocked my burner, which I don't know how I figured that one out, but he did. And so that was the end of that. And thankfully, all that came of it was I got a Domino's order, and someone ordered us Taco Bell. Nothing. Yeah, someone ordered Domino's, and my mom was like, "Do you have money for pizza?" She's like, "Do you have your wallet?" I'm like, "For what?" She's like, "Pizza." I'm like, "I didn't order pizza." So I had to explain to her all about what that was. And of course, she didn't understand it, as a 6-year-old mother wouldn't. But that was a long day.
For
Falcons
John's
lost.
over. I can't do fucking Domino's.
I think what Domino's is like.
Domino's is just a fucking crust. That's all it is.
Domino's you can pay with cash. So people would send it to me because they wouldn't actually have to pay for it. They would just send it to me just to fuck with me.
Yeah, no.
I got about 2 or 3 of them.
Man, the thing with Domino's is it's just fucking crust. It's like eating fucking cardboard.
But with Papa John, oh my God, McManus missed again. Oh no, he didn't. Oh, close though. He's got the yips.
Yeah, but no, I'm a Papa John's guy.
Well, the thing with it is, like, if someone wanted to order me Papa John's, they have to pay for it, and obviously they're not gonna pay to troll me. With Domino's, you can like pay with cash. So like it wasn't prepaid. So they literally sent it to us, got to the house, and realized it wasn't ours. We're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
do you know who? I don't know if you've seen Wolf Around the Streets. Do you know who Wolf is? Wolf Solidified.
I know a
Well,
lot
man,
of
I'll send you this stuff. Man, he's another great fan out there, man. He's tired of bullshit too. We all are. So.
Yeah, it's a never-ending story.
Never ending.
What will give you the confidence to believe that next time won't be the same? Is it just Terry having full control over the hire?
Yeah, pretty. Because, I mean, Terry has
Dog
proven
bark.
with Nielsen, but, the thing with it, man, is this. I need, a guy who's going to come in here and actually be serious about building and turning this culture around. And to me, I feel like
talked about earlier.
I feel like, Joe Brady, you can really take your pick with, but I mean, it's very clear Ben Johnson's the best candidate out there, and we've talked about it that, if you're talking about the most attractive job, it will be the Falcons and Chargers. Bieniemy's going to take over for Washington. New England, I mean, you'll have the number 2 pick, so you'll probably get your pick between basically either who is not pick number 1 between Caleb May and Drake, Drake May and Caleb Williams. But the other thing, man, is just look at all those other jobs. The Raiders could very well keep Pierce. Carolina, I don't know who's gonna want to fucking go there. Honestly, man, they were hyping so much that final drive about this is gonna be Chris Tabor's first win. That's all they were hyping as Carolina was kicking it. But to be honest, man, Chris Tabor might be back there another year. No one might want to go to Carolina. And I mean, what other jobs are on the line? Do the Saints fire Dennis Allen? Maybe so.
Is muted. If we're being honest, they should have fucking kept Steve Wilkes.
Oh, absolutely.
Steve Wilkes turned that
Steve
season
Wilkes
around.
was the man for the job. He had that locker room believing. but David Tepper wanted to fucking do it his way. He knew that if he kept Steve Wilkes there, it'd be a fucking weakness to David Tepper. That's why they fucking fired him. They brought Frank Reich in. Bryce was clearly his pick, David Tepper's pick. Tepper's run that franchise into the ground. That's why this is so embarrassing.
He's run that franchise into the ground, and we are 4-4 against them since then.
Yeah.
We are 4-4 and split the last 4 seasons against that franchise that is in the dumps. Just shows we are too, and we have been for a while.
Exactly. And that's the bottom line. And at the end of it, it's just, I don't know. But I really honestly feel like, and I am going to get off here soon, but it really just to me feels like, we have to, with this next head coach, we've got to get someone in here that, is going to build this culture. It's going to have sustainability, and I'm going to go ahead and say it. You kind of, you're asking, well, would you rather that be an offensive or defensive-minded guy? You can say all you want about, the offensive-minded guy didn't work, but at the end of the day, as I said previously.
Well, neither did the defensive guys.
Neither. So, to me, honestly, and that's why I say, even though keeping this defense intact as much as possible in terms of the coaching is key, it is much easier to replace a defensive, coordinator in the NFL than it is an offensive coordinator. You have a defensive head coach. So, you have to have that stability on offense. And I feel like that does come if you get a Ben Johnson in here. He knows what it's like because he has had first-hand account in turning around that culture in Detroit. We don't have to. I mean, we got the pieces on offense. All we got to do is get the quarterback and maybe a center.
Which is the hardest to get, granted. But
yes, but, you're going to have to. That's why I say, Terry, this is a big moment for Terry to shine, honestly, if you want to think about it.
Yeah, flex his muscles.
Yeah, for him to really shine and show that he can go and get his guy a head coach. He can go and make the trade up for quarterback, a quarterback that he can own. A Drake May. Maybe. I mean, my big thing with Jay Daniels that kind of turns me off is his overall size. And how much just he needs to put a little bit more weight on. He needs to make. If Jaden Daniels can do what Jalen Hurts did, get in that weight room and get some weight on him, he can be a problem. But to me, that's the big thing. But honestly, right now, I would rather have a Drake May at quarterback, just because I feel like if you put him in Ben Johnson's offense, saying that's the guy we bring in here, that's the best. That will get this franchise to the playoffs next year. We will win this crappy division. This year, we're most likely done. We're out of it.
We'd like to think so, but it's hard to ask a rookie quarterback to take that next step first year. So you really got to give him already a buffer year.
But that's why.
By the time you're even expecting anything,
look
Fitz
at
is
this
already on
running
a
game.
contract.
Still, look at this running game we have. Bijan and Alge, and you bring a Ben Johnson in, you see what he's doing in Detroit with Gibbs and Montgomery.
True. And you look at head coaches for the most part, usually it's the offensive-minded head coaches that are more successful and stick around.
That's the point I was making earlier.
Yep. It's hard to find NFL. Think of some of the top contenders in the NFL year in, year out right now, the last 5 or 6 years, and tell me which coaches. Sorry about my dog barking. Tell me which coaches are defensive-minded.
I mean, McDermott at Buffalo, but you have Josh Allen at quarterback, and they've even
and he might be getting fired.
They've taken.
Yeah, he might be gone.
Well,
the last 2 weeks might have saved his job, but yeah, he's on the hot seat.
No, I mean he got that.
Arthur Smith doesn't do the same thing, right? Hopefully Arthur Smith doesn't do the same thing, right?
I mean, listen. I'm gonna, this is one of the first things I said. I want to win. I always want to win, and I still want to win the division this year because, damn it, that's what we were built to do. But at the end of the day, man,
the best team in the division.
It's not.
The Falcons were the best team in the division, but they're not going to win it.
It's not going to happen this year. It's just not. We fucked ourselves over, and we found out we do not have the coach. We don't have the quarterback. We have everything else. But those two, are the two most important pieces. And you got to go and you got to get the coach. You got to go. You got to get the quarterback in the draft. You have the running game. You have the weapons. Keep that defense intact.
How many years do you think we have in Nielsen before he gets a head coaching opportunity? I probably think 2 more. We get him for 3
One
and he gets
more.
a head coaching job.
He might get an interview or 2 this year, honestly. He really might.
Oh, no. That's the worst thing.
I
what does that happen?
hate that, man. But let me honestly ask you this. Let me ask you something. As I'm getting ready to close this thing down pretty soon. One of the things I'm going to ask you here is, how open would you actually be to Ryan Nielsen maybe becoming the head coach?
I was just about to ask you the same thing. I understand the Falcons fan point of view because you don't want another Kyle Shanahan and Dan Quinn situation. But the only way I'm open to it is if I know he's got other head coaching opportunities. If Arthur Smith's fired and he's got head coaching higher opportunities, then I'm intrigued by it. But then you got to find someone like Joe Brady to be your
And that's why I honestly say it is much easier to replace a defensive than offensive coordinator in the NFL. And let me tell you something. If the Saints get rid of Dennis Allen, mark my words. Mark my words. Dennis Allen could be a real candidate to come be our defensive coordinator. Now, I'll go ahead and say, man, I don't know if you know, Dennis Allen was like a defensive quality control coach on our team back in 2006, 2007.
I had no idea. But I do know he was like Sean Payton's right-hand man for about 6 or 7 years.
Nearly 20 years back, he was with the Falcons organization when he really got his start in the NFL. Now, if Ryan Nielsen is hired as this is what, one way or another, man, this is why I say Terry has to take the lead on the search.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up having to decide that Ryan Nielsen's your head coach because you're not willing to lose him, right? I think if that's the regard, you got to overpay for an offensive coordinator because of it.
Well,
overpay for someone
you're gonna
just because you know.
Well, you're going to have to look at it and you're going to have to say, one of the things you're going to have to examine, okay, how will he revitalize the culture?
True. But would you rather lose him and get a new head coach? Or would you rather have him be the head coach and get a better offensive coordinator?
And that's
simultaneous.
That's the biggest thing with letting Arthur Smith go is, are we going to let Ryan Nielsen go? Because now you would think a Ben Johnson would come in here. He has connections to Fontenot. He has connections to Dan Campbell. They under Dan Campbell in Detroit. And especially if Ben Johnson was in New Orleans, I definitely feel like he'll keep Nielsen because he understands they were all in the same organization.
You gotta like our chances. You gotta like our chances. Of landing him if he has New Orleans representation because we've gotten a lot of people from New Orleans since Terry has been in office. And honestly, keep pushing the hell out of him. It's working. Why not?
Yeah, no.
As much as we hate the Saints, I feel like a lot of us meet that common ground and respect the winning culture they have built since Breeze and Peyton were there. And that's part of the reason we were willing to take stuff from them because it's like, A, we're taking it from them. But B, we know there's a reason they beat us over and over. It's because they've been better.
The reason why we listen, there are Saints fans right now that are calling for Mickey Loomis's head. They want him fired along with Allen and Pete Carmichael and that
Yeah.
entire staff over there.
And they want Carr. They want Carr gone.
Well, they can't get rid of Derek Carr.
Uh-uh.
They can't. But they want because Mickey Loomis has been giving out the shitty contracts. But the thing that was so interesting. Do you know who was supposed to take over for Mickey Loomis when he would retire in New Orleans?
Who?
Terry. Terry was in line.
Oh, Terry. Oh, yeah.
Terry was in
You said
line to
Harry.
take over
Harry
as
Douglas?
GM for the Aints, and we stole him from him.
Womp womp. Womp womp. Oh well.
So, yeah, man. No, I mean, it's, that's the thing, man. You can hate the Saints all day, but they have built, a stable organization. They have hit on draft picks in the past. And they kind of still have, and they found diamonds in the rough. And Terry has shown, Terry doesn't.
There's a reason they were able to kick the can of Capel down the road for so long. And it's because they were drafting well.
Yes. And Terry really has, and Terry, he's not sharp, he's not a sharp square drafting, but overall, I would say Terry's drafting abilities, they're acceptable because he's been able to.
I feel like we're learning more so that Terry was more of the free agent hub guy for New Orleans. He was more of the free agent scouter and more of the salary guy, and we're learning that Mickey Loomis was more in charge of the drafting and scouting those type of players.
And we are, but still, you got to give credit with Terry, man. Terry has gone out and he has, he hasn't had bad draft. I mean, that first draft was atrocious, but it was his first draft.
You see the Jaguars punter punting from outside the end zone? Is he deaf? Is he dead?
Oh, I mean, he's got to step back in.
Yeah, there he goes. I was like, hey, buddy. That's crazy.
Is he gonna get it to him? Nope. God, this has been a crappy game.
Yeah, ours was crappier.
Yeah.
That's why I can't watch the Thursday night games, because it's like I already do it on Sunday. I don't need it on Thursday night too.
Well, the Saints play on Thursday night. We need. I mean, what, man? Are we still riding with the hope of winning this division?
Like, I'd almost imagine, like, if they win, I'll be at more grips of like, okay, we just need to lose out. I don't want us to have the chance, because then our team's gonna play like we have the chance, and then I'm afraid of them winning. So, after today, they've shown me they don't need to win anymore.
Man, if the Saints lose on Thursday, which obviously we love the Saints loss, don't we?
Oh yeah, I'm almost more happy when the Saints lose than when the Falcons win.
We love the Saints loss, and we need a Bucs loss at this point. We win. We're all tied.
Well, the way Jacksonville's played, they definitely got a fair shot at that game.
Jacksonville, you head into the final 2 weeks. But, man, as I'm saying, I still overall feel like, the shot of us winning this division is very minimal.
No, like we've discussed it. Even if we went out, like, we're still at a disadvantage.
Well, I've laid out the scenario, and I am getting ready to get off here. But I'll lay it out one more time, and then I'll get off with closing remarks. Say a few other things to do closing remarks.
Do we still got viewers tuning in to this too? Or are they still listening to us? Yeah,
we got 3 people, man. There's something I noticed whenever we would go off topic, and then we, talk about the Falcons, and the viewership would jump up. So
yeah, it's because what the stream is.
But with that being said, I'm gonna lay out the scenario. The Falcons have to win out to win the NFC South. And then
Step
what
one.
we need, now I'm sure the Falcons could find a way to lose another game and still win the division. I know there's a scenario out there for it, but
if we want them to win out, they're gonna lose. If we want them to lose out, they're gonna win. That's just how it is.
This is the easiest scenario. The Falcons win out. The Saints and Bucs both lose upcoming. The Saints play the Rams on Thursday night. I would say they have a good chance to lose. The Bucs are at home versus the Jags, and take that game as you want, is what I would say. And then you go week 17. You would need the Falcons to win.
Yes, to
in
take advantage
Chicago,
of the Saints
and you
and the
need the
Bucks playing.
Saints to win versus the Bucks. And then week 18, you need the Falcons to win in New Orleans versus the Saints, and they would win the NFC South.
Well, you would still need the Panthers to win again.
No, you wouldn't, because if the Bucks lose their next two, they'll be 7-9. The Falcons will be 8-8.
If the Bucks lose their next two, I guess so.
Yeah, no. So that's the easiest scenario.
If we end up tying though, they probably get head to head because they have they are now a 2-better game in conference record. We could still tie them in division record.
No, it will not. So give up on it.
No.
But
So,
man, listen, I gotta be.
that's
honest,
why I
man,
know,
on the other
like-
hand, think about it. It's like, oh shit, this motherfucker.
Because I know you started this at the top saying like you're against tanking, but like honestly, man, like we've all discussed, they don't deserve it, and like it's not really tanking. It's just 3 losses, and we've already lost 8 games. How much is 3 more? So, and if you really want Drake May, if you really want Jaden Daniels, like if they win another game or two, they're probably not going to be in position to draft them. And we haven't seen this regime trade up yet. I would rather not bank on that. So at this point, like it's probably best just to punt the season. Because if you talk about all these losing record years we've had, we haven't truly been bad. We had one bad year,
man,
and that was the bad draft class.
I still can't. Still can't.
Yeah.
For losing.
I mean, I'm going to be watching them, rooting for them to win. But if they lose, it's like that's what's best for us. But if you look at it, the one true year out of these 5, now going on 6 years, we've lost in concession. Losing seasons, I should say. The one year we truly tanked was 2020, and that was the worst draft class we've had. The other years have all been 7 wins, right there, smack dab middle of the pack. So it's really hard to turn something around when you're not drafting high enough. Same thing our Hawks are dealing with. So, what the fuck was that, Lamar? That was amazing.
Well, I'll go ahead and say this. You know, they're fucking doing it. You know, yes, the hope is still there, but I'm not going to let it corrupt me too much. I'm still going to say it. Arthur Smith needs to be gone. Ritter is going to be gone and will be gone. You know,
he'll be gone as the starter. He will be the backup on this team.
That's the backup. I don't want Ritter on the team. Period. It's just I can't have that. You know, anything.
Then you're spending more money on Heineke though, and that's a free agent that you can't sign because you got him on your roster instead of Ritter. You lose money in cutting Ritter. I guess you could cut both of them, but then you got to draft 2 quarterbacks.
No, you can pick one up in free agency.
That's fair.
And then draft Drake May. I'm gonna be honest, man. I'll say this. You know, what I
if we win another game, there's
Fields,
no shot in fucking hell they draft Caleb Williams. Like, there's no shot in hell they have Caleb Williams. It's shot at him.
Would I be completely opposed to trading for Justin Fields? No, I wouldn't. But we need to overhaul this thing. We do. The staff. If we're gonna trade for Justin Fields, we need to overhaul the staff.
If we trade Justin Fields, we also need to be taking defensive player first round because you've taken offense the last 3 years. And
we need to go. We need to get.
The only position I can justify you taking on the offense this year is quarterback. Maybe I could get down for a tackle because the last couple of years you missed on what was the name? You missed on Skoronski, you missed on Sewell for other best player available. So the only offensive player that's not a quarterback, I'll let you take is an offensive lineman because as we talked about, we might need a tackle, we might need a center.
Well, I'll go ahead and say this. You know, I'm still number one. The number one place you roll is you draft a quarterback, and I want Drake May. That is my guy. You know, even if you got to trade up to get him, you probably will have to. You know, let's see what Terry can do. Let's see how aggressive.
If you lose out, you probably don't have to. Probably right there for him at number 5, number 6. There's a big difference between 6 wins, 7 wins. Instead of you being 8-9, you're 4-5. That's a big difference right there.
I still, to me though, I always want to win. This was the year we were supposed to win the division. If we do win the division, it's because we robbed it from the Saints and Bucks. But guess what? At the end of the day, robbing those 2 motherfuckers is a delight. But
that would be crazy.
Happen. The Bucks and Saints play Week 17. That will come down for the NFC South. Arthur Smith needs to be fired. I don't get the motherfucker. I still want the motherfucker fired.
That would have been
accepted. It won't happen at this point.
It would be crazy if we lost out, though. because then it's like, shit, we had a better record last year than we did this year. What the fuck? With a harder schedule and a
I still
roster.
want the motherfucker going. I still do. I still want the motherfucker going. You know?
Absolutely.
Now, if we win the division, okay, yeah, he'll shut me the fuck up. But I want the motherfucker going.
Well, you know, losing out also increases the likelihood of him being fired. So.
If we lose out, you know, we go 7-10, his ass should be gone. And I honestly think he will be, man.
Yeah, probably.
I think so. And
unless he beats the Saints, then that's the last week of the season, and Arthur Blank might hold weight to that, but still probably not.
He should honestly have been fired tonight. He should be fired. If he has not been fired by noon tomorrow, odds are he is staying, unless maybe they're a little late with the announcement. But I want his ass gone. I really do. You know, this season has been a failure. You know, now if you're able to steal this division with 3 games left, you know, great. You know, I'll still be in the bins, but you know, now it's the mindset has kind of shifted. You know, because this has been such a disappointment. It doesn't feel like in any way you can come back from this. But with that being said, I want to win the division. It's not going to happen. Fire off. Get his ass out of here.
And now we're too far out of the wild card to even take a shot at that.
Yeah.
And it's crazy, man, because as we near the 5-hour mark, we'll probably get there before you sign off at this rate. It's crazy because I know you were kind of talking for about 40 minutes before you opened up the link to everybody. But we just talked about, like, we are one of the most blandest teams in football, one of the dumbest franchises in football, one of, you know, you can list off a bearing of things, and you and I, 2 20-year-olds, can still sit down and talk about them for over 4 hours. Like, that's how much
we didn't talk about them for 4 hours. We talked about them for like 2. We talked about the Braves, talked a little basketball.
We talked about them for like 10 minutes pieces, but I feel like we talked about the Falcons for at least, you know, 3.5 of these 4 hours that I've been
really
up
fine.
here on stage with you.
But I just gotta sign off, man. You know, it's been too fucking late. Got a few other things to tend to. Holidays are coming up, man. You know, so I'm probably gonna, man, listen, we gotta absolutely do this. You know, whether it's on Twitter, it's on here. We're obviously gonna be Blake Newsome, I guess you could say that this is gonna be a guy I'm definitely gonna want to collaborate with, you know, more as we go on.
For sure.
You know,
Braves, Hawks, Falcons,
anything, man. We got to talk about the Braves a little bit more.
Hating UGA, I'm all here for it.
Talk about the Falcons. You know, what we're going to do this off season. Arthur Smith, maybe he gets fired tomorrow. Might be doing another one of these. You know, so yeah, man. But go ahead, give your final remarks, man.
Yeah, guys. First of all, if you watch this whole replay, you are a legend, and you deserve to do so much better with your time. Yes, you deserve so much better with your time. But yeah, if you guys are looking where you can find me, my Twitter is right on my name, right under Arthur Smith's sexy mustache. No, it's not sexy. I take that back. Yeah, my Twitter is @NewsomSportsATL. I talk all Atlanta sports over there: Braves, Hawks, Falcons. You know, Georgia Tech, Atlanta United, the Dream. I mean, pretty much Braves, Hawks, Falcons. But I you know, hockey team. I get into it all. If you guys are looking for Atlanta sports content, I used to have a YouTube channel by the name of The Atlanta Kid. That's pretty much gone.
I hate to interrupt you, man. We might be here a little bit longer.
Why is that?
You see this motherfucker? This guy's an Eagles fan.
Oh,
he
God.
I
know exactly who that is. He's an asshole.
But do you know who he is in a relationship with?
Oh, absolutely. That's how I met him.
Go along.
But, yeah, if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, there's that. I do have a YouTube podcast that I upload, I don't know, about a couple times a month on with a couple other co-hosts. We mostly do Falcons content. We're trying to branch out to more Braves and Hawks. It's just about finding the time. But that's around the A, around space A, as in Atlanta.
You going to be doing any more spaces on Twitter in the upcoming week?
Yes, that is my plan, and hopefully I do them, and simultaneously Hawks Fan TV doesn't decide to do them and take all our listeners from us. But yeah,
y'all get on Twitter, man. That's where we are.
Yep, you guys follow us on there. But yeah, we're here, win or lose. You know, there's a lot of people that have jumped off this team in the last 5 or 6 years, and the real ones that are listening, the real ones that were on stage tonight. Shout out to Eric. They're the ones that truly care. And Rise Up ATO is. I know I've listened to your stuff for a while. I know we've talked on Twitter, but it was a good to be able to finally get up here and show support to your channel. But yeah, once again, you guys can follow me where I said, go Falcons, go Atlanta ultimately, and let's fucking make these right decisions this offseason, guys. It's tough out here. And the Braves need to sign a fucking starting pitcher.
Come on, AA, you motherfucker. All right. Falcons, Hawks, I'm not really on the Hawks, but, still, the Braves, listen, I'm going to say, as we close off with this one, is there's 3 games left, and I want to win this. I want to rob this. At this point, I'm not saying win it. I'll rob this division. Let's take it with robbery.
It's just not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen. So Arthur Smith needs to be fired. You need to go. Wow, so I got 678. I got 678 subs. I didn't know.
678 588 2300. Well,
yeah,
that's an area code.
404.
Yeah. 770 is for the Braves fans. 404 is for the Falcons fans. Let's just divide them all unnecessarily.
What do you think 678 would be for, Hawks?
No, that's for the Georgia Tech fans because there's very few people that have them.
I actually know someone very close to me who does.
Yeah, my grandmother has one too.
My mom.
But also Georgia Tech's like the smallest fan base in Atlanta, proportionately. And
they play in that fucking trailer park, Bobby Dodd trailer park.
470 can be Atlanta United because it's newer and it's very rapidly growing.
What's the new one they just added?
I don't fucking know. That can be for the new hockey team in a couple of years. I guess the Coyotes.
We're gonna get a hockey team, man. So they're building. Any update on that fucking project they got going up by North Point Mall? Are they gonna tear North Point down and just build that?
No, I think they're just. Well, they haven't decided if they're gonna build it there, if it's gonna be a little bit further up. But they're trying to build a battery for it, which is the smartest thing to do because they want it to be a 365.
That's the big thing, man. That's the big thing.
You want it to be a 365-day facility. That's what's been so successful about the Braves with the battery. But you also don't want to put them downtown because downtown is where the other 2 teams died. So you want to give them their own little area. And that way also the Hawks and them will have the flexibility to have games on the same night. Yeah, I think that's ultimately the plan. I don't know if it's going to be an expansion or my guess is it's going to be relocation just because I don't think they're going to expand 3 teams to us. We're going to have to hope it's going to be a team like the Coyotes.
Yeah, I've heard they're going to get out of Arizona.
After the awful year they had last season, I don't follow hockey too extremely, but from what I heard, they're one of the surprises of the league this year. So it's good to see the potential future Thrashers. Yep, that has to be the name. The potential Thrashers are doing well. So.
Yeah, no. I actually know someone who did not root for the Thrashers, rooted for the hockey team before the Thrashers.
His name is David. His name is Slita, and he still likes the Flames.
He's still the Calgary Flames.
Oh shit! You see, Buddy on the Ravens just have a non-contact Achilles.
I ain't fucking watching. I'm
number 34. He just took a first down run to the outside for about 15 yards, and Turf Monster just snatched his Achilles.
Wow.
He's down right now.
Damn. Same way Aaron Rodgers tore his?
A little bit more speed, a little bit more brute force to it. But yeah, similar facet.
Yeah, man, nah. I mean, but hey, we're getting ready to get off of here, man. For real. We've been nearing 5
We've been yapping at this
now. We're going off, man. I did not intend this to be. Typically, these are only 30 minutes. Typically, I knew this would be a little longer because I had a lot more steam to get off. I've gotten most of it off now. Fire Arthur Smith still. I still want the motherfucker going.
Fire Dave Bergoni.
Not
that he does anything, but he's a yes man. So any yes man of the guy that needs to be fired can also be fired.
Well, let's call it for what we've already aired it all. the billionaire connection, corporate-minded, analytical people. It's what these people are that are running this team.
Mm-hmm.
And Arthur Blank, at the end of the day, he's a nice guy, but I honestly think he cares more about, the Benz' success. I truly think he wants to win, but he's also looking at the Benz' success, and it's like we've had Taylor Swift, we've had Beyonce, we've had United,
we're getting the Final Four back, we've had a Super Bowl,
we're getting another college football championship,
World Cup, SEC staying.
We're probably gonna get another Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was the year I was at boarding school, so I was a little pissed that I couldn't
go to access.
Because what was the year that the Super Bowl was in Atlanta? Did they have events for it to go to and check out?
Oh yeah, they had a whole event at the Georgia. I was supposed to go to one of them, but something came up. But if they had, it at the Georgia World Congress Center, man, it was the entire Super Bowl week.
Didn't they have something at the Battery too for the NFL?
I don't know, man.
Because that's one thing I was fucking pissed about when I was at my boarding school for that year is I missed the entire Super Bowl celebration for this town. I missed all of it.
Yeah, no, but we are getting ready to get off of here. You go check this man out, Blake Newsome, and do some sports ATO.
I clear Slita by miles, by the way. You're not getting into that with me. I don't have to worry here.
Absolutely. So with that being said, man, hey, look, I'm gonna close off with this. Arthur Smith, I want him fired. I don't know why I haven't gotten the alert yet. Motherfuckers are probably gonna keep me waiting. I still love the Falcons. It's always about the Atlanta Falcons. I want to rob this division. I still want to do it. Will it happen? Hell no, it's not going to happen. But hey, you can always just. That's all that can happen. But hey, man,
all you got to know is when they lose these next couple weeks, you ultimately don't got to be mad for more than a couple of minutes because you're like, you know what, it is what's best for him. So, that's funny. In the Jaguars game, they have an injury card ready for that guy, but when T-Law got hurt weeks ago, he had
that's some fucking disgraceful bullshit. Yeah,
that's another dysfunctional franchise, but at least they're over 500 this season and won a playoff game last year.
The Falcons, we're always gonna ride or die with them. These are
for whatever
fans
reason
right here.
For whatever reason, but yeah.
So, with that being all said, man, we'll see you guys in the next one. And yeah, that's it.
Peace out, go A-Town, Blake out.